Die Another Day by NeonZangetsu on fanfiction.net. Chapter 1. Herald. Greetings, mortal. Uzumaki Naruto's Naruto opened sleep-gummed eyes and promptly snapped them back shut. Hanging before him against the endless white was a creature straight out of nightmare, its golden black eyes framed by a wave of white tresses, bleached of all color, deathly white, from which two horns of crimson peaked. Pallid, purplish emaciated skin, ribs exposed beneath the robe. A dagger clenched firmly between its jagged teeth, its lips pulled back in a ghastly grin. He wanted to deny it, to refute its existence, but there could be no mistaking it. Shinigami. Do not close your eyes? Unbidden, the last Uzumaki watched his lid snap open, forcing him to regard the imposing apparition once more. A cold chill shot down his spine at the sight of the specter looming before him, one he quickly quelled. If he was going to hell, then he'd at least face his afterlife with dignity. Oh, it's you. Rise, the Reaper intoned. Naruto grunted, propping himself up on his elbows. So he really was dead, then. Funny. He'd always thought death would have hurt more. Not that his death had been painless, mind you. Using the Shiki Fujin to seal away Madara's soul had been anything but painless. He'd known there would be pain, that even should he succeed nothing but hell awaited him in the afterlife. He'd known this from the beginning. It was a tenuous, desperate last resort, and although he'd failed to seal Obito in the bargain, he still considered it a victory. Honestly, it was still something of a miracle he'd even managed to get his hands on one of them at all. With the Jubi flinging menacing balls in nearly every direction, he considered himself lucky to have accomplished half of his mission at all. Even with an undead/immortal body, nothing could have protected his immortal soul from being plucked from said body and sealed away. Granted, he'd lost an arm and a leg in the process, but a win was a win in his book. Uzumaki Naruto had left the world of the living knowing that, while he may have failed to preserve the lives of his friends and family, he'd managed to take the man responsible for their deaths with him in the end. He could take some small solace in that fact, at the very least. He was sorrowed to have lost so many, with nothing to bring them back. If I could do it over again. The world as you know it is coming to an end, mortal. The Reaper droned on, dragging out each syllable with the deep double timbre befitting of an entity of its stature. You may have sealed the one known as Uchiha Madara, but his legacy lives on. Already there is an imbalance in the souls I have come to collect. Yours is among them. You think I don't know that? Naruto allowed a single tear to slip from his eye, to plink back into the white, into oblivion. We failed. I failed. The war is over. We lost. Because they had failed. The Shinobi Alliance had been all but decimated. All but the Raikage were dead. Madara might be gone, but Obito had likely gained possession of the remaining Bijou by now, his own included. His only regret was that he hadn't been able to try and drag Obito with him to hell. That man deserved to burn in the ninth circle for the crimes he'd committed in the name of his so-called peace. Not that there was anything more to be done about it. If I had another chance. Even with Kurama's power, he wouldn't have been able to stand up to 3 Uchiha at once by himself. His one regret was that despite his best efforts to make it otherwise, his final sight before death had been that of Uchiha Obito, the last sound that of his determined growl that the Moon's Eye plan would come to fruition no matter what he Naruto did, that he'd at most delayed peace by preventing the world from being cast under an infinite, endless genjutsu. And Konoha. Konoha was gone. What more did the Reaper want from him? Unacceptable? Oh. Naruto creaked open a broken iris, regarding the specter of death with blank indifference. What does it matter if it's acceptable or not? They won. We lost. There's nothing I can do to change it now, so just let me croak already. Besides, it's not like I've got anything left to live for. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura-chan, Bachan, Niji, Hinata, Shikamaru, they're all dead. I already know I won't be joining them. You might as well devour it now. My soul, that is. The Shinigami stared at him for a long moment, as though weighing its decision. If it was going to eat him, he just wanted it to be over with already. But the Shinigami did not devour him. Instead its gaze became aloof and distant, as though it were peering at something many leagues in the distance. There is an imbalance. The Reaper repeated. I cannot allow this to stand. Inwardly, Naruto bit back a groan. He had a bad feeling about this. Can't allow what to stand? The Shinigami rounded on him with a hiss of breath. The Uchiha's genjutsu, was its growling reply as it spun away from him. With so many under its spell, humanity no longer fears death, nor are there any souls left for me to reap. Unacceptable. This transgression shall not go unpunished. White robes whistled soundlessly as it wheeled around to face him again, golden eyes ablaze. Mortal. What are you thinking in this instant? Heh. Your thoughts, the Reaper repeated. I was thinking of Naruto bristled, the rest of his sentence left unspoken. He'd been contemplating what he'd done wrong, what he could have corrected if he had a second chance, a fresh start. A second chance. At first the Reaper didn't seem to register its words, its unholy eyes shrinking to mere pinpricks of brilliance. Suddenly and without warning, it reached a clawed hand up to its hair and yanked down. Hard. Naruto didn't have a chance to protest, he could only gag as his soul flowed from Reaper's mouth, and into his own, pouring life back into his body. Sensation flooded his limbs as life returned to them, enabling his body to move properly as he wished. This one would ask a boon of you mortal, undo what has been done. Heh! I shall return to you the Een chakra of your tenant, bequeathed to me by your father. It decided after a moment's consideration. Be thankful. Before Naruto could protest, the Shinigami removed the knife from its mouth and, without warning, plunged it to the hilt in its stomach. Gore squirted out of the wound, wrenching Naruto's stomach from within, though the wound was not his own. What the hell are you doing? He gawped as the Shinigami dragged out a milky white substance from its stomach that looked succinctly like, was that a soul? Without a word, the Reaper dropped its essence across his prone form, suffusing his body in a warm glow from his head to his toes. He struggled to his feet, gawping as the Nine-Tails chakra flared about his body, only to vanish an instant later. He could feel the power of his tenant rushing through his veins, the only absence was its consciousness. There? The Shinigami took the knife between its teeth once more. Your chakra is restored to you. Use it well and wisely. I don't want it. Oh? Like an iron trap, the Shinigami's gaze locked onto the shinobi's own. The sheer intensity of its stare, the sudden ice in its expression, was enough to silence the blonde. Nothing moved. Nothing at all. And then it spoke, voice black as pitch, ice cold as the coldest winter. Your soul is already in my domain, mortal. The Shinigami rumbled. It is now mine to do with as I please. You have no say in the matter. Regarding that, you will require more than just the chakra of your tenant to succeed in your mission. Much more? Naruto felt his stomach twist in disgust and revulsion as the Reaper plunged a long-fingered hand deep into the gaping wound in its stomach, driving its arm to the elbow as it sought something within its innards. Naruto looked away, unable to bear such a sight. Rather, he tried. Something in those golden black orbs riveted him, forcing him to look on as the Shinigami finally found what it sought. Abruptly it stilled, its cold eyes locking upon Naruto. Prepare yourself. Prepare myself for Wahoo Wargarg. Naruto cried out in pain and surprise as the scalding liquid struck his eyes, searing itself into his retina. He doubled over in utter agony, it felt like someone had plunged burning brand into both his eyes. They burned. Oh dear Kami, did they burn? You, what the hell did you just do? He glowered at the Shinigami, or at least, what he thought was the Shinigami. Everything was so blurry he could barely make out coherent shapes. The Reaper laughed, it was a deep, throaty sound. Behold yourself and the blessing I have given you, Uzumaki Naruto? It paused, contemplating. Or perhaps I should call you, Uchiha Naruto? The Reaper beckoned, indicating the reflective surface that served as the ground at their feet. Naruto followed its direction and balked alarmed to find a stranger staring back at him. His blue eyes were gone darkened to almost charcoal, his hair having faded to black as well. His skin was a tad paler than he remembered it being, having lost most of the luster it had gained over the years. It was still his face, whiskers and all, but even as he looked on those faded, diminished in the wake of this strange transformation. He scarcely recognized himself. His visage was still his own somehow, only not. Thankfully, the voice that emerged was still his own. If that had changed he would have lost his mind. What have you done? The Shinigami offered a rictus of a grin. Consider it proof of my trust in you. I look like a fucking Uchiha. That was my intent, the godlike entity replied. Your existence as Uzumaki Naruto will pose a hindrance to the task I have assigned you, thus, you are Uchiha. Naruto hissed out in a fierce whisper. Cut the crap. I don't give two shits if you're the Reaper or not. Don't go changing people's faces without asking, you know. I don't want this. And I sure as fucking hell don't want these damned eyes. Madara's eyes. Now change me back right now, oh. Or, the Reaper met his ire with a flat stare and licked its lips. If you'd rather I consume your soul here and now, then by all means, I shall do so. Naruto blanched, his resolve wilting in the face of this threat. While it was true he'd accepted his demise, he wasn't all that eager to enter into the belly of the beast. If there was anything he could do to right the wrongs made by Madara and his twisted ideals, he should jump at the chance, right? But he was tired. Oh, so very tired. Tired of fighting. And if the Shinigami really was about to return him to the land of the living, it would be his one chance, his only chance, a chance to make things right. A Chan from the land of the dead. You will act in my stead, the apparition continued on unheeded, but on one condition, you must undo the damage that has been done. Right the wrongs of the past, Correct the mistakes of the old generation for the sake of the young. I will give you as much time as needed. But know this, if you fail your assigned task you will suffer the consequences of your actions. Should you falter, your deeds will be known to me. Should you hesitate, I will come for you. Should you perish, before completing your assigned task, I will devour you, trapping your soul in my stomach until the end of time. This is our pact. This is our contract. But we have tarried in limbo too long. There is work to be done, and you are the one who must do it. Don't I get any say in this? Naruto groaned. None. The Reaper growled. Now be off with you. Now wait just a damned min. Uda. Naruto blinked and the white was gone. In its place hung a full moon, peeking out beyond the rim of the clouds, gazing upon a sea of trees below. Falling. Falling. He snarled in surprise, flinging a hand out to snare the nearest branch in his grasp, his fingers wrapping around the damp pines like an iron vice. Grunting as he struggled to arrest his momentum, the former Jinchuriki tethered himself to the tree with chakra, sticking to its surface as one with the ground. He hung there for a moment, his senses still reeling from the sudden drop in pressure. Oi, oi, he grumbled to himself, at least drop me on solid ground, you know? He frowned up at the moon, evidently Obito had yet to enact the moon's eye plan. Inwardly, he heaved a sweet sigh of relief. Thank Kami in heaven. There was still time, then. Time enough to find that prick of an Uchiha and drag him down to hell. Then he would find Sasuke, beat the ever-loving crap out of him and, what have we here? Taking a moment to orient himself, he caught sight of a telltale flicker of movement only a few feet below his perch. Stilling his breath he waited until they were passed before taking stock of them. 3 grown men, and 1 girl with strikingly scarlet hair. She couldn't have been more than 4 years younger than him, placing her near 14 or 15 years of age. He couldn't see their faces as their backs were to him, even so he doubted he would have been able to make them out in the gloom. Still, something struck him as odd. Though the group of shinobi encircled her, suggesting they weren't, in fact, an escort after all, her hands were held behind her back. Why would anyone walk like that? A knot of rope around her wrists merely confirmed his suspicion, as did the hands of the man who held it. Kidnappers. Naruto's mind raged, torn between reluctance and resistance. Did he really have the time to play hero right now? For all he knew, Obito was preparing the moon's eye plan even as he dithered here. Eventually anger won out, he felt his eyes begin to burn as he watched them creep further and further away, blissfully unaware of his presence. That didn't last long. He descended feet first from the trees, dropping like a wraith toward the head and shoulders of the straggler, the one holding the rope. There was a brief moment of tense silence, the man's knees buckling beneath his sudden and unexpected weight, his fingers falling slack around as he reached up to remove the obstruction. By the time he'd realized his own peril, Naruto's hands had already closed around his mouth and face, muffling his cry of pain, as his knees struck the damp earth. The Jinchuriki felt no pity for his victim, a vicious twist of the wrist and he was gone, the life leaching from his eyes before his body could touch the ground. Naruto bolted upwards from the corpse and lunged forward, hoping to take the reanimating shinobi by surprise. And for a moment, it seemed that he would. Both men still had their backs to him. They were yet unaware of the sudden demise of their compatriot, ignorant that their captive had slowed her pace to a near crawl behind them. Naruto dared to hope he might yet escape from this scuffle unscathed and continue on his way. His hope shattered as a small squeak pierced the air. Both men rounded as one, a brace of shuriken flying from their fingertips in the time it took a lesser man to blink. Thankfully, Naruto was not a lesser man. In the time it took the girl to squeak in surprise, he'd already dropped flat to the road. The deadly throwing stars now whistled harmlessly over his head. As the last of the lethal projectiles whisked themselves by, he was already in motion, lunging into the moonlight, throwing himself between the men and their captive before they could even comprehend his presence. Beneath the light of the moon, he was finally afforded a clear picture of her captors, and they, him. Their faces weren't even remotely worth mentioning, although they did stiffen as he stood to his full height. Oi, the hell do you guys think you're doing? Naruto growled, recognizing their Hishiate as belonged to Kumogakure. Doesn't your Raikage have better things to do than kidnap little girls? We're in the middle of a war for Chris sakes. He balked as the 2 remaining Cloud Shinobi exchanged a glance, took one look at him, then at his Hishiate, and drew their kunai. Shit, an Uchiha. One of them exclaimed. Hey! I'm not an— Kill him, cried the other. A muscle jumped in the blonde's jaw. Try me. Gwa. The last of her abductors toppled backwards, gurgling as he clutched at his now broken windpipe with both hands. Naruto contemplated him a moment longer, savoring his stricken expression, before a roundhouse kick smashed into his now unprotected stomach. A third and final blow put him out of commission altogether, sending his body careening through the undergrowth. Naruto watched him fall and had to visibly bite back a laugh at the ease with which he dispatched his opponents. And to think they called themselves shinobi? Their movements were slow and predictable. It was almost laughable. No, it was laughable. He needn't have killed those two, but with those injuries, they wouldn't be waking up for a good long while. A soft whimper abruptly reminded him of his place. "You Uchiha." Naruto rounded on the voice with an exasperated hiss, his eyes wild, and stopped. The red-headed girl was looking up at him with something akin to shock, or perhaps it was awe. He couldn't be certain of it in the dim light. He was, however, certain that she was looking at him. "Oi, I'm not." He frowned down at her, the words dying on his lips as he caught a glimpse of himself in a nearby puddle. Sinister scarlet orbs stared back at him, ringed by a single tomo in each iris. Sharingan. Naruto bristled at the sight of the cruel crimson eyes, unable to accept that they belonged to him, to the sinister visage staring back at him. So it wasn't a dream after all. The Shinigami really had fucked with his DNA. Apparently that angry outburst earlier had been enough to unlock the vaulted eyes of the clan. Not his clan. Not. Naruto refused to think of himself as one of those stick-up-their-ass Avengers, even with his newfound powers and appearance going hand in hand. Damn you to hell, Shinigami. He contemplated the quivering kunoichi. She had to be at least a genin for what felt like an eternity. Clearly, judging by her hishiate, she was from Konoha. But why would Kumo try to kidnap someone so suddenly? There was a war on, for the love of Kami. What possible purpose could the kidnapping of a single soul serve? Ah, hell. He had to at least try and get her back to Konoha. She didn't look to be in any real shape to make it back on her own anyway. "Hey, you alright?" he asked. She continued to stare at him, her mouth agape. Naruto took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When next they opened, he saw no hint of the accursed copy wheel in them. "Hello? Anyone home?" Scowling, he waved a hand before her face, eliciting a slow series of blinks. Doubtless she was still in shock over her recent release. How did you find me?" she asked softly. "She speaks." Naruto couldn't help but chuckle to himself. "As to how I found you, well, I guess you could thank your hair." He didn't feel like explaining to her how he had literally fallen out of the sky. Still, there was something oddly familiar about this girl. But what was it? The eyes? Her hair? He couldn't quite place his finger on it. Inexplicably, the girl flushed. You followed me because of my hair? Not just because of your hair." Naruto tried and failed to keep the grin from his face as he poked at her hishiate. "Because you're a comrade. You know what they say, those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are even worse than scum." As he looked on, her cheeks continued to darken, as though heated by a furnace from within. Why was she blushing? Shrugging, Naruto stooped to untie her, slicing through the knot binding her wrists with a simple slice of a kunai. The girl mumbled her thanks and rubbed at her wrists, still refusing to look him in the eye. Strange. She refused to look at him even after he'd saved her? It hardly looked as though she'd be walking back to the village either. Seeing no other way, he reached down and smoothly swept the genin off her feet as easily as a groom would his blushing bride. That got a reaction out of her. The kunoichi sputtered in surprise, her face flaring a shade brighter than even her silky scarlet hair. "Hey! Wait a minute," she cried. What were you doing? Isn't it obvious?" Naruto couldn't believe her gall. Here he was trying to help her, and still she was being indignant. "You can't walk, so I'm carrying you." The girl grew still at this, her large eyes growing larger still. It was as if she were truly looking at him for the first time. "What's your name?" "Uzumaki Uchiha Naruto." He instinctively amended, cursing himself for using that cursed clan name. "And just who the might you be, chibi?" The girl puffed out her cheeks in defiance. "I'm not a chibi. My name is Uzumaki Kushina, Databane." "Databane?" Naruto dropped her like a hot potato. He felt color drain from his face, felt a cold sweat break out across his broken and battered body. Before his mind shut down, he understood two things. First and foremost, this little girl was beyond any shadow of a doubt, his mother. Second, apparently when the Shinigami had tasked him to right the wrongs of the past, he'd been speaking literally, as well as figuratively. Because this little girl was his mother and she was wearing a Konoha hishiate, and he had the succinct feeling he wasn't in his own time anymore. "Oh dear Kami. Hey, are you alright?" The girl who would one day become his mother asked. "You're looking kinda pale." And what did Naruto do upon realizing this, you ask? Great Scott. Why, he fainted, of course. Chapter 2, Home is where the heart is. "Hey, are you awake?" Obito. Naruto bolted upright with a startled snarl, eyes blazing, fingers wrapping around the first thing within reach and dragging it forward. A tiny feminine eep sounded somewhere off to his right, plucking him from the last vestiges of his nightmares at last second, 1 second too late. He found himself face to face with a young Uzumaki Kushina, her visage hanging perilously close to his own. Her cheeks were an incredibly bright shade of sweet scarlet, probably because she was sitting in his lap. Her nose was brushing against his, lips dangling mere centimeters away. Oh, shit. Memories came flooding back, reminding him just why he'd been out cold in the first place. He had fainted. Fainted, because he'd realized the awful truth of the Reaper's words. Righting the wrongs of the old generation for the sake of the new hadn't been a mere metaphor. They'd been literal. At first he failed to understand what he had to gain by going this far back in time, then reality hit. He could fix everything. He wouldn't lose his friends, or his family, nor his parents to Obito. That's right, he would find Obito and, wait, had Obito even been born yet? Naruto-san. Naruto bristled at his mother's words. He'd learned enough about his youth to expect a painful blow in recompense for his temerity. But none came. To his infinite disbelief she turned her head aside, her eyelids drooping slightly shut in what might have been embarrassment or, wait just a damned minute. She wasn't expecting him to. Why you're hurting me, she whispered. Oh. Naruto forced himself to relax his grip, his teeth sinking into his lower lip until he tasted blood. That was close. Too close. Way too close. He'd nearly kissed his own mother. Although, looking at her now, it was hard to think of her as such, difficult to reconcile this blushing vixen only just entering into adolescence with the woman he'd met inside his seal. Did she already have Kurama sealed inside her, he wondered? If so, did the old fox retain any memory of him? Or had his mind been wiped clean, so much like everyone else? He ruthlessly resisted the urge to inquire about his former tenant. He knew from experience just how bitter the life of a Jinchuriki could be. Hey! Naruto glanced down at his mother, mildly alarmed to find her still chewing on her lower lip, squirming restlessly in his lap. Just how long do you intend to hold on to me like this? Once more, he silently suppressed the urge to panic. Although he had loosened his grip on Kushina's hand, he still hadn't let go of her waist just yet. Well, damn. Naruto forced himself to retract his arm, allowing the kunoichi to skitter backwards and out of arm's reach. Sorry, he muttered. Determined to distract himself, the Uzumaki turned Uchiha hazarded a glance at their surroundings, taking in the small clearing they had apparently made camp in. The warmth afforded by the small fire burning behind served as their sole source of their illumination, thrusting their shadows against one another at odd angles. As he looked on, the flames flickered and grew dim. They couldn't have that now, could they? Drawing a deep breath in his lungs, he molded some chakra in his stomach, forming a single seal with his left hand. Kushina's gaze flicked toward him as he did so. Katan? Without another word, he exhaled, expelling a thin stream of flames into the flickering blaze. Burgeoned by the fire, it leapt to life, brightening their surroundings considerable, a marked improvement on the dim lights offered earlier. When he returned his attention to the clearing, he found the kunoichi staring at him. Arigat, Kushina whispered, wringing her hands together. Naruto titled his head to the side, the universal way to go, huh? But the kunoichi only flushed ever darker. Ha! Mo! She exclaimed, her face flush with anger. I'm trying to thank you for saving me back there, Databane. Well, excuse me, Databeo. Naruto couldn't help himself, the words alongside his verbal tick, fled from his lips before he could stop them. Kinda hard to tell when you're shouting at me, you know? At these words Kushina stiffened, her eyes bulging so large, her son was certain they'd fall right out of her pretty little head. Crap! Naruto's mind scrambled for an explanation, desperate to explain his verbal tick before his mother had a chance to put two and two together. It was so ridiculous that Kushina could not hold back her laugh. When was the last time she had laughed? Certainly not since she'd come to Konoha, not since she'd become a genin. For a moment, Naruto looked at her like she was nuts, but when he realized she was laughing at his comment and not at him, he grinned. Inwardly, he was taken aback. He'd been expecting confusion, not laughter. Ha! Kushina covered her mouth as she snickered, fighting back another fit of giggles. I thought I was the only who did that. Never thought I'd hear it from an Uchiha. Despite himself, the former blonde sweat dropped at the girl Ro would one day become his mother. Was she really going to accept such an implausible answer based solely on her own observations? Ah, well. He shrugged to himself, might as well play along. Well, I'm not like most Uchiha. Yeah, I noticed. Kushina beamed, a bright smile lighting up the features of her face. For starters, you don't have a gigantic stick up your ass. Naruto tried his best not to laugh, he really, truly did. But the moment his mother mentioned the words stick and ass, it was all he could do to contain himself. He'd chosen those very same words years before in his youth to describe the antisocial tendencies of a certain Avenger. For his own mother to throw them back in his face was simply too much for him to bear. He snickered, Sharingan flaring anew, in response to the sudden emotional outburst. He half expected Kushina to flinch at the sight of them. The redhead didn't so much as bat an eyelash. "Why are you laughing?" she asked. "Because it's true." Naruto guffawed, momentarily forgetting himself in his good humor. "The Uchiha do have a stick up their ass." His mother looked at him like he was crazy. Hell, she probably thought he was. "Hey, that's your own clan you're talking about there, Tebane." "Yeah." Naruto's laughter stilled in his throat as he caught sight of himself in a nearby puddle, gazing upon his reflection with intent. He cut an imposing figure in his Jounin uniform. Although he still loved the color orange, the war had been particularly unkind to his old jumpsuit, forcing him to give it up long ago. Before he'd lost everything. He pushed a hand through the shaggy raven mess that was once his blonde hair, idly marveling at the man who stared back at him. Having been promoted to Jounin shortly before the Jubi laid waste to what remained of Konoha, he'd garnered a considerable repertoire of ninjutsu, in addition to his already countless odd variations of the Rasengan and Rasen Shuriken. Looking at himself now, he couldn't help but wonder, would he still be able to use them? Would his contract with the Toads exist in this time? Would he be able to use Senjutsu? Hiraishin? His reflection offered a nervous smile in recompense for his temerity. But it was his pair of blazing bloodline orbs that riveted him. Instead of a single mark in the Sharingan, as he'd seen before, a pair of twin tomo circled angrily in each of his eyes, spinning with such speed they seemed little more than a black blur. He quelled them with an effort, but calming his troubled mind, did not prove nearly so simple. What the hell was going on here? He was certain there'd been only one tomo the last time he had looked, now there were two. Granted, he knew precious little when it came to the vaulted eyes of the Uchiha clan. What he did know came from mostly second-hand knowledge, and Kakashi-sensei. For a Sharingan to simply gain another tomo without cause was unheard of. Then Naruto remembered to whom these eyes belonged, and suddenly, everything made sense. Madara's eyes were evolving on their own. They had to be. There could be no other explanation. A sudden thought chilled him to the bone. If they were indeed evolving off their own accord, would they become the dread Mangekyo Sharingan on their own? Once if he gained that, it was only a matter of time until he became blind. And, thanks to his situation, he lacked a sibling or parent to swap eyes with. "Naruto-san." The former blonde blinked, jostled from his reverie by Kushina's concerned expression. "Naruto," he replied. "Just Naruto will do." His mother flushed. Then Naruto, may I ask you a question?" "Shoot. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?" Naruto nearly fell over. 17? He answered, yielding his true age without thinking. "I'll be 18 in a couple of months. Assuming I don't get myself killed before then," he added to himself. "My turn?" He peered at her a moment, his eyes intent. "You're, let me guess, 13? 15. Kushina shot back. "My birthday was last week." Naruto managed a weak laugh. Happy belated birthday?" Her anger seemed to abate a bit at that, her gaze softening as she looked upon him. "What? It's just," Kushina fidgeted, "you're one of the first to wish me a happy birthday since I came to Konoha." "Ha!" Naruto tilted his head aside, struggling to remember what little he did know about his mother. "You've gotta be kidding me. No one's wished you a happy birthday." Kushina bobbed her head in acknowledgement to his words. It was all Naruto could do not to shout. From what she'd told him of it, her life in Konoha hadn't been particularly pleasant in the beginning. But to think she'd not have her own birthday celebrated, just like him, was this too, because of the Kyuubi? "Not since I left Uzumaki, no." "Well, I'll get you a present when we get back, or something." Naruto viciously bit back the urge to clamp a hand over his mouth as soon as he spoke. He just overplayed his hand. In his desire to cheer his mother up, to banish her melancholy mood, he'd gone and risked making a fool of himself. Probably already had. Kushina stared at him with wide eyes, her expression torn somewhere between delight and disbelief. Eventually she seemed to settle upon the former, much to Naruto's eternal chagrin. "You know what," she decided suddenly, "I'm going to hold you to that. Especially since you're only the second Uchiha to be this nice to me." Who was the first? He wondered aloud. "Mikoto-chan." Kushina brightened as soon as she uttered the name. "She's my best friend. You'd probably like her." Mikoto. Something stirred in Naruto's memory at the mention of that name. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. Hadn't he heard that one somewhere before? Surely he had. Ah, well. If the name was that important then he'd remember it sooner or later. "Say, Naruto-san." "Yeah. Can I ask you something else?" "What is this, 20 questions?" Naruto laughed lightly. It was so damnably strange talking to a younger version of his mother. That didn't mean he wasn't enjoying himself, though. After the horrors he'd endured with the Fourth Shinobi War, it was a welcome relief just kick back and relax, even if only for a little while. At her crestfallen expression, however, he waved her on. Promise you won't laugh. I just single-handedly saved you from 3 enemy shinobi. The deadpan was barely concealed. I don't think I'm going to be laughing at you anytime soon. As I recall, you also dropped me, Kushina pointed out scathingly. You also fainted the minute I told you my name? Sorry for that. Naruto flushed in embarrassment. He silently swore he would never, ever faint again, no matter how embarrassed or surprised he might be. Anyway, you wanted to ask me something? Well yeah, Tebane? Kushina leaned backward on her haunches, looking anywhere but at him. But this is just out of curiosity. Naruto's sweat dropped. He didn't recall his mother ever being this evasive. Is there supposed to be a question in there? All right. The genin shook her head, her cheek burnished a sweet shade of scarlet. I'm just going to come out and ask. Naruto steepled his fingers and laid his chin upon them, doing his best to keep the smile from his face as she struggled to formulate her inquiry, his own embarrassment forgotten. Do you have a girlfriend? There it was again. This time, Naruto really did fall over. Of all the things to ask him, she asked that? Groaning, he dragged himself back onto the log, only to find Kushina eyeing him intently, her violet orbs piercing him where he stood. Damn it. Though she was easily 2 years his junior, he found he just couldn't bring himself to deny her when it came to questions such as these. He could have lied to her, vehemently denied it, but in the end, he chose the truth of a different sort. No, he admitted, the words burning in his throat. I don't. Not anymore. Another half-truth. He'd led a brief and tenuous relationship with Sakura sometime after the war broke out, one that had begun shortly after Sasuke's death and ended far too quickly, cut brutally short by her death at the hands of Uchiha Obito only a month later. Yet another reason Naruto was looking forward to tracking down that Sonova bitch in this time and wringing the life out of his lungs. If that made him a murderer, then so be it. He just couldn't bring himself to forgive that asshole for killing the only girl he'd ever loved. Oh. She must have seen his murderous expression, because the inquisitive lilt faded from her eyes. I'm sorry, she sputtered. I didn't mean to. No, don't be. Naruto shook his head. It happened a long time ago. I'm over it. No, he thought with a pang of regret, he was not over it. Sakura's death still cut him like a knife at times. They could have had something special, something wonderful. That month, brief though it might have been, had been the best month of his life. They'd been each other's first. There had been talk of starting a life together, of raising a family, when their war was finally over. And then Obito gutted her like a pig. He would never forgive him for that. Never. Naruto was normally a peaceful person most of the time he was undertaking this, for that very reason, but for that man, he would make an exception. A very painful exception. Was she special to you? Kushina asked with renewed interest. Now that she knew he wasn't angry with her, she seemed intent to milk him for every little detail. Naruto was happy to oblige her. It was always better to focus on the happy times than the dour, after all. Yeah. Naruto felt a wistful smile tug at his lips. She was. What happened to her? She died. Kushina flinched. Naruto didn't blame her. Not their baka. That tickles. Even now, he could still hear her laughter. He felt his heart lurch a little bit, although Sakura had long since passed, the pain of that passing still surprised him sometimes. It was like a punch in the gut. A soft touch on his sleeve drew his attention. Naruto blinked in surprise, startled to find Kushina's hand resting on his own. I'm sure she loved you very, very much. Naruto bit back a laugh. Ironic, that he was the one being consoled here. By his own mother. She didn't press him for details and she didn't tell him how sorry she was for his loss. She didn't berate him for pursuing the path of revenge in the first place. Since rescuing her only hours before, she had not even tried to pester him about what his true intentions were, which was more than a little puzzling. She just looked at him, with those overlarge violet eyes, and held his hand. She was just there, supporting him in silence and not asking anything of him. Mystified, Naruto felt like she understood a little of what he was saying. He found himself intertwining their fingers just to see what it felt like. Yeah, he said. After Sakura's death, the only time he really came into actual physical contact with other people in the future was when he was fighting them. That had been life with the Fourth Shinobi War. That was the life he'd lived after losing his love, a life full of loneliness and distrust. It was all he'd known for the last year of his existence. Feelings like those didn't fade away overnight. Must have been my smoldering good looks, he muttered to himself, reflecting on his change in appearance. It was difficult to accept he was here, trapped in the past, in a body he barely recognized as his own. Difficult but not unacceptable. Now that he was here, could change things for the better, correct all those mistakes made, help all those who suffered. But he had to be careful. If he changed too much, if he altered the timeline with impunity, he might wipe out lives that had yet to be born. Although he was still struggling to find a way to go about that. Come on. She rose and tugged on his hand, indicating a pair of sleeping bags she'd laid out near the firelight. You should probably get some sleep, Tebane. We're going to have a long walk back to Konoha in the morning. Yeah, he said again. He allowed her to guide him off the log and they broke their contact as they started walking. Her long crimson swished behind her with each step, drawing his attention. It almost seemed to glow in the firelight, like the color of blood. He thought it was beautiful. He'd always envied not having his mother's pretty crimson hair. It was all he could do not to reach out and touch it. Just a little. By the way, I think you are. Kushina spun to face him abruptly, tresses twirling about her in a curtain of scarlet. Naruto stiffened, his hand frozen in the process of reaching out toward her. Are, he asked. Handsome, I mean. The Uzumaki-turned Uchiha chuckled, his spirits restored. He didn't mind accepting a compliment from his mother. Is that so? Kushina beamed at him, and her smile was like sunshine in the warmth of the fire. Let's get some sleep then, shall we? She turned in place. We're pretty far from the border, I think. We should be safe here. Her gaze flicked toward the flames in an unspoken question. Naruto nodded, stepping past her, eyes narrow with intent. I'll put out the fire. Without even thinking he flicked through a simple set of seals, drawing chakra into his stomach. Not for the first time was he grateful for expanding his repertoire of jutsu. Suetun, Mizurapa. With a brief exhalation he doused the flames with water, soaking the roaring blaze to its core. Allowing his eyes to adjust to the blackness, found that Kushina had already begun to tuck herself into the nearest sleeping bag, the smallest of smiles dancing on her lips. What? Oh, nothing. He could have sworn he heard her whistle in the gloom. It's just, that makes 3 now. Wind, fire, and now water. Naruto allowed himself to arch an eyebrow, so Kushina had seen him use that wind jutsu during his earlier scuffle with her 2 captors. Just how chakra natures do you have? Well, I'm a very skilled shinobi. A flicker of motion in his parafials brutally derailed his words and the train of thought, shattering his good mood like so much glass. Naruto frowned, his gaze shifting from Kushina, sliding across the clearing, tracking with the movement. There. Lingering just beyond the light of the fire. A shadow. But not just any shadow. Human, crouched low and toward the brush, obviously intent on remaining hidden. A shinobi. Shit. Naruto gave no outward sign that anything was wrong. He merely kept his gaze trained on Kushina, all the while eerily aware of their soon-to-be attacker closing in behind them. It was only when he caught sight of the telltale flash of a Kumogakure Hishiate that he permitted himself a soft snarl. Shit. Shit. Naruto. Kushina said his name, but she may as well have whispered to him for all the good it did. His mind was already working, trying to figure out where he'd gone wrong. Shit shit shit. He cursed himself for not realizing it sooner. Shinobi always operated in a 4-man cell. Always. He'd taken out 3 of them guarding Kushina, which meant the 4th had likely been on recon at the time. Well, if he thought he'd get him with his guard down, he would be sorely disappointed. Slowly, the man pulled what looked like a giant shuriken from his back, committing a few precious seconds to drawing the ungainly weapon. A slow smile plucked at the corners of Naruto's mouth. He'd been waiting for just that opportunity. Gotcha. In the time it took the man to position the weapon, the former genin had already closed the distance between them. A faint draw upon what remained of the Kyuubi's chakra was more than enough. A kunai slid down his sleeve and into his awaiting hand, thrust forward now into the stomach of the stunned shinobi. Are there any more of you? Naruto hissed as he watched the light leave the man's eyes. Answer me. His target sneered, lips quirking in a triumphant smile. Fool. To the blonde's infinite dismay, the man vanished in a plume of smoke, leaving a harmless log behind. Substitution. Even as he registered the feint, the dull buzz of a thrown shuriken reached his ears, resounding louder and louder with each passing second. Kushina's scream ripped through his ears like a knife. Kushina! She was their target. There was no time to think, only for reaction. Naruto forcibly drew upon Kurama's chakra once more, willing the golden cloak to enfold his body, augmenting his already inane speed. He surged backwards from whence he came, shearing through entire branches in his haste, uncaring as they tore and slashed at his face. Please let me be in time. Try as she might, Uzumaki Kushina couldn't bring herself to understand what just happened. 1 minute she'd been chatting amicably with Naruto. She found she quite liked the Uchiha. He was smooth and easygoing, a good talker, nothing like the rest of his clan. He'd single-handedly saved her from being taken to Kumo, where death or torture or worse awaited her. That alone spoke volumes for his character. She still couldn't see why he'd fainted after she told him her name, but even that had become a fleeting thought once he'd opened up to her. And she maybe, kinda, sorta, found him somewhat attractive. The next thing she knew, her savior narrowed his eyes in consternation, spat a foul oath beneath his breath and darted into the black of the woods. At first, Kushina had thought she'd upset him. Then she heard it, the distinctive whump of a substitution technique. Her blood turned to ice in her veins. An attack? But they were supposed to be safe here. The droning buzz of a massive shuriken filled her ears, shattering that misconception. Kushina yelped and staggered backwards, sparing herself a swift end. A warm ribbon of pain slashed across her shoulder as the deadly missile whirled past, leaving her stunned and shaken. Someone was screaming at her, but she couldn't hear them, her ears still ringing from her close call. Kushina! Naruto's voice rang out from behind her flank, the fear and desperation in his words piercing her deafness, rooting her in place, down. Kushina had only the time to blink as a golden blur cut across her visor, knocked her to the ground in an instant and hurling itself atop her. And not a moment too soon. The Uzumaki turned Uchiha grunted in surprise as something sharp slashed through his jumpsuit and bit into his lower back, the unfamiliar edge of a massive shuriken burrowing into his flesh, nearly causing his arms to buckle, threatening to throw him forward and onto her altogether. A thin line of blood leaked between his lips, spattering onto Kushina's cheek. She gawped at him, violet eyes wide, mouth frozen in an open oval. The words hitched in her throat, refusing to come no matter how much she might want them to. "Why?" she whispered. Naruto opened his mouth to speak, all that emerged was blood. "Bakayuru," he hissed through clenched teeth, "you act like cough I needed a reason to save ya." His lips quirked in a pained smile. "After all, you're the same as me. When he bit off the word, lost my parents, no one ever complimented or recognized me. Being the bad student I was, I screwed up a lot during class on purpose, because I wanted to get everyone's attention. It didn't matter if they laughed at me, or cursed me. I couldn't get anyone's attention when I tried, so I acted like an idiot. It was like I was an outsider. You know how that feels, right?" She did know how that felt. For the longest time she'd thought herself alone. Mikoto was one of her only friends, even so, she was oft on missions and could be there for her when she needed her the most. Like now, for instance. Now as she lay there, helpless to do anything but watch bitter tears well in his eyes. It was tough. "Right, Kushina?" he asked. "You were lonely, right? I'm sorry. You shouldn't have to feel that way. I'll try to do something about that, this time around." Kushina's heart nearly leapt into her throat as he slumped forward, falling atop her, collapsing into her arms like so much dead weight. She wanted to weep as his eyes slid shut. Had he just died in her arms? No. He couldn't die, not here. Not now. No. Kushina gasped in surprise as her eyes snapped scarlet and slitted, a soundless sob exploding from the back of her throat. She knew Kyubi was taking advantage of her emotionally unbalanced state, using this chink in her armor, to take control. Even so, she could bring herself to stop him. Couldn't, as her hair stood on end, the crimson cloak creeping across her body, sheathing her like a second skin. Hate. She couldn't think of anything else. She hated fate. Loathed it, despised it for giving her someone special, someone she could talk to, and then just as swiftly wrenching them away in the blink of an eye. No. A red haze draped itself over Kushina's vision, blinding her to all else. She felt the boiling chakra roil around her, twitching in anticipation of slaughter to be had. There. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw him. The one who'd killed Naruto. Murderer. She snarled at him and he gawped back at her, his mouth forming an open oval of outright disbelief. He took a small, staggering step backward. That was all he managed before she pounced, shrieking like a banshee. Chains of chakra, her one true talon, burst from her back, coiling forward even as she descended upon the Kumonin, a specter of death and destruction. Somehow, the man managed to draw his sword before she fell upon him, shrieking and spitting and slashing. It would do him little good. She felt cold steel bite into her cheek, but once before her chain seized upon it and ripped it from his grasp, leaving him open for her fingers now claws to rip through his white vest and into his stomach. "A monster," the man rasped. "Shut the fuck up," she screamed, baring her fangs in a sibilant snarl. "I'll fucking kill you, Tebane." Her chakra chains hit him squarely in the chest and slammed him back into a tree. He didn't scream, didn't cry out, but his mouth formed a tight grimace, and his eyes looked up at her, pleading. Mercy, they seemed to say, please don't kill me. Kushina wasn't feeling merciful. Her chains thrust deeper, driving through flesh and bone, pinning him to the bark of the tree, skewering his body. She held him under the arms, and looked into those eyes and watched the life drain out of them. Memories of loneliness flooded her and she felt the rage rise. Alone. She was alone again. The one person who had saved her, the only individual who'd shown her that smile, was no longer with her. He was gone. And it was this one's fault. Something inside Kushina twisted at the realization. She raised a clawed hand, intent on carving up the Kumo-nin's corpse. She would slaughter him. Tear him to pieces. A hand closed around her wrist, heedless of the scalding chakra searing into their skin. Kushina rounded on them, ready to cut down her attacker. Instead she jerked back as if she'd been burned. Naruto. She found the Uchiha looming over her, peering down at her with intent, Sharingan blazing into her crimson orbs. Scarlet met Scarlet and the latter yielded. Relief flooded her like a wave, obliterating the rage before it had any chance to mount any sort of counterattack. Bereft of a means to control her any longer, Kyuubi's chakra dissipated, evaporating around her like so much steam. He's dead, the Uchiha rumbled. No need to carve up his corpse. Kushina's eyes widened. She had not been expecting this at all. But I thought I was dead. Naruto arched an eyebrow. The corners of his mouth lifted, quirking into a wry grin. Sorry, but I won't die that easily. He was alive? But his wound? She'd thought. Baka, she sobbed, her fists curling feebly against his chest. Baka baka baka. I thought you died. Thought you were dead. NNRGH. Naruto doubled over in her embrace with a groan, touching a hand to his back. His hand came away covered with blood. You're hurt. It's just a flesh wound, he chuckled, waving her concerns aside. Don't worry, I'll heal. What do you mean you? He hushed her. Let me have a look at you. Naruto was painfully aware of what he'd done. In saving Kushina a second time, he'd unknowingly mirrored the actions of Iruka-sensei. But it was the truth. His mother was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi before him. She had already suffered torment before it was sealed inside her. He felt a touch of guilt at feigning his death back there, but he'd had no choice. That shuriken had been coated with poison. It had taken time and a sizable portion of Kurama's chakra to purge it from his system. But now he knew for certain. He need no longer ask Kushina Uzumaki if she was currently the container of the Nine Tails. Now he knew. You saw that, huh? She seemed almost sheepish. I did. Naruto could already feel his back wound closing. Evidently he'd retained his tenant's regenerative properties. His hand, however, proved to be another matter. He'd grabbed onto Kushina whilst she was wrapped up in Kurama's chakra. That one wouldn't be healing anytime soon. But that was neither here nor there. He'd expunged the poison from his system. He had to make certain Kushina been able to do the same. Slowly, so as not to startle before. Hold still. He placed a hand to her cheek, another to her shoulder, his palms radiating green light. You've been poisoned. I need to draw out the venom. Sakura had, at his insistence, taught him some of her medical ninjutsu. He absolutely sucked at it most of the time, and it drained his chakra like no tomorrow, but he at least knew enough to safely neutralize foreign toxins. She squirmed once she saw the ravaged state of his hand but complied all the same. Do you hate me? She whispered as he tended her wounds. Her words were soft, forlorn. He would hate her. Just like everyone else did. Everyone except Mikoto, and even she didn't know the truth. What's this all of a sudden? You saw it? Kushina pantomimed a gesture at her stomach, unable to quell the hopelessness starting to swell inside of her. What I have, inside me. I'm a monster, hey. She cried out in surprise as the Uchiha seized her by the shoulders and shook her roughly. His coal-black eyes were dyed with chakra, flaring the distinctive crimson color of his clan. His chakra, it felt cold. Like she was looking at someone else, staring into the eye of a complete and total stranger. His tomo entranced her, spiraling hypnotically before her face, little more than a blur before her eyes. He gripped her tighter still, shoved his visage dangerously close to hers. Never, he hissed, words rough with anger. Call yourself that again. But never. Naruto growled, his tone left no room for argument. Why the hell would I hate you for something you're not? At his words, Kushina felt herself begin to break, all the barriers she'd built in her mind come crashing down around her ears. When the tears came, she couldn't stop them. This was all too much. Too much to hope for, let alone dream. In the span of only a few hours her life had gone from a lonely little existence to this. She hadn't expected anyone to look for her to begin with, let alone rescue her, and all because of her hated crimson hair. Arigato, she whispered, hugging him tightly, burying her face in his chest in a vain effort to hide away her tears. Thank you so much, Naruto-kun. She felt the tension ease from his shoulders as she held him, felt him relax albeit marginally into her arms. His heart thudded warmly against her ear, a soft, reassuring rhythm that promised her all would be all right. A sudden swirl of leaves broke that promise. Kushina felt words leave her as a young man of roughly 15 years or so emerged from a body flicker. His shaggy blonde hair framed cold blue eyes, eyes that told the world he'd come here been expecting a fight. She felt her heart lurch at the realization. Minato had been following her, too. He'd come to save her. But he hadn't been expecting someone to beat him to the punch. To her. She watched the emotions flicker over his face, confusion, suspicion, sadness, and anger. It was gone too quickly for her to tell. Kushina, he paused as his eyes fell upon Naruto, and her close proximity to him. His face fell. It seems I'm interrupting something. I can always come back later if you'd like. Minato, she sputtered in surprise, scrambling to her feet. When did you? Naruto scrubbed his hand against bloodshot eyes, silently fighting the urge to simply pass out. Because this had to be a dream. It must have been a dream. He had to forcefully slow his hammering heart. Both his mother and father were standing before him, arguing. It took everything he had not to embrace them on the spot. He chose to maintain his silence as the pair conversed, Kushina explaining all that happened between Naruto's arrival and Minato's. When she finished, I don't think we've met. His father smiled wanly, extending a hand. I'm Minato. Naruto. He clasped the youth's hand and shook, not trusting himself to give away his true surname, not at the moment. Uchiha Naruto. Uchiha? Minato's head tilted to the side slightly. I thought you looked familiar. Familiar? You must be mistaken. Naruto put on his best poker face. I've never seen you before in my life. No, I'm sure I've seen you somewhere before, Minato argued. Look, I don't know what you're talking about, Naruto emphasized with a shake of the head. Minato, will you stop arguing with him, Tebane? Kushina snapped at the both of them. Naruto-kun saved my life. So stop pestering him. Both boys bristled, but for entirely different reasons, though they each knew better than to risk the wrath of raging redhead. Minato seemed more hurt by it than anything else. Naruto simply sighed in disbelief. He was amazed with his own ability to keep a mostly straight face upon seeing his mother and father. If he hadn't met them previously in his mindscape, he probably would have been acting like total fanboy right at the moment. Thankfully he had grown up in leaps and bounds during the course of the war, and knew how to keep a straight face when he really needed to. It was perhaps a bit easier to deal with than it would have been otherwise, considering he was currently older than his future father and mother. Of course, his screwed-up DNA probably kept them from recognizing the similarity, too. Shall we move on? He indicated the horizon. The sun was just now beginning to rise. It looks like we won't be getting much sleep after all. The next afternoon. As they reached the gates, Naruto nearly facepalmed from frustration. The return trip had been fairly uneventful. Therein lay the problem. He'd felt his father's eyes boring into his back for most of the way, and while the two of them remained pleasant with one another, he couldn't help but wonder if he'd done something to irk him. Kushina, on the other hand, practically glowed. She'd kept him occupied the entire length of their travels and such, proving a welcome distraction and conversation. It was almost like having a little sister. While he knew rescuing Kushina had been the right decision, he still wondered if he should have waited for his father or someone else to swoop in and save the day. He'd acted recklessly and without thinking, and possibly already altered events beyond his control. But no, his true frustration stemmed from the keen look both guards were giving him at the gate. Clearly they recognized Minato and Kushina, but Naruto, not so much? And well within good reason. He'd been so wrapped up in his plans to change the future that he'd failed to recognize a fatal flaw in the present. Naruto did not exist in Konoha. To make matters worse, he was still wearing his old Hishiate. If someone were to stop him and ask who he was, if someone did not recognize him, he was toast. Already, Kushina must have seen him squirm somehow, because he felt her gaze fall upon him. I didn't exactly have time to ask for permission when I went after you, he whispered, lying through his teeth and scrubbing at the back of his head with a hand. It was kind of a rush job. The kunoichi's cheeks promptly swelled a scintillating shade of scarlet. She stiffened her posture and flicked her eyes toward Naruto. She blinked. Ahahaha. If you keep saying things like that, I'm going to fall for you. Did you say something? And nothing. Kushina spluttered. Nothing at all. You there, the Umbu inclined its head curtly before him. Lord Hokage wishes to speak with you regarding your retrieval of Uzumaki Kushina. Also, Mikoto-sama wishes me to inform you, she awaits your arrival at the earliest convenience. You are to come with us? Without another word, they turned and encircled him. Kushina searched for her rescuer's eyes, but they stared fixedly at the ground before them, like cold, sharp onyx. She felt her chest twist uncomfortably at the sight. Whatever the Umbu had said must have badly rattled. Mikoto-sama? Naruto's first instinct was to decry the words, to deny that he was an Uchiha. His second was to ask just who this Mikoto person was and what she wanted with him. His third and final decision was to take a deep breath and clear his mind. Compose himself. And above all, remain calm. Hopefully his presence in the past hadn't changed too much already. Chapter 3, Bad Blood. Everything will be fine, everything will be fine, everything will be fine. Naruto chanted the words like a mantra in his head as he drew nearer and nearer to the Hokage's office, Umbu honor guard in tow. More like an escort. The old man probably didn't want him bolting the first chance he got. Naruto didn't blame them. After all, he had shown up with little to no warning, rescued their Jinchuriki, brought her back to the village, and then marched right in their front door. It certainly didn't help that he was dressed like a leaf shinobi. Kami, he was going to have fun explaining that one. Even more so his newfound appearance. On one hand, he could simply have them bring in a Yamanakawa's Inoichi around at this point, to examine his mind and memories. On the other hand, Naruto wasn't all that certain he wanted to reveal whether he was from the future just yet. Already his presence here had far-reaching complications. He was painfully aware just how incredibly he might have fucked things up between his parents by rescuing Kushina before Minato had a chance to intervene. But that was why he was here, wasn't it? To change things, prevent the future from ever coming to pass. Not if you erase yourself from existence in the process, Baka Yuru. His common sense smacked him upside the head. Naruto cringed at the thought. Although, it also made him wonder. What would have happened if his mother and father never got together to begin with? Well, he wouldn't exist, for starters. And if he never existed, then Obito never attacked the leaf. And if Obito never attacked the leaf arg. Major headache. Naruto frowned, his pace slowing almost imperceptibly as he mulled the matter over. His guards didn't like that. Not one bit. Keep moving, outsider. One of the Umbu elbowed him in the back, forcing him to keep up. Naruto bit back a growl and valiantly fought the urge to Rasengan the man and the rest of his squad into a nearby wall. Oh, and it would have been so easy, too. But if he pulled a stunt like that now, he was liable to get himself thrown out of the village before he even had a chance to explain why he was here. And just how am I going to explain that, anyway? He wondered. He did his best as they drew close, mentally preparing himself for what lay on the other side. No fainting? Check. No spazzing out? Check. Cold sweat? Check. Just as he was about to set foot into the O5s and prepare himself for the lie of a lifetime and possibly the most epic fail in existence, a cold hand settled upon his shoulder. Hold, mortal. The Uchiha nearly jumped out of his skin. Because there, hovering before him in the black, was a face he'd hoped to never, ever see again. The Shinigami. Naruto opened his mouth to voice a reply, only to realize the guards around him had ceased moving. Everything had ceased. Time itself had stopped, the colors of the world having faded to a grim black and white. They were alone, frozen here in this moment of time. Thousands of thoughts ricocheted in his mind, countless words sought to leave his lips as those dread eyes peered out at him from within macabre grin. In the end he settled for one. You. The Reaper inclined its head minutely. Well met, my emissary. That brought Naruto up short. Wait, what? He frowned, not just at his newfound title. You still remember me? His reply was met with a frown and a snort. I am the god of death, boy. Did you not think I would leave you unsupervised when the fate of the entire world is at stake? Well, kinda. Snorting, the Shinigami shoot its head, even then those eerie eyes never left his, not even for a minute. I thought I ought to inform you of something before you continue on your quest. And before I speak, I should caution you, do not panic. It paused for a moment, and when it finally spoke, its response was stern, almost stoic in its reply. That you as you know yourself, has already ceased to exist? There was a silence. When Naruto didn't vanish from existence, a low growl left his lips. You wanna run that by me again, buddy? Silence, the Reaper reprimanded, its tone strident. By altering your DNA, you no longer exist as Uzumaki Naruto. Rather, you are an Uchiha. You already know this. What you do not know is thus, all traces of your former self were eradicated the moment I first laid my power upon you in limbo. Naruto blanched. He didn't like where this conversation was going. Please tell me that doesn't mean what I think it means. Shinigami nodded. The old you may yet still be born in this timeline, but any effect his existence might have had upon you has been nullified, my emissary. At Naruto's continued silence, the grim sighed. Perhaps I am over-explaining. Allow me to simplify. Say something foul were to befall Uzumaki Kushina, that she were to die, say, at the hands of an enemy shinobi. Were that to happen, even were your mother to perish, and those last traces of your old self eradicated, that you as you now know yourself would still continue on. To exist. Do you understand? He could feel a headache coming on, but the Uzumaki-turned Uchiha nodded anyway. Just what the hell did you do to me? Naruto hissed. Not just my face, not just my DNA, but even my destiny. I barely recognize myself anymore. I made a wager against fate. I believe you mortals call it a gamble. The Reaper chortled then, it was a deep, throaty sound. You truly are a unique existence. Your mind and your memories belong to you still, but should another try to pry into those memories, and I suspect the fools of this era soon will, they will see what the you of this time has seen, false memories indistinguishable from a true experience, bequeathed to that body you now possess. You may wish to thank me for this gift. But know this. Those golden eyes seemed to brighten at that moment, glowing with eerie intent as the death god loomed closer, its breath cold as ice upon his face. You must keep who you truly are, a secret. I shudder to think what might happen if the timeline comes unraveled any more than it already has. Are you sure I can't just kill myself and be done with it? The blonde growled, placing a hand to his now throbbing temple. It's beginning to sound a hell of a lot more simple. You will not? The Shinigami's voice was like a thunderclap in his ears. I have not bargained my very being on this gamble only to have you end your life a second time. All right, Naruto sighed. Loosen up and take a joke, will ya, Reaper? I do not loosen up in my business. It replied. Now, you are going to be questioned. Interrogated? No, really. His deadpan was awry concealed. Silence. Shinigami snapped back. Now, listen well. This is what you are going to say. Naruto gulped as the Shinigami finished its explanation. That had to be the most fucked up lie ever. You do realize I'm flying by the seat of my pants here, right? I am well aware, the Reaper retorted as the colors of the world began to return, the flow of time moving inexorably ever onward. And I trust you to succeed? Before he could reply, the Shinigami was gone, leaving him alone with his escort. Thankfully, neither seemed to have noticed the little time lapse. One of them shoved him towards the doors a tad too roughly, snickering as the blonde stumbled toward the office. He did his best to push all thoughts of revenge from his mind, refusing to show weakness in the face of these fools. Here goes nothing. Naruto tapped softly on the door with his fist and announced his presence. Come in. Tears nearly sprang to his eyes. Upon entering, he found himself staring at a pair of familiar faces, lacking the liver spots of old age as well as stark gray hair, and another which he immediately recognized and gravitated towards. He would have recognized her anyway even without the Juin attire and Hishiate, even so he knew those, yes, that hair, that bust, just about anywhere. Even so, his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Bachan. What did you just call me, punk? The young woman, she couldn't be more than 20, maybe 25, bristled angrily at his remark. Naruto had just enough time to register the remark before she kanonied forward, fingers clenched into a fist. Less than a day ago, that punch would have hit him. Now, his Uchiha blood sang at the sight of her attack, at the sound of battle. She seemed to slow in his peripheral vision, as though she were moving underwater. He wasn't quite sure when he moved or how, for that matter, only that he did, drifting forwards even as the door shattered to timbers behind his back. Cammy, but she was so slow. Or was he simply faster now? Whatever the case, she proved no match for him. His fingers locked around her wrist in a vice and gave a sharp twist, breaking the bone like a twig. Snick. She gasped in pained surprise, but Naruto was still moving, sweeping her legs out from beneath, forcing her to the floor with a strength he didn't know he had. Even as she tried to struggle, his fingers found her throat. Tsunade froze, eyes bulging. Because this was Tsunade, younger than he remembered her. This was the past after all, but still the future fifth Hokage nonetheless. And he'd just beaten her in unarmed combat. It all happened so swiftly. Realizing his mistake, he swiftly jerked backwards, leaving a baffled Tsunade gawping up at him. My apologies. I tend to react like that when someone attacks me. Sorry about calling you that too, he continued, at the murderous glint in her gaze. Must have mistook you for someone else. He held out a hand for he, and slowly, warily, she accepted it. I certainly hope so, Tsunade said with eerie calm as she pressed a hand to her broken wrist, livid honey eyes bored into her future successor. Because whoever you are, if you ever say that to me again. No. Naruto waved his hands rapidly and performed a perfunctory bow. It was a mistake. My bad. If you're quite done haranguing him, Tsunade, Sarutobi's gravely voice interjected, I'd like to speak with our guest. Alone. But sensei dash. Dismissed. Tsunade looked as though she might say something else, might protest for a final time, but in the end, she resigned herself to a silent retreat, tending to her battered arm as she departed. Naruto turned to regard the Hokage as his fellow blonde gave them their silence. He was acting rather strange. Funny, he didn't remember the old man being quite this stern back in the day. The thought brought a frown to his lips. Had he made yet another mistake already? You are Sarutobi Hiruzen, right? You would be correct? The Sandaime replied, steepling his fingers together. The problem remains, however, that I do not know who you are. Let us begin with what we do know, then. His aging face seemed to tense as Naruto looked on, his old eyes turning harsh and stern. First, you retrieved Uzumaki Kushina from enemy forces at great peril to yourself and returned her to this village, safe and sound. For this, you have my most sincere gratitude. Second, for some reason or another you're impersonating a Konoha shinobi, because I've never seen you before in my life. Third, judging by your appearance, and that little stunt you just pulled back there with my student, you are undoubtedly an Uchiha, which also strikes me as strange, because, for lack of a better term, you don't seem to have that proverbial stick up your ass. Have I missed anything? Nope. Naruto had to forcibly sink teeth into his lower lip to keep himself laughing at the last. I think you've just about covered everything and anything. Not quite. Sarutobi fixed him with a steely gaze. There is still the matter of who you are and what you want. Now, because you've chosen to be courteous to me, I shall extend the same courtesy to you. I will ask you one final time. Who are you? Naruto dithered a moment longer, wondering just how much he ought to reveal. He'd already altered events by saving his mother, who was to say what would happen if he revealed he was from the future. Slowly the Jounin opened his eyes, letting the gathered teardrops run down the side of his face towards his ears. Just what the hell was he going to do? Even if they did believe his story, there was no way in hell they'd accept his change in appearance. At the least, they'd throw him in a mental hospital. At worst, they'd condemn him to death. The Shinigami's explanation rang through his mind once more. This is what you are going to say. He felt his eyes begin to burn again. He knew what answer he had to give. Do you know the name Uchiha Madara? There was a silence. When the third next spoke, there was an audible edge to his words. Surely you're not claiming to be? PSH. Naruto snorted and waved the Sandame's concerns aside. There could be no taking his words back now, the only way out was forward. Of course I'm not Madara. I'd have to be like 100 years old. Much to his own consternation he steeled himself, drew a deep breath, and continued the lie, continued to weave this fine, delicate tapestry of falsehood. I'm his descendant. What? Did I stutter? Naruto forced a tuff of arrogance into his voice. Easy enough when you knew someone like Sasuke and watched the words work their magic. Uchiha Madara is my grandfather. I am of his blood. Must I demonstrate myself further? Sarutobi paled and promptly crossed himself. Twice. Naruto watched a myriad of emotions flicker across his face. A descendant of that man, standing here before them? Now that he looked, the man did bear a passing resemblance to the legendary Uchiha, but no. That couldn't be possible. Madara didn't have any descendants unless he'd fathered a child before being slain by Hashirama and the Valley of End. And if he had, if such a child had grown and produced yet another child. He slammed the lid shut on that train of thought before it could consume him. I'm afraid I'll need more proof than your word. See is believing, after all. Naruto sighed and released chakra into his coal-black eyes, awakening the bloodline bestowed upon him. Sarutobi stiffened as the Sharingan abruptly emerged, its triple tomo swirling fiercely angrily in each eye. Naruto bit back a grimace of his own once he beheld his reflection in the Sandame's slate-gray stare. Madara's eyes were still evolving. Rapidly. Would he unlock the Mangekyo at this rate, and lose his eyesight before he could accomplish his goal? He hoped not. Those eyes? Hiruzen visibly swallowed, as though he'd seen something in them Naruto had not. I see. Gathering himself up with an effort, he forced himself back to the table once more. Why have you come here then, after all this time? Surely you could have left Kushina at the gate. I mean, at Naruto's thunderous expression he was quick to amend himself. You must have had a life outside these walls. My father recently passed on. Another lie. But before he did, he told me that all Uchiha were welcome here, and as I find myself growing lonely, I decided to stay. Is that a problem? Not at all. Sarutobi seemed to welcome this change of topic with open arms. If you wish to come into the hidden leaf, that can be arranged. But on to other matters. Where did you get the headband? He asked. This. Naruto pretended to consider the Hishiate for a moment. It was passed down to me. A trophy of sorts. I'll have to have someone validate that. A small smile etched across his visage, like a crack scrawling across stone. But if you're telling the truth, I'd be more than willing to welcome you into our village. He rose out of his chair and pulled up a seat. You may wish to make yourself comfortable then, stranger. You may be here quite a while. My name is Naruto. At last he thought to himself, some truth. Naruto, then. Sarutobi confirmed. I'll have someone come by to collect you shortly. As you wish. Naruto replied slowly, choosing his words with the utmost of care. Send a Yamanaka to pick my brain. I have nothing to hide. Hours later. Some hours later, Naruto chewed on his bottom lip as he wandered through the streets of Konoha. It had been a long time since he had been able to walk through the village like this, especially since it had first been destroyed back when he was 16. They had done a very good job rebuilding it, but it just hadn't been the same. Especially once it was destroyed the second time. Another thing that had slightly unnerved him at first was seeing so many Uchiha. He hadn't gotten around to figuring out how he would prevent the massacre yet, but it would still be years before that would happen, at the very least. On the other hand, that made it of utmost importance that he try to convince the Hokage to get the Uchiha to merge with the village more than they currently were, lest they risked alienating themselves even further in the future. And then there was the matter of Tobi and Uchiha Madara, not to mention, ouch! Naruto touched a hand to his head and fought to keep from cringing. His head was still throbbing, a side effect of having his memories so thoroughly inspected. As the Shinigami had said, that which was seen were not the memories of Uzumaki Naruto, but Uchiha Naruto. Who would have thought the god of death could do such a thing? Not him. It still riled him to be seen as an Uchiha, when at least on the inside he remained an Uzumaki. By Kami this was going to take some getting used to. Humming as he walked along, he got the occasional glance from villagers, some of whom would give him a small nod of acknowledgement and maybe a smile before continuing on their business. Others, many of them Uchiha, scowled at him, likely due to their inherent suspicion of Uchiha Madara. Now that he'd claimed to be the man's descendant, it was only natural that suspicion be abound. Yet another big difference: previously he was either completely ignored or treated like a celebrity, especially after Pain's attack. This right now was a happy, if not nice, medium. I guess I could get used to this. He rubbed at an itch on his arm, not used to having them sheathed in long sleeves like they currently were. The Hokage had gotten him a small apartment to use and a few sets of standard Jonin clothing, along with a few sleeveless vests and the standard Jonin jacket. The outfit was similar to that which most ANBU wore, but he currently didn't have a mask or arm guards. That lofty station was well beyond his reach at present. After all, he'd only just been allowed into the village after the Hokage revealed him to half the damn populace, and he was fairly certain his goals didn't include joining the infamous Black Ops anytime soon. As for now, he'd be more than happy with a warm meal, ramen. The scent of it caught his nose, causing his head to snap back around. He spun about, seeking its source. There, standing in all its early glory, Ichiraku ramen. One miso ramen, please. It was all he could do to keep the grin from his face as he rushed inside and took a seat. All his strength was focused on preventing his knees from knocking together as he awaited his long-favored treat. The chef took his order and ducked back behind the curtain, leaving the Uzumaki-turned-Uchiha to wait impatiently for his food. Seconds passed. Then minutes. Finally, just as he was about to check on him, a voice prickled at his ear. "Well, hello there, handsome." Naruto opened his eyes and turned in the direction where the voice had come from, only to come face to face with possibly the most gorgeous girl he'd ever seen. He found himself peering into the coal-black eyes of another Uchiha, a lithe beauty with long, lustrous black hair and a body that, despite being clad in Konohagakure fatigues, would made even Tsunade Bachan green with envy. She smiled warmly as she strode to meet him, claiming the seat opposite him on the bar without so much as an invitation. There was a cool, aloof air about her, as though she existed solely to strike fear into the heart of others. He could appreciate it, in a woman, but there was something about this one that instantly put him on guard. Dangerous. Have we met? Naruto failed to bite back that inquiry before it could leave his lips. While he didn't know her, from her gaze, it was obvious the woman knew him. "No, we haven't," the Kunoichi replied. "But I'm sure Kushina's told you all about me." I'm Mikoto, she continued, pausing, peering at him. "I honestly have no idea who you are." Naruto shook his head. "Pity." She rolled her shoulders. "Father won't like that. But thanks for being polite, for whatever it's worth. That aside, I understand I have you to thank for saving my best friend earlier." Naruto almost barked out a laugh before he realized the repercussions of his actions. Instead of Minato saving his mother this time around, he'd been the one to do it. His actions weren't helping his case any. He had to calm down and think things through rationally from here on out. The slightest action could have untold repercussions in the future. "As a matter of fact, Mikoto," a male voice exclaimed, cutting him off. "There you are." The smile shattered on Mikoto's face like so much glass. Before Naruto could protest, she looped an arm in his and drew dangerously close to him, bosom pressing into his arm. While he himself was sure no stranger to intimacy, he still felt a flush rise in his cheeks as she did this to him. He was, after all, only human. And those breasts pressing against him. "Play along," she hissed in his ear, mere moments before a stern-looking man appeared via Shusin. Once again, Naruto felt that faint sense of déjà vu. He'd seen this man somewhere before. But where? "What is the meaning of this, Mikoto?" the man demanded. "What are you doing? What does it look like I'm doing, Fugaku?" She smiled, scooting closer to Naruto. I thought I'd introduce myself to our long-lost clansman. Naruto nearly dropped his chopsticks, he knew that name. In his youth before the massacre, he'd gotten into enough trouble to learn it well, having often found himself before the man's desk to be brought to the clan's so-called justice for his pranks. Just as he knew this man would someday be the father of Sasuke and Itachi. His left hand twitched with the sudden desire to kill this man. After what Sasuke had done, he'd be doing a world of good by ending his father's life. This fool? Fugaku scoffed, scowling at Naruto. He's no kin of ours, regardless of what Lord Hokage says. Anyone with dark hair and black eyes can waltz in here and claim to be one of us. But what proof does he have, I wonder? For all we know, he could be an enemy Snick. He blinked in surprise as a thin red line opened across his cheek, spilling crimson down his collar. Naruto retracted his hand back onto the counter, having been the one to throw the Kai knife with deadly accuracy. His eyes narrowed upon Fugaku. His Sharingan must have activated somehow, because the man visibly flinched when he met his gaze. Care to run that by me again? He hissed. You don't frighten me, outsider. The Uchiha snapped back. And no class like you is nothing? No class? Is that so? Naruto quipped, detaching himself from Mikoto, swiveling to face the man. Then why does it look like you're about to piss your pants? He had the succinct satisfaction of hearing Mikoto's laughter. Why did that sound bring such perverse pleasure to him anyway? And his grin only grew as he beheld his adversary's reaction. Fugaku's face flared 5 different shades of red. Why you dare? Oh, I dare. The former blonde was rising from his stool now, ramen completely forgotten in the wake of his anger. What are you going to do about it, little man? Ah, the sweet irony of it all. As an adult, Naruto was a good head and shoulders taller than Fugaku, towering over him like a giant. To think he'd once feared this man in his youth. There was nothing he could do to hurt him now. He was invincible. Untouchable. And if this belligerent fool thought he stood a chance in hell, he'd probably try and. Training Ground 7. The words were little more than a snarl. This evening. With Mikoto-sama as my witness, I will prove just how worthless you are before the clan, worm. I'm shaking in my sandals. Naruto growled, knowing the man had just made a fatal mistake. With another word, Fugaku rounded on his heel and vanished in a shushin. Kami, I am so sick of him. Mikoto groaned the moment he was out of earshot. All he does is prattle on and preen like a complete idiot. The clan this, the clan that. He's not even the heir and he goes on about it more than I do, for God's sake. Sighing, she pressed her head to the counter, as though she could somehow bury her woes there. He is an ass, isn't he? Naruto muttered into his drink. Just like Sasuke, he added to himself. Mikoto shook her head at that, raven tresses swaying from side to side. That's not it, I'm the representative of the whole clan. If the clan is in a bad position, I must protect it. I'm an only child and my father isn't getting any younger, so the job of looking after the clan must be left to me. My father is the supervisor of that job, so that's probably why he pays so much attention to me. But with conversations between us alone, today, when Otosan spoke with me, he spoke of you, and what you did for Kushina. You were bold. Reckless. Not a thing like Fugaku, not even in the slightest, and because of that, I think he's a bit jealous of you, frankly. Me. Mikoto nodded. A long-lost descendant of Uchiha Madara, who wouldn't be jealous of you? She nudged him playfully with her shoulder. So? Are you going to accept his challenge? Naruto's frown flipped itself upside down. You bet you're pretty little as I am. Her onyx gaze pinioned him. You know, it's a good thing you're cute. His grin was positively beatific. I try. That evening. Are you prepared, fool? Hi, I'm quite ready to kick your ass. Fugaku's expression turned murderous. You worm. Naruto stifled a yawn as his so-called rival spewed yet another vitriolic retort. This was getting old. When were they going to start? The sun was just beginning to settle in for the Veneing, casting their grounds in 7 shades of flame. An unbidden breeze blew through his tattered black locks, stirring the dead leaves at his feet and wiping them up into a frenzy. He watched them blow away, fluttering across the horizon until even his newfound eyes could no longer track them. Reluctantly, he allowed his sight to track across the remainder of the clearing. Fugaku had been good on his word. There were at least several dozen clan members crowded into the training grounds, each eager to see him succeed, or fail. The latter wouldn't be happen. He didn't recognize any of them, but then again, he'd only ever really known Sasuke and Itachi. Mikoto, as heir to the clan, stood at the forefront with her father, a large, grizzled old man who looked as though he'd seen more than his fair share of missions in his time. But it was the former who stepped forward, took her place between them. She looked positively regal in her kimono, the fabric a dark shade of dusk, almost as if she were in mourning. Her visage was anything but. She seemed almost pleased. Uchiha Naruto. When she spoke her tone was solemn, bordering on reverent. Fugaku has challenged your claim as Uchiha? Do you accept this challenge? Naruto grinned. Hell yes. He was going to enjoy this. A slight smile lifted her lips. Very well. Nodding, she turned to face the latter. Uchiha Fugaku. Do you swear by the clan to fight with all your... Hi, he cut her off mid-sentence, already inhaling. Mikoto scowled and took a sharp step backwards, returning to her father's side. Then, begin. Katan. Fugaku snarled, expelling a great stream of flame. Gukakyu no Jutsu. Naruto scoffed and made to move, instead he balked as the stream of fire gushed toward him. Why couldn't he move? Why? Unbidden the memory was there, hand signs and all. Naruto reeled as a wealth of information flooded his mind. It was as if every jutsu Madara had ever seen, ever mastered, was now his own. And he knew just which one to use. Steeling himself, he drew in a deep breath, kneading the chakra in his stomach, giving it shape and form. If one wanted to extinguish a flame, they need only give rise to an even more powerful inferno, by which they might overwhelm and extinguish it. Fugaku must have sensed the sudden upswing of chakra, because his eyes bulged. That's... Katan? Naruto spat, grinning from ear to ear. Goka Mekyaku. He exhaled mightily, expelling all the chakra he'd been stoking in his lungs. The great fireball found itself snuffed out, easily extinguished before the rising inferno as it roiled forward. Into Fugaku. The elder Uchiha had just enough time to realize his folly before the blaze overtook his position, swallowing him whole. No. His mind railed against this sudden turnabout, fought the realization, the knowledge that he had more than severely underestimated this newcomer, this descendant of Uchiha Madara. Pain. Fugaku's last sight was of the torrent of flame rushing towards him, his last smell that of charred flesh, his own flesh. Then the black of unconsciousness took him. Chapter 4, Cause and Effect. Well, can't say I didn't see this coming. These were Naruto's next words, accidentally spoken aloud as the clan carted away the charred corpse that had once belonged to the great, now very late Uchiha Fugaku. And even if he was somehow wrong, if by some miracle the pile of smoking flesh wasn't a corpse, the man would likely never be a shinobi again. The Goka Mekakyu had done massive damage not just to the clearing but to the Bufun's body. The arrogant Uchiha had been left sporting massive third-degree burns. One of his hands had all but burned to ash in the massive explosion. Not that he felt sorry for him, mind you. Far from it. He was simply in awe of his own power. It was hard to believe that a single fire technique, even one of Madara's, had done such a good job at wiping that smug smile of that prick's face. If Kurama was still with him, he was certain the old fox would be laughing all 9 of his tails off. Even now, fire crews were still working to put out the blaze with water. Those few who had remained of the Uchiha gazed upon him with varying emotions of respect, awe, and in some cases even fear. As much as he might loathe to admit it, he'd just established a respected place for himself in the clan. And quite possibly changed the future. As he tried to contain his trepidation at continuously changing the future, Mikoto sidled up to him, appearing visibly pleased with the end result. Well done, she said, indicating the charred terrain within a glance. I wasn't aware you knew such an excellent technique. As expected of Madara's descendant, her finger trailed across his cheek before he could think to stop it, tracing thin lines across his cheek where his whiskers once dwelt and pulling his face towards her own. You know. When next she spoke, her lips brushed his outer ear, words warmer than her breath. I do believe I'm starting to fall for you more and more, Naruto-kun. She took him by the arm and began to lead him away from the others, deeper into the grounds. Odd. So how did it feel, obliterating him a single move? She asked at length. Don't lie, I saw your face back there, you enjoyed it? The former Uzumaki opened his mouth to say reply, and promptly snapped it shut as she stepped away, awaiting his reply. So you're, alright, Naruto, just roll with it. It was easy. He feigned a small smile and typical Uchiha arrogance. After all those years spent around Sasuke, it wasn't that hard. The fool wasn't even worthy of facing me. Truth be told, it was the great destroyer of flame was the only fire jutsu that held any sort of real significance to him. Madara had used it to nearly wipe out the Shinobi Alliance multiple times during the war. It was only fitting that he use it toward the greater good, to end their duel swiftly. He felt a brief pang of sorrow, suddenly realizing he just might have ended Itachi's existence before it had ever begun. But that was what this was about now, wasn't it? He was here to change this. Some of those changes might not be pleasant. And some of them might? The voice didn't belong to Kurama. He realized it was his own subconscious, a whisper of desire as he glanced at the woman beside him, refusing to be denied. There was certainly something alluring about Uchiha Mikoto. She was bold, beautiful, and if her lips on his ear and her words were any suggestion, she was obviously attracted to him. He was no stranger to the female form, but what to do? Decisions. The old man had informed him that he wouldn't be able to accept missions for at least a week while he was instated as a citizen of Konoha, and it wasn't as though he'd be able to change anything just by sitting on his hands until such a time, so. Which reminds me, Naruto-kun. I have a favor to ask. You want to fight me? Naruto cocked his head aside as Mikoto finished her explanation, restraining a pained grimace as his raven locks threatened to blot out his vision once again. Kami alive, but he wasn't used to have this much hair. He'd have to cut it soon, perhaps into his old hairstyle? Maintaining it in its present form was absolutely out the question. Eerie resemblance to Uchiha Madara aside, he didn't necessarily enjoy being reminded of those old memories. The images of the madman cutting his friends and family down were still too fresh to endure. Mikoto nodded, mistaking his silence for affirmation. Just a simple spar. No ninjutsu, or genjutsu. Only our Sharingan. Perhaps some kunai. I wish to see how your skill compares to mine. Once more, the time-traveling shinobi had to pause to consider the ramifications of his actions. Something about the way she'd said spar set off alarm bells in his head. Surely she couldn't be serious? After seeing what he'd done to Fugaku, she wanted to face him herself? You'll have to forgive me lack of enthusiasm. Granted, she replied, raising her arms and settling into a stance. You don't strike me as the type to hurt someone without cause. I like that. So, why don't we sweeten the deal? That caught Naruto flat-footed. Once again, and for the first time since meeting with Hiruzen here in the past, he was truly at a loss for words. I beg your pardon. Mikoto's smile sent shivers down his spine. Say, if I win, you'll spend the remainder of the day with me. You'll spend the night in my quarters and do whatever I ask until sunrise. Oi. And if I win? The heiress's grin seemed to falter for an instant, as though she hadn't considered the possibility of her defeat. Then I'll be yours to do with as you please for the evening? Just like that? Naruto's deadpan was barely concealed. He didn't believe her for an instant, but something inside him stirred at the challenge. If I didn't know better, I'd say you're trying to get me in bed? Figure that out on your own, did you? Look, we barely even know each other. What's to know? Mikoto countered, folding both arms before her not insubstantial bosom. I find you attractive. Don't you feel the same? It has nothing to do with whether you're related to Madara or not. I could care less about that. However, what I do care about is your strength. You proved your power against Fugaku back there. You are obviously more than a match for most of our clan. I dare say you'd even best my father, and he's the clan head. As his heir, I wish to see your true capabilities firsthand for myself. You do understand that, I trust? Yes, Naruto chose his words carefully, but I still fail to see why you want me so badly. In the face of his silence, she smiled. It seems forward, I know, but I have always known what I've wanted in life, ever since I was a little girl. Someone strong. A man who doesn't piss or preen over tradition. Someone willing to stand up for himself and what he believes in. She turned aside then, her eyes downcast. Until you came along, I was beginning to lose hope. I'd never thought I would find someone like that. Unfortunately for you, and here she did raise her gaze, eyes bright and determined. You've come into my life at the worst possible time and done exactly what I had hoped to do, turn my entire clan on his head. I expect you to take responsibility for what you've done. And then, just as swiftly as her Sharingan had shown itself, so too did it fade, those charcoal orbs unexpectedly softening. Do you not find me attractive? She asked, tucking an arm around her waist whilst she spoke. As a fellow Uchiha? Oh dear God, she's adorable. Naruto felt a trickle of blood trickle down his nose and promptly slapped himself. Just who the hell was he staring at here? Itachi's mom, Itachi's mom, Itachi's mom. I have to calm down before I go and do something stupid. And yet? His mind was screaming at him, telling him that this was the woman responsible for giving birth to Itachi and Sasuke. By all rights they might not exist now after what he'd done to Fugaku, but a small part of him cried foul at the thought of eradicating Itachi from existence. He tried to shut down all thoughts of mutual attraction from his mind, but to no avail. They clung like a stain to his brain, resisting all attempts to be scrubbed off and clean. And as such, he wasn't quite ruining the next words that emerged from his mouth. Well, you're certainly not unattractive. Gay. These Uchiha really spoke their minds, didn't they? She wasn't anything like Itachi or Sasuke. Nothing at all. He didn't remember either of them being like, well, this. He was swiftly losing himself, Naruto was, and their spar had yet to even begin. Well, when you put it that way, begin. She dove at him, her body a lithe blur, ebony tresses streaming out behind her as she threw the first punch. His new eyes saw it coming a mile away. What they didn't see was her hand emerging from the pouch at her back. The blow had been a feint. Naruto's head snapped to the right, his mouth snapping shut with a harsh click as something screamed towards his face at breakneck speed. He felt something catch between his teeth and only then did he realize he'd caught a kunai between his teeth. Mikoto gave him no time to try and process his small victory however, her hand scything towards his neck in a devastating arc that, if successful, would surely leave an awful bruise if it connected. He'd learned since a young age to underestimate the strength of an Uchiha, certainly not one in her prime. With a hiss his head arched backward, taking the kunai between his teeth and shooting it back at her with the sheer force of his tongue alone. A thin slice opened upon the older Uchiha's cheek, earning him the briefest of surprised snarls. His hand snared her wrist in a vicious vice, biting down with enough force to shatter bone. This same technique had broken Tsunade's wrist hours before. Mikoto didn't even flinch. Naruto saw it then, the chakra circling in her veins, strengthening her body, granting her resilience momentarily surpassing his own strength. Not bad, she conceded. But, he challenged. But I can do better. Mikoto scissored her legs beneath him, depriving both of their balance. The Uzumaki-turned Uchiha had a heartbeat to realize just how much he was beginning to enjoy their little spar before that old instinct of his kicked in, sending his new body whirling into action. Sharingan eyes flared, he saw her heel come sweeping towards him an instant before Mikoto began the motion. In the blink of an eye, he launched himself upright, planting his knee into her stomach. He braced himself then, readying for the counterattack. That never came. Mikoto crumpled like a sack of potatoes, her body flopping like a wet noodle to the ground. Oh crap. He'd underestimated his strength. Just what kind of awful power dwelt in this new body of his, to fell someone with a single blow? Stooping to a knee, he began to check for a pulse, silently fearing the worst. He hadn't killed her, had he? A harsh cough from Mikoto swiftly disabused him of such a notion. She was still breathing though stunned by the blow to her stomach all the same. Sorry. Naruto murmured. Guess I don't know my own strength. Impressive, she gasped up at him. Your strength exceeds everything I thought it would be. Truly. As promised. Nope. What? I said no. Naruto felt he might be making the biggest blunder of his life, but still, he shook his head. Don't force yourself for the sake of your clan. I detest that. More than anything, he hated it when people were lying to themselves. He wanted no part of this if the heiress didn't truly want him. And for a moment, he thought he'd been right. Mikoto stared up at him for a long moment, her dark eyes disbelieving, her expression torn somewhere between anger and amused ire, as though she found this whole speech of his incredibly funny. A joke, even. Then she straightened, albeit with some effort, refusing all attempts at acceptance. Whoever said I was forcing anything, fool? Her hands closed around his visage and drew him forward, their faces now centimeters apart. I wasn't lying when I said I wanted you. Ha! Mikoto looked like she was going to say something else, but she didn't. Instead she smiled, leaned up, and kissed him. Naruto shivered, a small tremor of desire arcing up his spine. But desire wasn't enough to hold him to Mikoto, no matter much lust he might feel in that regard. It took a great deal of effort to break away, but he did just that, gasping slightly. We can't do this, he argued as she tugged him out of the sunlight and into the trees, but the words were without rancor. Oh, I think we can, she reached up, trailing her finger through his hair, stroking his scalp through the sea of ebony tresses. In fact, we're going to. Right here. Right now. There was just something about the way she said those words that stripped away his self-control. Gazing down at her, her eyes half-lidded, her fingers exploring every inch of him, told Naruto all he needed to know. He'd been wrong. Mikoto wasn't being forced into anything, she was doing this. There was absolutely nothing flitting across his frame. No, you don't understand. He was cut off as her mouth struck his, her lips connecting with his ferociously, her tongue probing against his. That did it. The last bastion of his self-control crumbled. Chapter 5, Consequences. You're sending me where? I've already explained this twice to you, Naruto. Sarutobi's deadpan was barely concealed. Do you honestly expect a third? Yeah, because it'd make me feel all warm and cozy inside. Naruto's deadpan was barely concealed. Endeared though he might have been with the Sandaime during his youth, it was a man, not a boy, who gazed upon the third now, through eyes unfettered by admiration and endearment. For as long as he could remember, he'd wanted to wear that hat, sit in that seat. Losing a war had changed that. There were burdens with being in command, impossible decisions that no man should have to break. Some broke under the pressure. Others bowed to it and let it pass them by. And still others bore up under the weight of that horrible burden, carrying it stoically all those days. To this day, he still wasn't entirely sure which of those three Sarutobi Hiruzen had turned out to be. Granted, he understood exactly what the privileges/responsibilities of the office entailed, including authoritative process, and quite frankly, thought his first and possibly last assignment was complete bullshit. To send a newly integrated shinobi out into the field so soon was just asking for trouble. Especially if that ninja was an Uchiha. Still galled him to say that, supposedly descended from Madara himself. Very well. But this is the last time. Whatever you say, Hokage-sama. God, it was so weird to say that. The Sandaime sighed, the sound of a leader old and worn. And yet he seemed oddly relaxed. Peaceful, even. Naruto couldn't tell, he'd never been good at reading the old man's moods when he was younger. Even with all these years of experience behind him, he still couldn't tell whether the old man he would always be seen that way in his eyes was pleased or pissed with him. Hell, that expression of his remained entirely the same as that day. The day he'd been slain. Naruto nearly blanked up right then and there. Dear Kami alive, how was he going to prevent that? Granted, the time of Hiruzen's death would not be for many, many years till now, but just the thought itself was enough to give him chills. That's right, he mused, Obito and Madara aren't the only threats here. I've got to worry about him as well. What a pain. If left unchecked, Orochimaru would leave the village and torment thousands of innocent souls. Not to mention all those he would kill. I won't let that happen either, he reminded himself, forcibly resting his mind back to the present as the Hokage finished his explanation. In short, you'll be part of a joint envoy to Sunagakure. Hiruzen explained for the third and final time. They've recently sighted Iwagakure scouts on their borders and tensions are high throughout the nation. As they are one of our only allies at present, I cannot stress the importance of this. They lack our military might, but many talented shinobi have recently come under their banner. He fixed Naruto with a pointed gaze, leaving the blonde wondering just what he'd meant by that. Is he implying I'd be better off there? What? Naruto blinked. It's nothing. Sarutobi waved his question away with his hand. I just it difficult to reconcile your actions with that of your ancestors given the resemblance. Ah, so that's what it was. Wait, that was the absolute last thing he wanted. As things stood, I have got to get this cut. The blackette growled, touching a hand to his spiky mane. I don't want anyone comparing me to him. And why not? Because I'm my own man. The Uchiha found himself glowering in more ways than one as he lowered his arm. I don't want to share the present with some bloody ancestor. Well said. Now, as I was saying, you'll be departing tomorrow at daybreak for the sake of renewing our truce. This time, Naruto couldn't quite hold back his groan. Is there a problem? Need I remind you that I've only been here for 2 days? His voice held just a hint of exasperation when he spoke, a note of annoyance at his careful plan so callously disrupted. 3, if you count today. And here he'd been hoping to do some recon on the village, maybe ingratiate himself with the clans, possibly even improve his social standing, the better with which to guide future events. Being sent out as an envoy to another village wasn't exactly part of the plan. It certainly didn't help that he knew next to nothing about Sunagakure, save that Gaara, and by definition, his mother and father, hailed from there. Wasn't her name Karura, or something? He quietly filled that away for later use before speaking again. I thought I'd have at least a week to acclimate till you started sending me on missions, or something important. You've generated a lot of interest in the other nations, Hiruzen replied, steepling his fingers. As much as I would have liked to give you some time, I'm afraid that's no longer an option. Besides, and here the Sandaime did smile, you're still wearing that old Hishiate, are you not? Naruto blanched. In all the chaos of his arrival, he simply hadn't bothered to remove the damned thing. Sentimental value and whatnot. Why you have me there? Precisely. The not-quite-old man answered, his gray gaze gravitating towards Naruto once more. As Sunagakure is our ally, I saw no reason to refuse their request. Unless you have a problem? Inwardly, Naruto blanched. Well, this certainly threw a wrench in his plans. But he couldn't object without sounding foolish, and he'd already resolved not to reveal that he was from the future. To say so now would ruin what little credibility he had already established within the village, not to mention end with him in irons. They'd think he was a crazy man. And with the false memories of the Shinigami overlaying his own, there was no way for him to convince them otherwise. No choice but to bite the bullet on this one. No. I can't say that I do. Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. I take it you're going to assign me an escort? My pupils will escort you, yes, Sarutobi replied. This is an A-ranked mission, Naruto. As much as I might like to, I can't simply send you alone. He made no mention of the turmoil his obliteration of Fugaku had done to the village. They both knew that a message had been delivered, albeit unintentionally. To stand against Madara's descendant was to court death or worse. It wasn't certain if the man would ever wake from the coma the medics had found him in. For all intensive purposes the man's might just be gone. So it's gonna be just me and the Sannin, pawing around in the desert, came the reply. Fuuin? Naruto. The reborn Uchiha stopped short, humor falling to the wayside when heard that tone. The tone. It was the same one the old man had used to discipline him when he was 6 years old. Whatever he was about to say, it was completely, utterly serious. I suspect you already know this yourself, but I should have you know that we are at war amongst the other major villages. Assassinations, power changing hands, that sort of thing is commonplace in this day and era. Sarutobi warned, his voice dreadfully soft. Iwa, Kumo, Kiri, amongst others. I would greatly appreciate your discretion in this matter. Although it seem but a trifling task for one such as yourself, I needn't remind you that the probability of encountering resistance is quite high. Afraid I'm going to burn a few bodies? Unless you've business with the Klein heiress? Hiruzen countered slyly. Naruto froze. Sarutobi knew. He didn't know how, but somehow, the old man knew. He knew. He'd managed to land himself in trouble already. It didn't have anything to with his afternoon tryst with Mikoto, thank Kami, save the Sandame and his crystal ball damn ball. The two of them had managed to avoid detection, despite having blatant sex in the middle of the afternoon in an unguarded training ground no less. The Uchiha heiress had bid him adieu with a not-so-subtle promise to see him later. Thus, here he found himself, dancing on a razor's edge. To deny it would make him look bad in the eyes of the Uchiha, not to mention Mikoto herself, whom he rather fancied, and likely eliminate the one ally he'd already gained. Preventing that massive massacre was high on his to-do list, enough to make the former blonde swallow his pride and relinquish the fact. How? It was not a question. I have my ways. Sarutobi's smile was that of a proud parent. Once more Naruto was reminded that the old man considered much of Konoha to be his family. At Naruto's thunderous expression he was swift to raise his hands in deference. Make no mistake, I approve. It is good that you were able to integrate into your clan so seamlessly. Naruto's anger dissolved when he saw that amused expression, replaced by shock. The old fart had actually seen it happen. And try as he might, he simply couldn't bring himself to be angry about it. In doing so, Sarutobi literally had him over a barrel. That ingenious bastard. A knock on the door interrupted his self-inflicted musings. Yes, come in. Sarutobi waved. Once more Naruto found himself stricken speechless by the trio that emerged. Tsunade he'd already seen, so her reappearance wasn't nearly as striking as before. But there's not a pace behind her. Ero Sennin. He was a bit younger, without the lines in his face, but it was definitely him. He was alive. Almost every fiber of Naruto's being longed to leap across the room and gloom his sensei in a strong hug. That desire only intensified when Jiraiya grinned that cocky grin of his and spoke. You called for us, old man? I'm not that old. Sarutobi's reaction had Naruto snickering, but his amusement was admittedly short-lived. Because there was one other whom he'd failed to account for. One who just as swiftly made himself known, that oily slippery old voice sending a sharp spike of anger/fear through the warm fog of nostalgic euphoria that had enveloped him. Is this him, sensei? Yes, this is the young man I spoke to you about. Interesting. The Uchiha's Sharingan activated almost on their own and he simultaneously fought down the urge to hiss as that golden gaze fell upon him. There he was. Naruto felt a cold chill shoot down his spine at the sight of Orochimaru, nearly grimacing at Sannin's pale, composed visage. Orochimaru had been somewhat ambivalent toward by the time war reached its climax. They'd even worked together once or twice, but he trusted the slippery snake about as far as he could throw Gamabunta. Which was about a foot or two. The man might not be evil yet but that didn't make him any less dangerous. If anything, he was even more of a threat. Their brief alliance against Obito and Madara hadn't gone altogether well, ending with the Sannin's eventual death, and Naruto's forced use of the Shinigami seal on Madara. Now here he was, starting. Now that he was an Uchiha he'd no doubt whatsoever that the man would try and go after his eyes. Kukukuku, why so serious? Orochimaru asked, laughing genially at sight of the Sharingan and killer intent. I mean you no harm. Lies. Murderer. Betrayer. Oathbreaker. Naruto's left eye twitched, dangerously close to ending the man with one of his newly acquired techniques. It would be so easy. Madara's eyes had revealed to him a great many jutsu. It made his own Rasengan and Rasenshuriken variants a tiny drop in a very large ocean. An ocean he could now peer into at any time and summon forth almost any jutsu he wished. He could drown the man in water, bury him in mud, char his body to cinders, or even suffocate the air from his very lungs. And those were just the elemental ones. Of course, any such aggression would result in an immediate attack from the 3 shinobi in the room, but still. I need to find a way to get rid of this guy without anyone noticing. An idea occurred to him just then. Orochimaru would be suffering a very unfortunate accident a few days from now. But until then, he would play nice. Sorry, he cracked, but I don't like guys. He had the sweet satisfaction of watching the man's pale visage turn ghost white. Tsunade frowned at the slight, opened her mouth to speak. Oh, calm down, Grandma. Naruto waved her wrath away at a glance, quietly cursing himself for the slip-up. Let your boyfriend over there fight his own battles. Now, 2/3 of the Sannin were paler than bone itself. WWWYU little. We are not involved. At all. Bahahahahaha. Jiraiya's mad cackle lopped the legs off her reprimand with singular ease, the whitehead all but beside himself with laughter. Oh, that was a good one. I like this guy. He readily extended an arm toward Naruto, offering a rough palm for the younger man to clasp with a familiar ease. Nice to meet ya, kid. I'm Jiraiya. Hope we can get along. Same, he managed, shaking the hand of the man who would one day teach him so much, he couldn't resist getting a jibe in. Just be thankful I don't have a stick up my ass like the rest of my clan. His grin only grew as they shook. I'd heard it from Sarutobi, but you're really not like most Uchiha, are ya? Nope. Naruto bit back a smile, seizing upon the chance to get to better know the man who had once taught him so much. Must be my perverted streak. A lie, technically. He hadn't discovered those urges until just before Sakura's death and shortly thereafter his own, but they'd set in firmly enough to make him wonder sometimes, had the legendary sage really rubbed off on him that badly. Hell, he'd even caught himself peeping a time or two. Then he'd found himself flung into the past and summarily Makoto had stirred up those desires all over again. A gleam shone in the Sannin's eye. Is that so? You have no idea? Good to see you're getting along. Sarutobi smiled. You know your assignment, the 4 of you will leave for the border and make for Sunagakure immediately. I pray you succeed. A wave of the wrist summoned up a quartet of packs and another tossed them at them others in even fashion. Naruto wasted absolutely no time in checking the supplies, a cloak, canteens, and interestingly enough in his case, a small tanto. A glance at the Sandaime merely confirmed his suspicions. Consider this your first official mission as a Konoha shinobi, the man replied. Do well, and I can guarantee you the rank of Jonin upon your return. Unless you'd rather join the ANBU. No. Naruto hastily replied, grimacing at the mention of the Black Ops. That summoned up another memory. Root. He'd have to weed them out and Danzo as well, lest their despicable deeds poison the whole of Konoha as they had during his time. Jonin is just fine. I won't let ya down. Unsheathing the blade he marveled at its caliber. It almost reminded him of the weapon the legendary White Fang had wielded, only its edge was pure obsidian, blacker than the night itself. Right. Kakashi's old man was still around. Best to address that soon too, before the man ended up committing seppuku. Well, you're certainly eager, I'll give you that. Jiraiya mused, before returning his attention to their leader. You can count on us, old man, if worst comes to worst. And it won't, Naruto added primly. We'll take care of him. Tsunade finished, earning a frown from Jiraiya. Like he said, we won't let you down. See that you don't? Steepling his fingers, the aging Kage leaned forward to address the 4 of them. I cannot stress how important this is to the war effort. If our allies falter, then so too do we. I needn't remind you that we rely almost entirely upon Suna for weapons now, do I? The tanto you're holding now, Naruto, is a gift from their finest blacksmiths. A small smile tugged upwards at his lips. They thought you might need some encouragement to venture out of the village. It is yours to keep. So villages are willing to bribe me to get my attention, eh? Naruto mused, as he gave his new toy a test swing, silently filing away this tidbit for later. Not that he'd ever betray Konoha, but a weapon like this would come in handy down the road. Madara had been known to the entire world, and thus the appearance of his descendant was naturally not a well-kept secret. It was no small surprise that others would try to seduce him away from his home, but if a paltry weapon was all they had to offer. Dismissed. Yes sir. Tsunade and Orochimaru saluted, Naruto's lackadaisical stance drawing looks of ire from them both as they departed. No funny business this time, Tsunade warned with a growl almost before they even exited the office. I'm not in the mood for it. Naruto titled his head to the side, the universal way to go, huh? But the kunoichi only flushed ever darker, her eyes bright with anger. Says the girl who got knocked on her ass? The Sannin's face brightened with embarrassment. Jiraiya snickered as they strode out into the street. I've never seen someone get under Tsunade's skin like that. I'll kill both of you. So what do you think of Konoha so far? Drea asked, ignoring his teammates' vehement decree as they made their way through the market district. I mean, you've already taken the tour, but did anything stand out? Unbidden, Naruto recalled in fond memory. Trying to waterwalk for the first time, encountering a white-haired stranger who claimed to be the great Jiraiya or some such nonsense. Truly, that was the day the title Ero Sennin had been born. A small smile tugged at the edge of his mouth. Well, the hot springs are nice. Jiraiya looked as though he'd just found a long-lost relative in the Uchiha. My brother. Tsunade groaned. If you two idiots are quite done? Hi, Naruto chortled happily. Is there something you'd like to say? An insult perhaps? Or would you like to try and punch me again? We all know how that worked out. The blonde only frowned. The three of us will be taking the lead, she informed him, her gaze straying to Orochimaru, and then Jiraiya. You will provide provisional support. After all, we'd never hear the end of it from the Uchiha if we let their precious golden boy get hurt. I can handle myself. Right, her deadpan was barely concealed. You got lucky the other day, punk. Try something like that again, and I'll snap your spine in half. Naruto couldn't help but whistle at that one. Sheesh, are you this violent with Dan? Who in the blue hell is that? Oops. Evidently she hadn't met the love of her life yet. Well, that explains a lot. Better now mention Nawaki. Look you little shit, I don't know what kind of games you're trying to play, or what you've been up to out there in the boonies, but… Naruto lets those jibes roll off him like water off a duck's back, knowing Tsunade's temper made it all too easy. She might have mellowed out by the time they'd met one another, but in that time, he'd almost forgotten just how vindictive she could be. Dealing with Tsunade as Hokage was one thing, tolerating the brazen blonde in her actual youth was 10 times worse. On a hunch, it seemed like Tsunade was only telling half the story for being an envoy. Making herself stand apart from their group of 4 showed a more severe side that he'd thought she'd lacked as Hokage, but one glance at her told him there seemed to be something more personal than dealing with a few scouts. Naruto threw out one piece of bait, looking to see if the blonde would bite. His father had been right about that much at least. You do not torment the helpless to assert a position of power. That was reprehensible in so many ways. Those who have power, however, now that was a different story. You wouldn't happen to have something against me, would you, Tsunade-chan? Tsunade's hazel eyes narrowed slightly. There's the bite. Yes, I have something against you, she rounded on him with such ferocity that he almost started. You're new, untested, untrained, and quite frankly I don't trust you. You've already proven your temper, insulted the two of us, and you're a pervert like Jiraiya. So no, I don't think we'll be getting along anytime soon. Before the war, Naruto would have flinched if she'd rounded on him like that. Now, he didn't bat an eyelash. Hear that? He grinned at Jiraiya. She thinks we're a couple of perverts. Ha, the soon-to-be Sannin laughed. I am no mere pervert. Nor am I. Naruto returned with a grin. That's right. We are super perverts, they chorused merrily, slinging an arm around each other's shoulders. There was a silence. And then. Let's go, Tsunade. Orochimaru sighed in disgust. Leave the fools to their delusions of grandeur. Hey, no need to be hasty. Naruto swung around to block their path in a simple shunshin. I don't really care about the snake bastard, but if you hate me this much, Tsunade-chan, what do you say to a little wager? You win, and I won't speak to you for the rest of my days. A simple contest, that's all? She paused, torn between ridding herself of the insufferable upstart and wondering what her end of the bargain would be. And if you win? Then you have to at least make an effort to be nice, Naruto challenged, knowing it would grate her nerves to do such a thing. You know what I'm talking about, pleasant and such. At least to get to know me before you start condemning me for sins that aren't mine. Sound fair? That's it. Naruto replied, knowing she was a legendary sucker. Shall we settle this, then? His foot struck down at the street, molding the earth into the form he so required. The pavement bent to his will, summoning forth a finely packed table of earth and clay and a pair of tiny hills upon. He moved to the nearby table and took his place on the crudely crafted chair beside it, earning a bemused chuckle from Jiraiya and a quiet stare from Orochimaru. Genius that he was, the pale prodigy immediately realized what the Uchiha was up to, and, in his convoluted mind, he thought the Uchiha stood no chance, none at all. Tsunade's strength was legendary, the man was a fool to challenge her. He said as much, and Jiraiya seemed to think so just as well, but he remained silent despite. Arm wrestle? Yup. Unless you're afraid? Naruto taunted. Tell you what, I won't even use my Sharingan. Just brute strength. No 2 out of 3s or anything. You pin me once and I give up, and vice versa? Tsunade bristled. Oi, is he serious? Quite. Naruto placed his arm on their impromptu little table and wiggled his fingers. Finally, Tsunade did the same. You do realize you're going to lose, right? Fwa. The Uchiha laughed as he lit a cigar with one hand and tapped his sheathed tanto with the other, some of the other villagers curious as to what exactly the man was capable of doing. We'll see. Ready? Ready, and go. To her credit, Tsunade actually managed to budge him an inch or two. But Naruto already knew all her tells, just as he knew he had exactly 3 seconds to force that arm down before she snapped his in half. He was by no means stronger than Tsunade, but a year's worth of war had taught him to be clever. And so, before she could exert the full force of her considerable might, he swung out with his foot, breaking her concentration just long enough, all without so much as touching her. In that instant her grip instinctively slackened as she prepared to defend herself, and he put his superior speed to use. Slam! Jiraiya and Orochimaru gawped as the back of Tsunade's arm struck the table with enough force to shatter it, leaving the smug Uchiha the proud victor. There was a silence. And then, a glimmer of respect entered her eye. "You bastard." But the words were without their usual rancor. "How did you know that would work?" Naruto waggled his eyebrows. "A ninja must look beneath the beneath, Tsunade-chan." And in doing so, he just so happened to catch a streak of red amidst the crowd. "Well now," he muttered, creating a shadow clone to pursue. "What do we have here?" Kushina was dejected. Nearly 3 days had passed since she'd seen Naruto. After the Uchiha had been whisked away to Kaminu, where she'd hear precious little. Apparently he was the talk of the town, having nigh but easily maimed a fellow Uchiha in a duel of honor. That came as no surprise to her. Having seen the man's techniques firsthand, she knew he was more than a match for most shinobi. But where had he gone? Surely he hadn't gotten himself thrown out of the village for his actions? If so, she would have at least liked to say goodbye. When asked, Minato had expressed some relief that the newcomer had vanished, stating that strangers like him couldn't be trusted during times of war. Kushina was certain there was more to the blonde's sudden animosity than that, but she'd been shooed away before she could press the matter any further. Evidently the last Namikaze was hard at work on a new jutsu, and he didn't want anyone to lay eyes upon it until it had been completed. That left her search at a dead end. Almost. Rumor had it that the Uchiha were preening him as a prime candidate for the next clan head, a position Naruto had ardently refused. Not every useful information, but important nonetheless. Beyond that she hadn't heard anything more about him. Supposedly he was the long-lost descendant of Uchiha Madara, a genius prodigy whose skill was unmatched. She'd tried asking Mikoto about it, but her friend had been awfully secretive about it. Now that she was on a mission to Kaminu, where she had no way of asking her bestie about it any more than she could Naruto himself. So here she was confined to the village walls in no small part thanks to Kumo's kidnapping attempt, left to ponder what had become of her savior. Naturally she'd been drawn by the crowds to the marketplace, where some event or some such had just taken place. Dang it! She'd just missed them. Someone claimed the legendary Tsunade had been beaten in an arm wrestling contest. By some wisecracking Uchiha no less. There was no doubt in her mind who that could be. It must have been Naruto. Darn it, she just missed him. Cursing herself for her slowness, she kicked at a patch of dirt and started back the way she came, completely unaware of the shadow she'd picked up. That was when she heard the voice. "Oi, Kushina-chan." The young redhead started at the mention of her name, alerted by the bemused, dulcet tones behind that voice. Her body whirled so fast she actually kicked up a small cloud of dust, bright eyes overlarge and wide as they beheld the one who had spoken. "Naruto?" "Yo," the Uchiha raised a hand in lazy greeting as he reached her. "I was looking for ya." Every fiber of her being longed to swarm him, she only barely held herself in check. That was when she noticed his attire. The raven-haired man had outfitted himself for a long journey, a clear sign that he intended to travel great distances, and soon. Oh no! Had he truly been exiled for his actions already? Not to press you or anything, but are you? Am I? Please Dante vil ridi de Tibani. Naruto blinked, momentarily taken aback by those words. Kushina felt her face flare fire engine red, the back of her neck burning beneath the brand of his inquisitive gaze. There. She'd said it. An awful pall hung there between them for a long moment, the silence stretching on for what felt like a small eternity. Finally someone broke it. "Leave?" Naruto exclaimed aghast, his composure shattering like so much glass. "What are you talking about?" "I've just been assigned a mission, is all," he continued quietly, indicating his pack. "It's a big one, too. Real hush-hush kinda stuff. Don't know when I'll be back." "Oh?" Relief flooded her every feature. He wasn't leaving. Well, he was, but at least he'd be coming back. Unless he got killed. But then if he got killed, wouldn't he be? Aarg, why is this so hard? Groaning, the redhead buried her face in both hands, trying and failing to stifle the moan that moved past her muffled lips. "There's an old saying where I'm from," Naruto grinned. "Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, he gives it his all. That's the kind of man I am. So even on a mission like this, I'm prepared to go all out." "Were you worried about me?" asked Kushina couldn't help but smile at his attempt at levity. Despite that, Naruto frowned. "I'll be fine," he reassured, mistaking her silence for anger. "No, it's not that, it's just..." Now it all made sense. She still felt indebted to him for saving her 3 days before. It was only natural that she'd want to learn more about him and, ordinarily, he would have had a problem with that. The only problem was this was his, well, mother. Granted, he may or may not exist as an Uzumaki anymore, and his old self had yet to be born, but still. He was going to have to overcome that mindset if he planned to speak with her, let alone form any sort of friendship. Gods, why oh why was this so difficult? She wasn't even his mother anymore. Sorta. Kinda. Maybe. Something like that? "I'm nothing special, Tebane. Don't talk like that." Naruto shook his head. "You're a hero of the village, after all." Kushina flushed. A hero? What makes you say that?" "Because you're holding back the Kyuubi, preventing him from escaping." Naruto's deadpan was barely concealed. "Isn't that obvious? Why should anyone mistreat you for your sacrifice?" "I certainly won't. If you didn't take him into your own body, this entire village might not even exist anymore. In my eyes, that makes you a hero?" Reaching down for her, he cupped her chin in hand, forcing the young kunoichi to look him square in the eye. "No matter what anyone says, that's where you are. You, Uzumaki Kushina, are a hero." There was a silence. Slowly her face began to flush, not scarlet as before, but a rosy hue. Almost as if she'd been tickled pink. "Why you're really trying to make me fall for you, aren't ya?" The kiss, when it came, was completely and totally unexpected. One moment he'd been standing there, staring down at the girl who without his continued interference might one day be his mother. The next, she stood on the tips of her toes and pressed her lips against his whiskered cheek. It was a fleeting, tantalizing touch, innocent and naive, and it had him completely spellbound. So surprised was the shadow clone that it actually dispelled on contact, evaporating less than an instant after Kushina's lips touched his cheek. The young vixen left behind was baffled, blinking in surprise as she realized the object of her affections had just vanished in a plume of smoke. She'd kissed a Kagebunshin. But even so, she had actually, completely, definitely kissed him. Oh dear. The actual Naruto blinked as the memories came back to him at the gate. Well, that was certainly interesting. A small, slightly dismayed smile leapt to his lips. He'd been kissed. Ki-yeast. By his own mother. And to make matters worse, he'd actually enjoyed it. Him, Uzumaki Uchiha Naruto, had enjoyed being kissed by his mother. The very thought was as disturbing as it was erotic in so many ways. He barely fought down a urge to send another clone after his Waobi parent. "Are you that excited, kid?" Jiraiya asked aloud, mistaking the Uchiha smile for something else. "Something like that, yeah? It seems you're having fun, partner." Naruto opened his eyes and immediately bristled in recognize. He knew that voice, recognized it now. It was his own, his dark side speaking to him for the first time since the Falls of Truth. He hadn't heard him for ages now. With Kuramage done, he simply hadn't expected to either. To listen to it again, hear it speak to him again, raw shivers shot up and down his spine. It's me." He experienced a sudden flash of his darker half with its dark red eyes and bleak smile. "Missed you too, you Sanuvabitch. Get the hell out of him. Relax, partner." Yami Naruto soothed, spreading his hands in a calming gesture. "I'm not here to cause trouble, if anything, I'm here to congratulate you. Betting 2 women at once. Hot damn. That takes some doing, even without my help. Didn't know you had it in ya. For the record, I've only betted 1. The other, oi? Don't put ideas like that in my head. Whatever you say, boss." A devilish laugh rebounded through the halls that were his mind, dying away almost immediately thereafter. "I look forward to your future exploits." Blissfully unaware of the havoc raging inside the ex-blonde's head, Tsunade gave the order to open the gates. By the grace of Kami, Naruto managed to wrest his attention away from the dilemma and return it unto those great mahogany doors as they ground themselves open. "Kukuku," Orochimaru murmured morosely. "This should be interesting." Naruto frowned. "Cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war." The Uchiha murmured a bleak and quiet quote to himself as he strode out of Konoha for what felt like the first time, in a very long time. "I will fear no evil, for I am the shadow. The heavens shall tremble. You will rise nevermore?" Where did that come from? Jud, an old saying of mine. Naruto's eyes gleamed menacingly. "Says the good get their just rewards and the evil, well, they get their just deserts?" For him, Orochimaru couldn't die fast enough. Chapter 6, Sand in all the wrong places. Truly, the land of wind was a sight to behold. It wasn't just the sand but the beauty of the horizon, watching the sunrise over the horizon. There was majesty here, even in this arid land that supposedly contained nothing but dust and death. One didn't have to look to appreciate this, it was all around them. Impossible to miss. Plain yes, but wonderful to look at. Temari had taken him out here a time or two, just before all hell broke loose. Funny how beautiful everything looked when the land wasn't pulverized into volcanic glass. Naruto couldn't help but marvel at the land as it flowed past them, an endless blur of sand dunes interposed by the occasional oasis or shrubbery. It was certainly beautiful, in its own rustic way. The last time they'd been in the land of wind he hadn't had time to take in the scenery. Back then he'd been focused on finding Gaara, saving the then Kazekage from certain death. How ironic, then, that this time their mission was not one of rescue but to maintain ties with the very village he called home. At least it would be, a few years down the road. And yet? This feels wrong. That's because it is. Manda rumbled angrily, the deep baritone of his voice reverberating through his scaly hide to tickle the Uchiha's toes where they lay. To think that I, the mighty Manda, would reduce to ferrying you lot across the desert? His voice was almost a petulant whine as he slithered onward. Just because you were attacked once, whelp, that doesn't give you the right to summon me, these last words being directed to the summoner in question, Orochimaru. Come now, Manda, the pale shinobi soothed as he stroked the violet scales of their mount, I've already promised you your fill of any enemies we encounter, of which we have seen none since. Those scouts who ambushed us weren't even worthy of being mid-noon snacks. The snake's forked tongue flitted furiously at the mention of said attackers, ground to gory smears on the sands behind them. Jiraiya and Naruto shared an amused look, as they recalled, Orochimaru had summoned the boss snake simply to scare the piss out of the Iwagakure shinobi. And it would have worked too had not Manda decided to flatten them merely for being in his presence. You couldn't scare someone when they were dead. Maybe you shouldn't have called him. Tsunade shouted to make herself heard over the rushing wind of their passage. You know how temperamental he can be. Naruto seconded that motion. Yeah, I'm not too comfortable riding on the head of a vicious reptile that wants to eat me. It can't be helped. Orochimaru put in matter-of-factly. This is the only way to conserve our chakra. Jiraiya's toad summons and Tsunade's slugs would just dry out. Besides, no one would dare attack us with someone like him around. A wicked gleam entered his eye as he said this, confirming that at some point, enemy shinobi had in fact dared to do such a thing. This time, Manda had made short work of them. It was one thing to fight against the Lord of all Serpents, Naruto mused, having been one of the few to live to tell the tale. It was another thing entirely to have him on your side, however. And another still, to be riding on his head across a sea of sand. But to listen to him complain. Yeah, Scaleface, we heard you the first time. I've half a mind to just leave you here for that remark, the king snake hissed, words slipping with his anger, tail thrashing in agitation. Oh, you wouldn't dare? Jiraiya replied with a grin. And why is that? Orochimaru. Oh my, it seems he doesn't intend to cooperate, the soon-to-be-Sanin sighed theatrically. Naruto-san, if you would? Would what? Manda immediately bristled, fearing the worst. Oh, you know what? Tsunade grinned merrily. Orochimaru actually laughed at his summons discomfort. Kukukuku. The Blackette almost smiled at that. Almost. Who knew the man had a sense of humor? But he went along with it, if only out of boredom. Leaning forward, he activated his Sharingan, allowing their ride to witness those blood-red orbs and triple Tomo, the latter spinning menacingly. Look into my eyes, you are getting very sleepy. No. The snake boss immediately jerked his head from side to side, terrified by the mere sight of the legendary dojutsu. There's no need for that. Fine. Remind me to stay on your good side, kid. Jiraiya snickered, penciling down a few notes on his pad. What are you writing? Naruto had a fair idea of what it was, but he asked anyway. Oh, this. His soon-to-be teacher chortled softly, it's nothing. Just a novel I'm working on. Wouldn't happen to be called Ika Paradise now, would it? Naruto was suddenly looking over his shoulder, peering down at what had been written. Who told you? Jiraiya's reaction was nothing short of profound. The man looked as though he wanted to embrace/strange him at the same time. It was Minato, wasn't it? It had to be. That damned kid. Is he trying to ruin my life's work? Ma, Naruto soothed the man's perverted rage with a wave of a hand. It wasn't the squirt? So weird to call his father that. Sharingan, remember? He tapped at his still red eyes, the trio of Tomo spinning eerily. I can just read your pencil strokes. From there it was just a matter of piecing the letters together and, wait a minute? There was a long, pained silence, as his brain caught up to what his eyes were seeing, and what he saw was not amusing. Why the hell is my name in there? You just switched the letters around. And isn't that Tsun? Shoo! The whitehead practically swarmed the Blackette, clamping a hand over his mouth before he could finish that sentence. Do you want to die? Naruto quietly considered what he'd seen her do to Jiraiya the last time he'd been caught peeping. It hadn't been pleasant. On second thought, perhaps silence was the best answer here. Why am I not surprised? Instead of attacking the pair, Tsunade simply yawned. Only you would write a novel like that, Jiraiya. Libel, the Sage Delcard, shooting up again in outrage. That's right. Naruto found himself unwittingly backing up his mentor. Don't step on a man's romance. A dangerous glint entered those hazel eyes. And what, pray tell, is so romantic about an ecchi novel? Both men paled. Ahahaha, well, that is to say. Kukukuku, you really are two peas in a pod. Thanks for the distraction. Naruto heaved a sigh as he leaned back into the shade, trying to remind himself that man wasn't evil. Yet. No, he chastised himself for the childish impulse. With the changes I've made he might never be. Once upon a time he had stood on the side of good. It was a series of unfortunate and disastrous events that had led to the man's fall and his subsequent betrayal of Konoha. The first had been a lack of recognition. He'd felt that no one understood what he was trying to accomplish. More and more he'd felt himself growing apart from his comrades, lost in his pursuit of jutsu. When someone put his name forward as a candidate for Hokage he could only imagine the Sanin's relief. Then Minato had been chosen as Hokage instead of him. It had been the straw that broke the camel's back. In hindsight, he almost felt bad for the man. If fate had her way he could have turned out the same. Having so many indignities heaped upon him could truly be trying at times. Being treated like a demon because of the Kyuubi, no one respecting him, nobody teaching him anything until he'd saved their collective asses countless times. Wait a minute. Why was he trying to save Konoha again? Because of your friends and family? Right. That. For once Naruto was grateful for Yami's interference. Sometimes a voice in one's head wasn't so bad after all. You do Karak. Ruthlessly suppressing his darker half, the blonde returned his attention to his fellow prodigy, resolving to at least make an effort. If the man could prove he had at least some small speck of goodness within him, then it might not be necessary to kill him off after all. Oh, he wouldn't hesitate if the time came. It was just that, were Konoha to lose one of its most prestigious shinobi so early in the war, morale would suffer. His knowledge of the Second Shinobi War was admittedly spotty, only extending to what he remembered reading back in the academy. He knew that the war with Mist was currently ongoing and the aim would eventually get dragged into it, but beyond that. Wait. That's it. The proverbial lightbulb went off in his head, an idea forming from that last thought. Kirigakure. They hadn't started their bloodline purge yet. That didn't happen until just before the Third Shinobi War. Which meant, a number of powerful bloodline clans, Hakus for example, were out there somewhere, just beginning to suffer persecution under their mad Mizukage. And that persecution presented an opportunity, as did AIM, provided he was able to wheedle his way into tagging along on that mission. It would be difficult, but the chance of meeting Nagato, Yahiko and Konan was simply too good to pass up. Clever. Yami snickered in sensing his thought, worming out from under the mental stranglehold Naruto had him in. Pull something like that off, and you'll change a lot more than the outcome of this war. Naruto silently agreed. If those three were brought back to Konoha instead of left behind, Akatsuki would never be born. No Akatsuki meant no Biju hunting. No Biju hunting, no Moon's Eye plan. Easy there, Tiger. Already he was getting ahead of himself, his mind awhirl with the limitless possibilities this change could wreak. But for now he needed to focus on the task at hand, surviving this mission and making it to Jonin. Once he did. Reluctantly, he struck up a conversation with his old nemesis. So, got any students, Orochimaru? Unsurprisingly, that got a rise out of the pale shinobi. As a matter of fact, yes. Golden eyes gleamed with intrigue, a rare smile pulling at his lips. Her name's Anko. A promising apprentice, that one. But what of you? Surely you must have students of your own out there in the world there somewhere. Almost immediately the Uchiha recognized the question for what it was, an attempt to probe him for more information. He smoothly deflected it with a shake of the head. Sneaky bugger would have to try harder than that if he wanted to learn his secrets. Really? Jiraiya asked, grateful for the distraction. Anything that kept Tsunade from snapping his spine like a stick was good in his book. Naruto shook his head for a second time. Nope. That was the truth of it, he'd never had a student of his own. Unless one counted the lessons he'd given Konohamaru. I've been on my own for as long as I can remember. Never really occurred to me to teach anyone, you know? You do know if we pass this mission, you'll be assigned a squad of your own? Tsunade interrupted, as was often her wont. Understand? You'll be responsible for the safety of 3 brats. Think you can handle that, Uchiha? There was no venom in her voice, just an idle question, and yet it chilled Naruto to his very soul. Though Shitsun stopped hating him simply for who he was, those words of hers could easily cut to the bone when she wanted them to. He gulped, almost audibly. The thought hadn't even remotely occurred to him that he'd have a team. Can't I just take one student like Orochi? The words were almost a plea. I'm not cut out to teach 3 kids. Really? I'm not. Kukukuku, I'm afraid not, said Shinobi. Shook his head lightly, long, glossy hair swaying. We geniuses can only instruct 1 student at a time. Naruto hissed. You are so getting 1,000 years of death for this, but then he thought of something. You know what, you're right. He grinned. Betcha Lil Enko grows up to be just like ya. A genius without peer? I was thinking more along the lines of bats hit crazy, but there was no rancor behind that word. Tsunade and Jiraiya smiled at the subtle jibe, but ultimately it was Orochimaru who had the last laugh, literally. Not that unnerving chuckle that so often set Naruto on edge during his youth, but a genuine sound of actual amusement. Whatever had made him into an old cruel codger in the future doubtlessly hadn't fully taken hold yet. You couldn't fake a laugh like that. Still snickering at the hellraiser that little girl would undoubtedly grow up to be, Naruto turned his gaze to the desert once more. That was when he noticed something. Hey, is it just me, or are we slowing down? Indeed, Manda's almost frantic pace across the desert had slowed to a considerable crawl, much to the serpent's consternation. In fact, there hadn't been any sand for a while now, the storm having ceased during their discussion. Which meant that they'd either reached solid ground, unlikely unless there was an oasis nearby, or that the ground had turned to clay at some point without their knowing. Such a thing was unheard of in this sweltering climate, as was the appearance of an entirely unexpected element. Mud. Manda's indolent cry of rage confirmed everyone's fears, his movement grinding to an abrupt halt as he found his many coils trapped in a swamp. In the middle of a desert, with no oasis for miles in either direction. The trap couldn't have been more obvious if there'd been a neon sign saying "Trap" in bright, bold lettering. Ah, Christ! Jiraiya was already rising, pocketing his notepad. There's no way there'd be mud way out here in the desert. You know what that means? Tsunade cracked a knuckle. Orochimaru merely chuckled. Another ambush, Again. That was the only word Naruto got off before everything exploded. Looking back, he didn't know whether to give the explosion corps of Iwagakure credit for surprising them, or lacing the ground with that many mines, the deadly ordnance culminating in a massive geyser of smoke and flame that seemingly slew the shinobi on the spot. Or so the enemy hoped. Perhaps it was the smoke and sand kicked up from the explosion. Perhaps it was because the group had been expecting such an attack the moment they'd set foot into Wind Country. Perhaps they'd even prepared for such an eventuality by summoning Manda in the first place. Whatever the case, they'd clearly underestimated Manda's skin. The moment Orochimaru had realized what was about to happen, he'd ordered his summon to coil around them, his massive hide weathering the punitive blasts with an eerie level of ease. Did we get them? An angry and very feminine growl deep inside the snack dashed those hopes. I'm going to kill them. Tsunade roared. Well, this is embarrassing. Jiraiya murmured blackly. They almost got us there. I take it back. Naruto's muffled voice resounded from within the serpent's protective embrace. Snakes are awesome. Aren't they? Orochimaru seconded merrily. Manda, if you would? The king of snakes hissed angrily in agreement, his jaden eyes fixed firmly on the fools who dared to scuff his hide with their tiny-to-him explosives. Still hissing, he reared back, disgorging the quartet he'd sheltered all this time. None of them looked pleased at having come so close to death. Prepare yourselves, pray. When those coils slithered open, some of the IWA shinobi actually sobbed in fear. Then all hell broke loose. Kagebunshin no Jutsu. Naruto immediately flooded the area with clones, ignoring the baffled looks he received from his teammates. It was weird seeing so many Uchiha like that. His efforts wiped away those looks, however, as a horde of IWA shinobi erupted from beneath the loamy soil to engage them. Ah, but that was the beauty of the Sharingan. Of the 24 enemy ninja that arose to slay them, their number was almost immediately carved in half by the doppelgangers and their equally lethal reflexes. Another 3 instantly fell to Manda's writhing tail, and 2 more were downed by an Wind Jutsu who knew the old man had it in him, courtesy of Jiraiya. That left one to Tsunade, a devastating right hook shattering the jaw followed by the rest of a face of the lone assassin who dared attack her. That left a paltry 7 in attendance, of the force that had intended to ambush and kill them. Far better odds for 4 elite ninja and a very angry snake. Naruto stiffened as he recognized one of them, a man whom he had personally never met before, but who had been described to him by Sai. A quiet shinobi who killed his enemies with a single punch, blowing them apart with devastating detonations. He stood there at front of their little vanguard, eyes narrow and face grim. Naruto almost didn't recognize him without the telltale signs of the reanimation. But there could be no mistaking him. Gari. That earned him a frown. You know me, Uchiha? The man's voice was like rough gravel scraping across the sands, hoarse and dry. All eyes turned to Naruto. Yeah, what's the deal? Jiraiya frowned. The silence of Tsunade and Orochimaru was telling. Shit. His brain hissed. Lie. Who in Konoha doesn't know of you? Naruto shot back, dipping into his faux persona of Uchiha arrogance with an ease so effortless it almost frightened him. Gari of the blast release. You're something of a legend up in Earth Country, aren't you? They say you obliterated a mountain with one punch. That much was true. He'd done a bit of reading back in the library when it became apparent that he might be facing old foes in this day and age. Never had he been so glad for books. I could say the same of you, the older man drawled, thumbing his chin. They say you're something of a living legend yourself. Madara's descendant, right? You got me there. Naruto raised his hands in faux defeat. Since we both know each other so well, perhaps we can come to some sort of agreement? What are you suggesting? Walk away. What? No one has to die here today, Gari. Naruto repeated his warning, Sharingan flaring menacingly. Walk away. We can go our separate ways and forget this shit ever happened. He had no stomach for any more violence today, that he could avoid pissing off Iwa this Kakur early on, then he had a much better chance of making peace later on. If you attack us now, you'll just die with the rest of your men. I don't know about you, but I'm not a fan of pointless deaths. So, walk away. Like you let my men walk away? Did he mean the scouts from before, or the men they'd just slain? It didn't matter. They attacked us first, he said. Wasn't my call? Gari's frown deepened. And this is? Naruto glared bloody red daggers at Tsunade and Orochimaru, daring either to object. Surprisingly, neither did. Jiraiya had a contemplative smile on his face as though he were secretly enjoying the whole thing. Bloody bastard probably was, and why the hell was he taking notes? Suppressing his ever-present temper, the former blonde turned his attention back to the Iwa shinobi. It is, he nodded at last. To his credit, the man actually looked as though he was considering the offer. Then he frowned. As tempting as your offer is, I'm afraid I'll have to refuse. On what grounds? On the grounds that the Tsuchikage wants you dead. He pantomimed a gesture at Naruto, and in that same instant, a black blur flashed out of his sleeve. Naruto narrowly recognized the shuriken for what it was before he caught it in his teeth. God, that never got old. The looks on their faces were always the same. How the hell did he do that? As much as Naruto hated having a dojutsu, he had to admit that it was unbelievably useful when it came to dodging enemy projectiles. Well, that's not fair at all. Gari groaned, realizing his preemptive strike had failed utterly. Sorry. Naruto grinned around the deadly star, spitting it out not a moment later. We don't give a fuck. Hear that, Jiraiya? We're so important, they want us dead. He laughed blithely to himself, idly unaware that this would soon become a common occurrence for their little group. Well, we are pretty famous. Orochimaru chuckled and tucked a hand through the ebony curtain of his hair, uncaring as Manda disappeared in a plume of smoke. Indeed. You guys really know how to treat a girl. Tsunade covered her mouth and siffled a smile of her own, not one to rise above such petty mockery. So, I guess you're gonna try to kill us now? Naruto cocked his head aside, masking the regrets he felt at ending so many lives. It was a shame, really. Sparing Gari would have been a powerful gesture of his mercy back in Earth Country. Ah, well. Couldn't win them all. Gari took one look at the ease with which they accepted his aggression and frowned. Perhaps this was a mistake after all. But, he had his orders. The risk of someone like Tsunade merging with the Uchiha was too great a threat to be brokered. Any child produced from such a union would be horrendously strong. It wasn't anything personal really. Just a matter of business. In any case, his objective was clear. Eliminate the Uchiha and/or the Senju before that could happen. Their Tsuchikage would have had him kill both, but the captain knew he'd only have one shot at this. But although he and his men held the advantage barely, in terms of numbers, they clearly stood in the shallow end of the pool when it came to raw talent. Here he was, about to face down 3 shinobi who would one day be known as the Sannin and an Uchiha capable of unquantified levels of destruction. It would be no mean feat for him to kill one or the other, not with 2 of Konoha's best standing at their backs. His chances of survival were slim at best and non-existent if he failed in his task. Honestly, that was almost enough to make him reconsider the man's offer and return home with his head intact. Troublesome? As if that word was the linchpin, the enemy shinobi swarmed forward at the others. But not Gari. He made a beeline right for Naruto. The blackette blanched, barely managing to shout a warning over the chaos. Whatever you do, don't let him touch you. That was all he had time for before the man closed with him and they engaged in a blistering barrage of taijutsu. It was easily apparent he intended to make this a close-range fight. Refusing to accommodate him, or risk contact with the enemy shinobi, Naruto blurred backwards, eyes pinwheeling wildly to watch his adversary's movements for an opening. It wasn't easy. Gari was a good deal faster than what he remembered, precising him relentlessly, refusing to allow him even a moment's rest to use ninjutsu. It was all he could do to stay out of the man's exceptionally long arms. Arching backwards, he silently swore when the man tried to clobber his head off. He knew even the lightest contact could be deadly. With what little chakra Kurama had left him, it was very likely that any explosion could be fatal. He wasn't willing to risk regenerating an arm or anything major. If this man injured him, it would likely permanent even with Tsunade's aid. Of course, he didn't need both hands to call upon that vast repertoire of ninjutsu that was his own. As a matter of fact, one technique sprang to his mind just now. Suetun, Mizurapa. Water style, wild water wave. Gari hadn't been expecting an Uchiha to suddenly spit water at him. One moment he'd been trying to land a telling blow, the next a terrific impact slammed into him and bowled him head over heels. He wouldn't realize what had happened until it was too late. By then his adversary had the distance needed to launch another assault. He flung a palm forward, an invisible current leaping forward to violently swat the larger man from his feet. Futon, Ripusho. Wind style, gale palm. Battered by the sudden surge of wind, Gari found himself bowled over, tumbling head over heels across the sands. As luck would have it, he toppled to a halt directly next to his mission objective. The man almost could not believe his luck. The Uchiha's attack had left him lying at the feet of a very surprised Tsunade, the blonde having only just finished off one of his men. Chance. He lunged upward. Got you. Tsunade made the mistake of trying to finish him, then, striking at the man's unprotected flank with a brutal right haymaker. Naruto shouted a warning, but it was already too late to intervene. In a move that shouldn't have been possible, Gari twisted aside and snagged her wrist, stopping her assault cold, her knuckles just brushing the bridge of his nose. Jiraiya froze. Naruto froze. Even Orochimaru made a sound of dismay, unable to believe that someone of Tsunade's level had been stopped. Gari could have blown her arm off right then and there. But he didn't. Too late, Naruto realized exactly what he intended to do. He darted forward, but the way was suddenly barred by two enemy shinobi. Don't. Sorry. Gari murmured contritely, his brow hardening in concentration. Bakutun. Explosive release. He said nothing Moraes, he simply drove his fist into the blonde's stomach, the blow detonating explosively and throwing her backwards. Any other shinobi would have been obliterated on the spot, but Tsunade merely had a gaping hole where her midsection should have been. Fatal. Deadly. Mortal. No one could recover from a wound like that. Not even Tsunade. Dead. Gone. Deceased. These three words flicked through Naruto's mind, like the embers of a dying flame. He saw red. Great, unholy red. Countless memories of her in his youth flitted through the fog of his mind, good and bad times both shattered by her passing. Was still one of his precious people. No amount of time travel could change that, not in his mind. But now Tsunade was dead. And it was his fault. He'd killed her. She was dead because of him. He might not have dealt the telling blow, but the blood was on his hands. It was all his fault. His fault. His fault. All. His. Fault. His fault. A lone tear of blood trailed down out of Naruto's right eye, followed soon by his left, a slow trickle that stung every so slightly as he blinked the red tears away. Something stirred inside of him as he laid eyes upon Gari in that moment. Something dark. Bleak. Ancient. And so very angry. A power he had dreaded touching, awakening from the moment he'd awoke in this body. But now it was there. Free. Alive within him. He could feel the tendrils of black chakra writhing behind his eyelids, eager and waiting to lash out at their master's preordained target. Infuriated, Naruto gave them that target. Amaterasu. Black flames burst into existence upon Gari's right arm, staggering him. He was screaming almost before he even knew what was truly happening to him, unknowing of the horrors that had just awoken within the new Uchiha. One moment Tsunade of the Senju was falling away from him in a broken heap, and the next the sleeve of his right arm was burning and scalding the skin beneath. He tried to smother them with an earth jutsu, but they just burned even brighter, spreading from arm to shoulder, then to his chest, slowly roasting his entire body despite his efforts to temper the intangible inferno. It burned. Oh sweet Kami, did it burn? He called for his subordinates. They didn't answer. None of that mattered now. He had to find a way to get rid of this hellish fire before. Ba-dump. When he looked up, the Uchiha was all but towering him, bloody eyes boring holes into his flesh, through his very soul. He stood stark against the sun, his form little more than a shadow. Except for the eyes. Those eerie awful eyes. There was no mercy to be found in those sinister scarlet orbs, not a single sliver of decency to which he could appeal. Should have taken the offer. But the realization came too late. The chances of Naruto being merciful after the death of his teammate were non-existent. He was going to die, Gary realized, and there was not a damn thing he could do to stop it. And then his world was gone. His perception was trapped by those spinning tomo, all control severed from his body in an instant. For perhaps the very first time in his life Gary felt experience fear outside the presence of the Sandaime Tsuchikage. This man, he wasn't a man at all. He was a monster. Still his body burned, but even that failed to hold a candle to the cold pit of dread opening in his stomach. His would-be killer said only one word then, and it was a word that promised complete and utter pain. Tsukuyami? Gary opened his mouth to say something, anything, before this devil of a man ended him. All he managed was a wet-sounding gurgle as his world fell away. A world of red skies and black water opened up beneath them a heartbeat later, but when he looked back the Uchiha wasn't alone. Rather, there were more of him. Dozens. No. Hundreds. He was beginning to think that he should have ended him first. Doubtlessly whatever he'd done had stripped away the last vestige of honor in the man. Because each of those clones bore a weapon and he wasn't liking where this was going. "Where am I?" he demanded to know. "What have you done to me?" "I tried to be civil," the Uchiha whispered, his words a breathless hiss, as though he were barely reining his anger in. "Tried to let you walk away. And this is the thanks I get? You should have run. Run while you had the chance. Fool. Stupid, stupid, fool." That was when the first of many kunai descended from on high, pinning him to a cross that hadn't been there before, yet now suddenly was. Gary tried to move, to break free, but found himself inexplicably bound, his hands and feet crucified by the deadly knives. Naruto advanced upon him then, and his silent army moved with him. "Oh, don't worry," he began almost amicably, the sudden mood swing causing Gary to start. "I won't let you die. Yet. First, you get to suffer." Gary cried out in pain, and yet the assault continued, extending in a series of slashing stabs designed to inflict maximum misery and suffering. Once. 2. 3. Or, was it more? 6. Too many to count. Over and over they fell upon him, an endless cycle that took his arms, his legs, eyes and organs, eviscerating him in every way possible, leaving him on the edge of death. Still this torment continued, extending from hours to days and days to weeks, and weeks to months for years and years and years. Just like that he was back in his body again, the genjutsu having ended. The Uchiha still stood proud and tall over him, utterly unfazed by the mental slaughter he'd inflicted on the lesser shinobi. Poor Gary, he was not so fortunate in that regard, he could barely string so much as two thoughts together now, let alone speak. Glassy eyes stared up at his tormentor, having years of torment in as little as 10 seconds. He was broken now in every sense of the word, assuming he somehow survived this encounter, he'd never be a shinobi again. Jiraiya whistled softly at the sight. That was the Mangekyo, wasn't it? He'd heard of such things, but to see the legendary black fire firsthand was something else entirely. The kid wasn't even looking at him anymore and the body was still burning. Naruto nodded mutely. He didn't want these eyes. He'd never wanted them. As if sensing the man's distress, the white head turned aside. "Good," he muttered, cringing at Tsunade's still form. "Hope you made the bastard suffer?" Orochimaru felt a small smile tug at his lips. Such prowess. "You should kill him, Naruto-kun," he suggested. Naruto said nothing as he stared down at Tsunade's killer. Then the black tanto bit into his neck and he knew nothing more. The cut was swift and merciful. Gary, what little remained of him, was dead almost before his gawping visage even struck the ground. Death was a mercy for him, after what he'd been through. Now ordinarily, the loss of their leader and the awakening of a Mangekyo Sharingan would have galvanized the remaining ninja to retreat, especially after what had just occurred. But instead of doing just that, the remaining enemy shinobi weaved through a rapid series of signs and disappeared, their forms rippling away into the earth. That was when the mud came to life around them, swelling up in the facade of a dozen upon dozens of mud and earthen clones, each a perfect duplicate of the originals. Each bore a weapon hardened of rock, be it sai or sword or kunai, each equally deadly in their own right. They would rather die with weapons in their hand than risk the wrath of their Tsuchikage. "Well, damn," Jiraiya muttered, drawing a kunai of his own. "That's not fair at all. Move." His warning came just in time as each of his clones, many having survived thus far, drew breath, needing chakra in their stomachs and exhaling in the next instant. So much for subtlety. Gakakyu no Jutsu. The ensuing fireball that followed was nothing short of massive. And effective. Several of the Bunshin outright disintegrated upon contact with the roiling inferno. Turned out a few of them weren't clones after all. Screams of pains resounded through the inferno only to be cut off just as quickly. By the time it had cleared, only a handful were remaining, evidence of a single controller, rather than several. That made things easier, especially with Manda's absence. Much easier. Watch where you're aiming. Jiraiya's shout berated him. The words fell on deaf ears as Naruto threw himself back into the fray. He spotted one of the supposed clones and swarmed him with taijutsu. He didn't care whether the man had a sword, that it was drawn and ready. He was too filled with rage. Pain slashed across his right arm almost immediately as Man got a lucky slash in, but he pushed past it, grabbing the blade with his wounded hand and jerking it aside to open the way for a kunai. The man went down with a wet gurgle, eyes rolling back within his skull as the Uchiha overwhelmed him, striking with a well-placed knife to the head. There was no blood. Wait just a minute. The Uchiha said in angst, watching as his opponent crumbled to loamy soil before his eyes. His eyes widened, realizing he'd lost sight of the real foe. Naruto immediately spun towards Orochimaru and Jiraiya, both of them occupied fighting the other clones of the shinobi. The other two copies, seemingly aware of the imminent escape plan, noticed Naruto right away. "Oi, he's escaping," he hurriedly yelled, trying to find the original amidst the horde of bunshin that had arose. But there was too much chakra strewn across the battlefield and the enemy had hidden himself well. Blast it, the bugger was going to get away. No, he isn't. A hard crack snarled through the air, accompanied by a bone-chilling scream of pain. Abruptly the clones dropped, deprived of the chakra controlling them. The boys blinked, turning their attention to the source of the sound, towards a woman they had believed to be dead. Naruto gawped, his clones vanishing with a resound poof of smoke. But, how? How the hell was that possible? Battered and just a touch bloody Tsunade Senji held aloft her prize, a stout-looking man bearing the crest of Iwagakure upon his tattered hishie. Her grin was nothing short of beatific, as though she'd just won a poker tournament rather than secure an enemy shinobi. It certainly didn't help that the man was clutching at his now bleeding genitals in obvious pain. The three males shuddered in silent sympathy to the castration the fool had suffered, each knowing it could easily have been one of them. "How in the hell were you alive?" Jiraiya gawped. "What, you thought I was dead?" the blonde drawled, thumbing her forehead. "Please, did you forget about my seal?" Naruto couldn't help but gulp at the sight, both that of the now neutered man and the marks wreathing the one who had made him a Inuch. In his anger he'd completely forgotten about her own seal. Recovering from a wound like that was nothing for someone like her. That didn't stop him from striding forward, and it certainly didn't deter him from doing perhaps the most reckless thing in his life. Without even thinking of his action or her potentially violent reaction, he stepped up, swatted the man's broken body out of her grasp, and embraced her. "You reckless idiot." Immediately she stiffened against him, but it was shock not anger that stilled her body. What the hell was going on here? Were those tears in his eyes? They were. She'd only been down for a few seconds. Did he really think she'd been, and even so, what was with this reaction? They'd only known each other for a few days, and here was, hugging her. Naruto couldn't see her face with his chin over her shoulder. Had he been able to do so, he would have witnessed the impossible, Tsunade's face burning bright than the Suna sun overhead. What? Don't ever do that again." Naruto pulled back to arm's length, her flush fading as those still scarlet orbs bored holes into her unbidden. Her heart skipped a beat. They were quite different from what she remembered, preserving the trio of Tomo after a fashion, now trio of circles rimmed by 3 bars. As if they'd undergone an evolution of some sort. Even as she looked on they faded, turning onyx once more. He shook her then, an irritated growl leaping from his throat to drag her back to the present. "Do you hear me, Tsunade?" Another shake. "Never again." "But, ever." The sheer vehemence of his statement took her aback. Tsunade had never been shouted at like this before, not since her genin days with Sarutobi-sensei. And even then she usually did most of the shouting. Having a man yell back at her, profess genuine concern over her well-being, well, that was a new one. She didn't know how to react, or even what to say. Few had dared stand up to her since she'd acquired her monstrous strength. Those that had were still nursing bruises. For this Uchiha Naruto, someone she barely knew, to demand she not risk herself in battle was so ludicrous she'd literally been stricken speechless. She felt like a frightened genin beneath his gaze, nervous and skittish courage all but deserting her as she stared into the dark depths of those angry eyes. It was terrifying. To her infinite surprise, she demurred. "Hi, Yash." Just like that, the fierce expression was gone from his visage, leaving him patting her firmly on the shoulder like a proud parent. "I'll hold you to that, Tsunade-chan." Somehow, she couldn't find it within herself to protest the suffix. Perhaps that was for the best. She had no way of knowing what the moment would lead to in the near future, nor the chaos that it would cause. For a seed of doubt had already been planted in the back of her mind, and soon it would take root. Naruto had been concerned about her. More than just the concern of one teammate to another. If the two of you are quite done, you may wish to check his eyes. Orochimaru interrupted. Tsunade jerked back as if she'd been burned. What about them? He awakened the Mangekyo at the time of your death and used it most strenuously. The prodigy put in primly. It would be wise to make sure his vision hasn't deteriorated. You should have seen him. Jiraiya seconded with the slightest of smiles. The second you went down he went apes hit on the guy. Naruto hissed, mildly offended. Traitors, both of you. We agreed not to talk about that. To her surprise, the two men had the decency to look contrite. We thought she should know. Orochimaru returned, looking slightly hurt. Wow. Was that even possible? Yeah kid, she deserves to know. Jiraiya added. Tsunade's gaze snapped back to him, hazel eyes pinning the Uchiha. Her grandfather had beaten everything about the Sharingan into her brain. She was one of the few who knew its secrets. Such as the fact that one only awakened the Mangekyo when someone dear to them perished, or they killed their best friend. Clearly, Naruto hadn't done the latter. Which meant. Is this true? Her voice was dangerously flat. Naruto almost quailed at the sound of it. Yeah, well, I thought you were, you know. Let me see. Her inner medic taking over, Tsunade reached for his visage. Naruto immediately flinched aside. Stop squirming, you big baby. Naruto grunted as she seized his face in hand, his Sharingan flaring unconsciously. She tilted his head side to side, inspecting them. The crimson orbs followed her every movement, those barred eyes regarding her just a touch too closely for her liking. They'd stopped bleeding, she realized, trying to look at it from a clinical point of view. To do anything else would allow her to think, to realize the awful truth. He activated them because of me. He's going to go blind because of me. Because of me, down girl. We are not going there. Not with a man you barely know. A hot flush crept up the back of her neck that had nothing to do with the Suna heat. She stubbornly pushed the thought away and addressed him. Any pain in your eyes? Naruto admitted. Blindness? Nope. Dimness of vision? Nada. Wait a minute. Naruto actually paused at that, his bemused smile fading. Was it possible that he already had the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? This was Madara after all, and these were his eyes. If they were already eternal, then their problem was solved. The fear of a loss of vision was virtually non-existent. But how could he be certain? The only way to do that was to use the Mangekyo over and over again. Yet in doing so, he might draw suspicion to himself, make others wonder why he wasn't losing his vision. This boded some thinking. Later. Not now. Ruthlessly, he put his mind back on track. Fair enough. But if you ever shake me like that again? Her expression was nothing short of thunderous. Naruto laughed merrily. Ehehehe, you're really scary sometimes, Tsunade-chan. A sly, knowing smile tugged at the blonde's lips. What, don't tell me are you afraid of a little aggression, Naruto-kun? Not at all. Unless Orochimaru would like to volunteer. The prodigy suddenly turned about 3 shades of white. No need for that. Just like that, the balance was restored between them, the moment of tenderness gone, but not forgotten. Tsunade would never forget. She filed that look away in the safe that was her mind, locking it away until those charcoal orbs reflected such concern for her again. As far as she knew, they wouldn't. But, that brief moment of dominance on his part had sparked something in her. He'd shouted her down, demanded that she not risk her life unless it was absolutely necessary. Yes, his comments had incensed her. And yet, the sentiment touched her. Naruto would have laughed again, but everything was suddenly blurry. It wasn't his eyes, he simply felt dizzy? When the hell had he sat down? Why was he covered in blood? Why couldn't he move his arm? Belatedly he realized what was happening, his body was going into shock. But from what? He hadn't even been injured that beat. Oh shit. Tsunade was suddenly at his side, her anger forgotten. Your arm. You're bleeding. Ah. 'Tis just a flesh wound? Naruto tried to reassure her, but found the words slurring between his teeth. Was this what it felt like to be injured? To not regenerate? He knew that Iwa Shinobi had cut his arm, but with that anger at the time, the adrenaline, he simply hadn't paid any attention to it until now. Apparently he'd been cut deeper than he'd thought. Baka. It was like being chided by Sakura all over again, except this time it was the master instead of the student admonishing him for pushing himself too hard and ignoring his injuries. Was that a touch of fear in those hazel orbs? No. Surely not. This version of Tsunade would never be afraid for him. He must be imagining things. Stay still. She hissed. You've lost a lot of blood and the muscle is damaged. Sking, she pressed a chakra-covered hand to the wound. I can repair the latter, but you'll have to take it easy until your body can replace what you've lost. That means no more Mangekyo for the next 24 hours. Yes, Mom. That earned him a swift swat on the head. Call me that again and I'll knock your block off. Don't look now, Jiraiya murmured, but we've got company. Naruto's head turned to find a lone shinobi striding through the sandstorm. Another enemy? His fears were only slightly allayed when he saw the headband. Suna. He was from Shuna. The barely even of age, dark eyes wide beneath a mop of pale russet hair. Dust the color of gold itself seemed to swirl around him, a silent shield protecting the youth from the harsh elements. A moment of terse silence passed between the five of them, each waiting for the other to speak. Surprisingly, the boy was the first to comply, his voice little more than a dry rasp, though whether from lack of water or simple surprise, they knew not. He looked just as surprised to see them as they were him, however. You're the envoy, I trust? The welcome they received at Sunagure was surprisingly quiet, if not simple in Naruto's mind. A sandstorm had blown up shortly before their arrival, so perhaps that explained why there was no fanfare to welcome the four of their arrival, no trumpeting of horns or banging of drums for which the envoy might be heralded. Only a smattering of what probably passed for Suna Umbu and what he assumed was a village council were there to greet the Yanin at the gate, and even then they seemed more somber than excited to greet their guests. And their clothes. Naruto almost balked at the thick garments they wore, swaddled as they were from head to toe in thick clothing to keep out the elements. It almost made him feel underdressed in his shinobi fatigues and cloak. Granted, he had seen similar garb in Suna before, but this was bordered on outright extreme. Only the Umbu in their sandy-colored uniforms were any such exception, and their masked faces betrayed absolutely nothing. A mere handful shinobi probably were not dressed so, but his eyes ghosted over and failed to recognize any of them. Greetings. One of the women bowed lower, her face creasing in what Naruto hoped was a genuine expression. I am Chiyo of the Sand. We welcome you to Suna. Her gaze strayed to the boy who'd found them back in the desert, and a frown formed. Hiro-sama, you were told not to venture out alone. I was bored, the redhead demurred with shrug. Besides, I was rather curious to see these vagabonds for myself. That is no way to treat our guests. Another shrug from their escort. Naruto's mind, however, was elsewhere. The woman's name hadn't been lost on him, not in the slightest. Grandma Chiyo? It took every fiber of his being not to start in surprise. Chiyo was young. A good deal younger than he remembered her to be. Well, damn. Now that he looked at her he could kinda see the resemblance, but to see an old face like that, someone who he knew was dead, yet in this time alive and well, it was just a little bit chilling. Oh, right. Manners. He really needed to work on that. Or you could butcher them? Yami interjected snidely. Just saying. It is our honor to be here amongst the sands. Naruto ignored and returned with the traditional Suna bow, something Tsunade had all but beaten into him before they'd set outie. A murmur of surprise rippled through a few of the elders, passing through the congregation like an unseen wave, an Uchiha with manners, no less? Naruto held the bow a touch longer than was strictly necessary, essentially showing that he was deferring to their leadership for the duration of their stay. An Uchiha with honor? Hiro murmured beside, bemused. I wasn't aware such a thing existed. Yami growled. Just one kill, partner. Pretty please? Naruto's only response was a kindly smile. You'll find I'm not as uptight as the rest, Hiro-san. No kidding. Tsunade muttered, a touch of her old bitterness seeping through the smile she wore. A grimace, once more reminded of the arrogance of Mikoto's clan. His clan. It was going to be an uphill battle undoing the damage they'd done to their own reputation. Naruto only hoped he was equal to the task that had been set before him. He felt himself up to it, but only time would tell. It would be here, he decided, that he would make the world realize not all Uchiha had a stick up their ass. Still he smiled, and if Hiro scoffed back for. The rest wore smiles that looked as though they'd been painted on, their eyes hard with the hardship they'd suffered in the last month. Many of them looked outright leery of the newcomers. Not that he blamed them in the least for their caution. The way into the village was through a passage that cut between some very tall, very crooked cliffs, and at the entrance of this passage a small gate opened to admit their passage. A pair of Umbu passed to allow them their admittance, but their stiff posture belied their tension. He'd no doubt they wore smiles like they had two electrodes attached to their cheeks beneath those faces, but while their masked leers may have passed over Jiraiya and the others, it was Naruto they fixed their sights on. They were ushered inside. To their infinite surprise they were each assigned an individual guide. One by one Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and finally Tsunade were led aside, until only Naruto remained. Ah, nice to meet you. His gaze fell upon Hiro, half expecting the boy to lead him onward. When he did not, Naruto frowned. Still in the spirit of friendship and cooperation, not matter how much he might dislike this little shit, he extended a hand to the younger boy. Hiro regarded his palm as though it were a poisonous adder. For the first time, an actual emotion crossed his visage. Not anger but rage. A hatred so vile Naruto nearly recoiled from it. Now he didn't claim to know what the kid's issues were, but he'd have to work to curb that temper of his, else he'd make more enemies than friends in his short lifetime. As if the future Kazekage would deign to escort you. He stormed past without another word, leaving Naruto under the watchful gaze of the Umbu. Uchiha-san. He turned, seeking the voice. Yes. One of the masked shinobi suddenly pulled off her facade, drawing aside the likeness of a scorpion to expose her visage to him. Then she reached down and began to remove her uniform in the same instance. Naruto's heart nearly skipped a beat. I like where this is going. Oh, He promptly found himself caught in the gaze of a green-haired kunoichi with sunset-colored bangs, her heart-shaped face framed by a slight smile, above which eyes of the brightest hazel shone. Her attire was all but functional, not practical in combat, giving him the sense that she dressed this way simply to gain attention. Or, someone had ordered her to, he suspected. She sauntered up to him with an almost deceptive ease, those full hips swaying with each step. There was a sureness to her movements, he realized, a grace most kunoichi, even Mikoto herself, lacked. She was upon him almost before he knew what was happening, not bothering to ask permission for the intrusion of his personal space. Greetings, she replied stoically, her head inclining in the slightest of bows. My name is Pakura. I am to be your guide for the duration of your stay, Uchiha-san. Jiraiya looked as though he were about to protest why did Naruto get the hot kunoichi guide, but a withering look on Tsunade's part silenced the self-proclaimed pervert. An ordinary Uchiha would have rebuffed her formalities with a casual HN, but then again, Naruto wasn't your typical Uchiha now, was he? To the disbelief of nearly everyone present, he did the one thing that no one expected him to do. He reached out and took Pakura's hand to his own, lightly pressing his lips against the back of her palm. Kissing it. There was a shocked silence amidst both parties. Such a thing was unheard of. Behind him, Tsunade's visage colored in surprise. She didn't think the Uchiha had a romantic bone in his body. Just call me Naruto, he replied, dark eyes meeting her own. As allies we needn't stand on formality. Your escort shall direct you to your rooms, honorable shinobi, she said, turning away from them immediately thereafter, as though the trio were but a mere afterthought in her mind. In the meantime, Naruto Dano, I would be more than happy to bring you to— Wait. Tsunade protested, shouldering her way to the front of the group once more. Where are you taking him? Why to sign the treaty, of course? Pakura said as though it were the most obvious thing in the world. Our Lord's sole stipulation was that he meet with Naruto Dano as soon as he arrived so that they might discuss the terms of our agreement in greater detail. Surely your Hokage informed you of this. Naruto felt the hackles on the back of his neck begin to rise with those words. The old man hadn't mentioned anything like that in the brief. Something wasn't right here. Were they planning to get him alone and kill him? Tsunade's expression was telling, evidently she shared the same thought. In that case we'll come with you? Jiraiya was quick to interject, trying to preserve the suddenly fragile peace between the two shinobi. We'd be more than happy to meet him. I'm afraid I cannot allow that, the kunoichi returned with a shake of the head. He wished to meet with the Uchiha alone. Why? Came the demand. There are sensitive matters he wished to discuss. Nothing more. Surely you aren't reneging on our alliance over so simple a term? Now see here you little. It's fine. Naruto interjected, drawing alarmed looks from everyone. It's fine, he repeated, softly now. If the Sandaime wants to speak with me alone, then that's what he'll get. He didn't mention that this felt a great deal like a trap, that his every sense screamed at him to get the hell out of here. But he was used to danger. Becoming a political hostage, however, briefly didn't ruffle him in the slightest. His body might want to be far, far away from here, but his mind knew that this charade was entirely necessary. So glad someone sees reason. Pakura purred, pleased. Shall we go then? We shall. Naruto deferred to her with a wave of the hand. Please, lead the way. In the instant as his head turned, Naruto activated the Mangekyo Sharingan and locked eyes with Tsunade. He could have done so with anyone, but since she was still relatively close, she would have to do. The blonde of course startled as he pierced her mind, alarmed to suddenly find herself trapped in the world of Tsukuyumi. There was no torment or torture to greet her here, however, only a singed sentence awaited her arrival in the warping world of Genjutsu, spoken so swiftly she almost wasn't able to read them. If I don't return in 3 hours, take the others and get the hell out of here. Just like that she was back in the world again, her body slicked with a cold sweat. Naruto's words stood out in quiet confidence as he turned his head back around, the Mangekyo fading from his orbs. That idiot. He was going to get himself killed. She was certain of it. And all out of some misbegotten sense to keep the peace. Before Tsunade could protest further, she found the Uchiha body flickered away in a swirl of sand. If there was one thing Naruto would take away from his stay in Sungakure besides her stoic beauty, it was thus. Sand. The damn stuff was absolutely everywhere. In his face, his hair, damn it, he'd forgotten to cut that, bristling beneath his sandals and stinging at his skin and getting stuck in his clothes. If it weren't for the veil he'd been given, it surely would have found its way into his eyes as well. That would have stung the newly awakened orb something fierce, he was certain. But ultimately his thoughts were not with the sand kicked up by the wind of the storm, but rather, with his comrades. Had they gotten his message? Would they even listen to it? No need to be nervous. Pakura reassured him as she ushered him inside a grand building that had to be the man's residence. I am told Lord Kazekage merely wishes to speak with you. Nothing more. Why does that not make me feel any better? Well shit, for once we agree. There was an awkward silence between the two halves of his psyche. I won't say anything if you don't. Agreed. A lone seat was waiting for them when they arrived, and in it, a man in the unmistakable white-blue robes of a Kage. Kazekage-sama. Pakura genuflected, but did not otherwise move from her place at Naruto's side. The Uchiha is here, as per your request. Face consumed by the shadows of his wide-brimmed hat, the Kazekage acknowledged his presence by raising one elegant hand, never once turning in their direction. He was not so much an honored guest perhaps, as a mild irritance to be endured, but at least the Kazekage didn't glare at him like the Umbu had. If anything, the man seemed to be measuring him, gauging him for any sign of weakness. Abruptly he laughed aloud. It was a deep, throaty sound that instantly set Naruto on edge. We meet at last? His voice was low yet pleasant, exuding strength and charisma from every pore. I've heard a great deal about you, Uchiha Naruto. The latter bowed. You do me honor, Kazekage-sama. Please, what are formalities amongst equals? The man tilted his head, exposing sand-colored eyes set within a scarred yet still youthful face. He might have even been handsome, once. You may address me by my given name, by all means. Please, call me Kazayama. Very well, Kazayama-san. The man's brow tightened slightly at the mentioned terse suffix, only to soften seconds later. I understand we have you to thank for eliminating the scouts on our border. There was a rather baffling man amongst them. Gari of the explosive release, I believe? We dispatched an enemy platoon led by him, yes, thank you. Naruto had never been particularly good at verbal sparring, he much rather preferred to let his fists do the talking. But that simply wasn't an option here. If he slugged a Kazekage for asking odd questions, he was likely to remove Konoha's only ally in this war. On the contrary, it is I who should be thanking you. A tiny smile broke out on the man's chiseled face, like a crack etching along a stone surface. Thanks to your noble efforts, we will be able to duplicate the explosive release for ourselves someday. Together, we will dash our enemies against the borders. Naruto felt a cold chill creep over him. The idea of that bloodline in anyone's hands was a frightful thing. Tsunade had been lucky thanks to her seal. Other shinobi wouldn't be. But enough about this tedious war. The man miraculously withdrew a bottle and pair of glasses from the folds of his robe, filling both to the brim. Let us drink. To our alliance? Naruto arched an eyebrow in shock. The man liked his drink? We haven't even discussed the treaty yet, he frowned, accepting one for the sake of saving face. Ah, straight to the formalities. Kazayama smiled mildly. I was hoping to save the most bitter course for last. He let the words hang over them as he drank first, doubtless to convince the Uchiha that he hadn't called him here just to poison him. Naruto sniffed subtly, his enhanced senses detecting no trace of poison. He'd heard the unspoken threat in those words. We will discuss it when I am ready. Not before. Like so many others, the Kazekage wanted to know if he truly was a descendant of Uchiha Madara, not some impious impostor rising to claim such a prestigious title. I suppose we could. Reluctantly he drank, wincing as the sake burned down his throat. If the man really had tried to poison him, then he'd be in for an unpleasant surprise. Sakura had taught him how to burn away all but the most potent of toxins with chakra. And with Naruto's reserves, bolstered still by the flagging remnants of Kurama chakra, even the most deadly of venom couldn't inspire more than a mild headache in him. The secret was best served after all, if it remained a secret. Excellent. Unaware of the musings of his host, the Kage poured himself another glass. I trust your stay in my village has been a hospitable one? He asked. Thus far, yes, considering he'd met an impetuous little punk and already been dragged here against his will. Ah, damn, but the man read his expression like a book. I see you've met Hiro, then. You'll have to forgive his behavior. The council has been grooming him to succeed me, for some time now. A touch of arrogance is to be expected among the young, don't you think? He laughed softly at the thought. Between the two of us, I'd rather someone more capable claim my seat. Someone like Sasori, for example. If he noticed a muscle jump in Naruto's jaw, he did not acknowledge it. Did you? He's produced many of our finest poisons? The Kazekage continued. A master puppeteer, and at such a young age. Truly a prodigy. Humble, too. Nothing like Hirako. Shinobi ought to know their place in the hierarchy, wouldn't you agree? Hiro has yet to learn that. I wouldn't mind at all if Sasori were to take his place beside me. What are you saying? I'm not saying anything, Uchiha. Just that accidents are quite common in our line of work. Naruto didn't rise to the bait, he'd just been given permission to take a life for political gain. Despite that, it was suddenly all he could do not to use the Sharingan to plumb the man's mind for information. Sasori. Sasori was here? In this village? Someone like that could never be Kazekage. He shuddered at the thought. Kazayama was quick. Do you like your new weapon? It has been useful? Naruto admitted, glancing down at the black tanto he'd been gifted. The very act felt like a betrayal of himself. I am told it was made by a master blacksmith from your village. Indeed, the Kazekage replied silkily. What you have there is chakra reactive ore, the blade will expand or contract as you see fit. Naruto's surprise must have been evident, because the Kazekage laughed again. What, did you think we would give such a paltry weapon to someone of your caliber? I would thank you not to test it in my presence, though. My guards are a bit twitchy thanks to the war. Well then, that would explain the chakra he'd been sensing for the last 5 minutes. What do you think of our kunoichi, Naruto? Another question, but this one evoked a frown. I have only met one. Pakura, then his cold gaze fell upon the kunoichi in question. What do you think of her? Naruto turned to consider his answer a moment, then supplied the only answer he could. The truth. She seems an exceptional shinobi, Kazekage-sama. Isn't she, though? Kazayama nodded. Her bloodline is unmatched in our village. I dare say she'd be more than a match for you in close combat. And my lord? Pakura's cheeks colored in surprise, the admission having caught her off guard. You honor me with your words? How about it then, Uchiha? Is she not beautiful? Now it was Naruto's turn to color. He was no virgin by any account, but being placed on the spot in such a matter would be enough to ruffle even a Kage's feathers. She is, very beautiful? You may have her, then. Beside him, Pakura turned absolutely ashen. Naruto swallowed. Hard. He'd been expecting a request for a spar or some such, not an offering to bed the woman. All right, relax. He told himself. You can talk your way out of this. Just stay calm and don't let him get to you. There was a silence as he contemplated his next move. Then, I beg your pardon. I said you may take her back to Konoha with you, as your wife. The Wind Shadow continued amicably, no doubt sensing the sudden shift in mood. Consider her my gift to you. As a matter of fact, I'm in a good mood today, so I will lend you another. You may bring her and any other Chunin you wish to Konoha upon your return. Take them with my blessings, and when you become the next Hokage, remember the generosity of Suna and her leaders. This man was making one hell of an assumption there. Naruto didn't know what to make of it. Did he assume he was like most Uchiha, constantly lusting for greater powers? That he was going to forcibly wrest the mantle of Hokage from Sarutobi's shoulders? And in return? In return, the man looked offended. I ask for nothing in return, only that you remember my kindness this day. In return for that I shall promise you this: we will aid and abet you in every possible way. In this way, no matter the cost nor the loss of life, we will fight by Konoha's side until the last man, woman, and child. Is that the answer you desire? Here is the treaty, you may read it to your liking. Naruto did just that, his Sharingan flaring to ready every word and subtext, anything that might be slanted to Suna's advantage. Naruto bristled as he read over the documents. There had to be more at work here. There just had to be. Every item here benefited Konoha in every possible way. The only thing Suna truly stood to gain was protection and assistance should they fall under attack by enemy forces. And all he had to do was accept 2 of their kunoichi into the fold? And if Pakura wishes to stay? At his elbow, the kunoichi flinched as though she'd been struck. She has no choice in the matter. The Kazekage dismissed the woman with a wave of his hand. I have spoken. She will go with you for the good of Suna because I have ordered it. Now, I ask only that you sign on the dotted line. Pakura didn't move, but her eyes suddenly sought his. He had an idea of what was going through her head. She was in shock at being offered up like cattle by her Kazekage to appease Konoha. She'd laid her trust with this man, and how had he repaid her? By tossing her aside. There was so much anger in those orbs, though whether it was directed at him or the Kazekage, he knew not. Only that he had to make a decision. Now. Here and now, before the Kazekage lost his patience. Out of curiosity, what would happen if I refused these terms? Then I'm afraid our alliance is null and void. Kazuyama's tone brooked no further argument. Naruto hissed in a sharp intake of breath. In that case, he began, the words were acid in his throat. Kazekage-sama. Naruto was almost grateful when the door slammed open, cutting off whatever he might have said. An aide all but flung himself into the room, bespectacled face so fraught with terror that Kazekage didn't even deign to strike him down on the spot. Hiro-sama has been kidnapped in the town square. Ah, damn it. Naruto muttered. Why is this shit never easy? Pakura was already gone, darting out a window before anyone could say she wasn't needed. By all means, chase after her, the Kazekage urged, but the words were empty, merely a formality. It would be horrible if something were to happen to him. Swearing, Naruto lunged out into the village after her. In the shadows of his hat, a small smile twisted at the Kazekage's face. Hey, are you all right? Pakura resolved herself not to speak as they flitted across the rooftops, not to look at the Uchiha for fear of revealing her emotions. Her tears. To display emotion was a weakness. One that could be exploited. Just as she had been. If her Kazekage, the man in whom she had laid all her hopes and dreams, was willing to ransom her off to Konoha for the sake of peace, whom could she trust? The Uchiha? He seemed a nice enough fellow, or at least one hesitant about claiming her body like some prize cut of meat. Hey! Pakura cried out in surprise as he moved to block her with his body, forcibly arresting her movement by grabbing her wrist. This close she was suddenly aware of just how tall he was head and shoulders above her. Not just in terms of height, but skill as well. He wasn't ruffled in the slightest, and yet here she was, nearly a sobbing wreck at the Kazekage's betrayal. Because that was what it was, wasn't it? He'd all but signed her death warrant by giving her to the Uchiha, uprooting her from the life that she'd known all this time, and she'd wanted to kill him for it. If that aide hadn't come barging in when he had, she would have thrown herself at the sandaime, deciding to die at the edge of his iron sand rather than become someone's trophy. I said, are you all right? All right, she whispered brokenly into his chest. How can I be all right? She felt like an idiot. Ready to weep into the chest of a stranger she barely knew. Forced to be a wife to a man she'd just met. He had struck her interest true, but that had been when she'd thought she had a choice, not this arranged marriage for the sake of her village. Even knowing that many before her had done the same wasn't enough to mend her heart as it were, she could only flounder in disbelief at what had been wrested away from her. You can cry, if you want. I will not. She struggled out of his grasp. Surprisingly he let her go. I am a kunoichi. Almost immediately she withdrew, rubbing at her wrist. I would never shed such tears. Oi, you were just sold out by your leader. It's all right to be a bit upset. I am not upset. She all but shrieked. That was a lie and Pakura knew it. She was distraught. You don't know me. No, but I'd like to. Like to fuck me, you mean, she remarked bitterly. Something in his eyes hardened then. No. I mean I'd like to get to know an admirable kunoichi who deserves better than that scum of a kage. Mere words, she snapped back, but her voice warbled on the last note. Empty of promise? I could always kill him. Onyx snapped into scarlet in dire warning. No one would know. No one but her. Though he had hurt her, she was still a kunoichi, through and through. She would do as she was told, but that didn't mean she had to reveal Naruto's threat just now, did it? You really do deserve better than him. Insufferable man. He just wouldn't let it drop, would he? And how would you know? I've seen his type before. In that instant he seemed to age before her eyes. Not in the physical sense, but more in the spiritual sense. It was all in his eyes, they looked so tired, like he had lived for far too long and a part of him had given up and was just waiting to die. It was enough to shock whatever wariness she'd had for him right off of Pakura. This man had lived through countless horrors in his life, and yet he was still trying, despite her best efforts, to wrest her out of this impossible situation. You really have, haven't you? More than you know. Pakura looked at him then, the movement causing her intricate sunset and jade-colored bangs to form the hint of a shroud around her face. His Sharingan seemed to blur in the morning's light. Naruto couldn't miss it and his expression reflected his intrigue. Pakura tilted her head to the right, then swayed it back left and Naruto blinked in amazement. In the woman's movement, his own eyes seemed to dance. And with Naruto still obviously mesmerized, Pakura leaned forward and quite softly brushed her lips with his own. It took several heartbeats, but that seemed to break the spell and the Uchiha leaned away, staring at her with puzzlement. Why did you do that? He asked in a voice that seemed hard to find. Because I believe you, she whispered. Naruto cocked his head curiously, and when he started to protest, Pakura put a finger over his lips to silence him. Don't be a fool, she said with a small, sad smile. I'm not worth throwing your career away. This is why I hate village politics. Naruto muttered, scarlet orbs fading back to black. Always screwing everything up. Come on, we've got a brat to save. Reluctantly she took off after him, descending into the streets below. What was that just now? What had made her kiss him? She didn't know and likely wouldn't for many more days. No point in puzzling it out now. Not when the future Kazekage was in danger. There he is? Naruto skidded to a dead halt when he saw the shinobi in the town square. It was obviously one of Gari's men. As if the apocalyptic rage that knotted the man's face wasn't enough, the burns answered all his questions almost immediately. What it did not answer was how in the hell the man had managed to incapacitate Hiro and Asuna Kunoichi by himself, let alone wreath his body in enough explosive tags to blow a mile-deep crater in Sunagakure. Insanity didn't even begin to define this man. He glanced furtively every which way. The look in his eye was one of sheer madness, someone who had nothing left to lose but his own life. But if he lost it, so would many. You, the man raged, the moment he laid eyes upon Naruto. Keep your eyes away from me. Demon. Monster. Murderer. You killed my captain. Scum. Filth. Konoha won't live to regret your actions. The prone forms of the hero and the kunoichi offered no resistance. It was up to them to do something. Calm down, Pakura interjected with a calmness she no longer felt. How could she after what she'd just done? What are your demands? We can talk about this. Talk. He screeched. There's nothing to talk about, Suna bitch. You whores are just as bad as them. You murdered us like pigs. Butcher us, like cattle. Now, I'm going to do the same to you. Clutching Hiro and the girl closer to himself, he cackled madly. Hell. I'll take you all to hell with me. We can all burn together. Just like he burned me. You're insane. Naruto frowned. And you need treatment? Don't touch me. The man flinched aside as Naruto's Sharingan span into existence. Don't even look at me. I know your tricks. He told me all about them. I won't be deceived. Naruto froze, blood turning to ice in his veins. The true Uchiha, the man was raving now, clearly crazed, or so everyone seemed to think. He restored my body. Told me the truth. Sent me here to kill you, traitor. And I will. Madara. How the hell is that even possible? That was when Hiro's gold dust smashed into his face with all the force of a sledgehammer. Whatever the Iwa Nina had been about to say ended then and there. His mouth was suddenly flooded with so much of the stuff that he may well have choked on it. And given a few more seconds, he just might have. But they didn't have a few seconds. Even as the future Kazekage wrenched himself free, the man released the kill switch, setting dozens upon dozens of tages aflame. Everyone fled or ran in that awful instant, all save the 4 shinobi for whom his wrath was reserved. His temper inflamed beyond all point of salvaging, the man reached down to ignite the rest of the tags strapped to his body. With his mission having failed, he was determined to at least take a few of them with him. For the glory of Iwa and his Tsuchikage, he would purge these scum. Die. There was no time to decide, he could only save one. Not both. So he grabbed the girl instead of the boy and dove for cover. In that instant he was vaguely aware of Hiro's cry of shock, then of Pakura, flinging a fireball into the man's chest with devastating effect. But it was already too late. Naruto saw with his Sharingan what would happen an instant before it occurred and reacted, calling upon a deadly power he daren't have touched until this very moment. An azure ribcage formed out of the nothing, blue bone breaking into the beginnings of a shoulder, then an arm, an elbow. Then came the explosion and orange fury burned the world white. The incomplete Susanoo served its purpose, acting as a buffer between the 3 of them and the blast. The Uchiha groaned as he dusted himself off, the grit and gravel of Sunagakure already etched into his uniform. A suicide bomber? Who the hell did that anymore? Still bemoaning the dirt and dust that had gotten into his immaculate uniform, the former Uzumaki turned to face the girl he'd just rescued from certain death. The same could not be said of her companion, however. Without the flying thunder god technique, curse this body of his, he simply wasn't fast enough save both. Whomever Hiro had been or had been destined to be, he was dead now. Dead as dead could possibly be. Well, he muttered to himself, that could have gone off better. Agreed, his Kaloge muttered beside him, brushing herself off with a groan. Her scorch release had been key in defusing the blast, though she was far too humble to ever admit it. Though I had not expected him to detonate himself in such a spectacular fashion. Her hazel eyes quietly regarded the small crater that had once been the market district. It would have been far larger had she not managed to detonate some of those tags preemptorily. The Iwagakure assassin had only managed to take 2 lives instead of dozens. His own, and that of a shinobi? Any injuries? He asked. Here, I can heal. Pakura started, brushing off his hand with a flush. I would rather you attend to the kunoichi beneath you, Uchiha. Wow. The teenager they'd rescued managed groaned, dusting herself off with a pained hiss. Wah. Where's? She took one look at her companion's charred corpse and turned bone white. Oh my god. Hey, Naruto patted the girl's face back to him. He knew well enough that if he gave her a chance to stare overlong at her comrade's corpse, the poor girl would just break down. Don't look at him. Look at me. Are you alright? Are you injured? What's your name? The trick was to bombard them with so many questions that they didn't have time to think there would be time to grieve later. If there was even the slightest of possibilities that the attacker wasn't acting alone. Her voice was numb, though thankfully not with shock. Karura. Rank. Ch Chunin. Injuries? None. Measurements? Huh? Kidding, he sighed. If she had enough energy to be angry, then she'd be just fine. Right then, Karura-chan, I need you to focus. Can you stand? Hi. Naruto froze as he helped her up, as he got a good look at her, realization swarming over him. Brown hair. Purple eyes? Merciful Kami above and Yami below. This was no mere kunoichi in his arms, he'd just saved Gaara's mother from certain death. And if that boy with the gold dust was who he thought he was, then that blackened body had to be Gaara's father. That was who Hiro was. No other shinobi wielded such a technique, and if they did, he didn't know of them. Meaning? Ah, balls. What the hell happened here? Naruto didn't even look up as Tsunade's voice pierced the air above him. Jiraiya and Orochimaru arrived soon thereafter, pausing only to gawp at the massive hole the man had punched in the village before bringing their attention to bear upon Naruto. In the end it was the latter, not the former, who asked the million-dollar question. What did you do? Naruto took one long look at Pakura, then Karura, and sighed. Yeah, kind of a long story there. Chapter 7, Bonds. In hindsight, their return trip was surprisingly peaceful, considering all Naruto and company had gone through. After the chaos ensued the town square, it was quietly decided that it would best serve the interests of both parties if Konoha signed the treaty and departed, post-haste. A tactical retreat to avoid further casualties, the Suna Council had called it. The Kazekage had been less subtle. Hiro's corpse was still cooling, the ink still drying on the dotted line, and already Sasori had been chosen as the man's gift successor. Now that he'd gotten what he wanted, he was all too eager to see the back of them. 2 kunoichi would be given to the Leaf as per the terms of the treaty, and in return the larger village would honor its ties with Sand for all time. Kind words were spoken and promises given, but they left Naruto feeling soiled inside nonetheless. And how could they not? Orochimaru of all people had been the one to talk him into formally accepting the terms, since the Kazekage refused to honor their peace in any other suit. He was loath to admit it, but the slippery snake had a point. Sometimes you had to put aside what you wanted for the sake of the greater good. Jiraiya of course had been all for it, of course. Some things never changed. Tsunade was oddly morose about it, though. Pakura had been silent as the grave ever since they'd left the gates. In contrast, Karura seemed almost grateful for the Sandame's decree. Despite the fact that the man had none too subtly berated her for even being kidnapped in the first place, she had been called weak, worthless, and not fitting to be a kunoichi. Of course she was grateful to be gone. Not that Naruto blamed her. Gaara's mother struck him as the gentle sort, and her unease in the presence of her own Kage spoke volumes for the girl's character. She was a gentle soul, couldn't hurt a fly if she tried. Relatively speaking. Itai. Sorry. Karura whispered contritely as she continued to trim his hair. Did I get you? A little, yeah, ow. Careful, girl. Gomen. Naruto yelped as the scissors missed his hair and accidentally nipped a chunk out of his ear. His cry was met by muffled snorts of laughter from the others, mounted once more upon the mighty Manda's head, the large snake ferrying them across the desert twice in less than 2 days. With no sandstorm or shinobi to deter them, their odd little group was making surprising progress. Naruto, finally making the opportunity, had decided to cut his hair. The long locks have been singed during the suicide bomber's last blast. Long locks were useful for shinobi like Jiraiya, who hardened their hair into spikes and flailed it around, but Naruto saw it as more of an impediment than anything else. The last thing he wanted was someone grabbing a handful of it again as they had during the ambush. So he was getting a trim, courtesy of Karura. He was keeping them bangs, and a good portion of it though, couldn't ditch the resemblance entirely. Perhaps you should let me try, Naruto-sama? Pakura asked, the ghost of a smile flitting across her face. Granted, it was a pale imitation of the real thing, but nevertheless her very first display of outward emotion since they'd left Suna behind them. She'd clung to him like a second shadow since the explosion, though thankfully she hadn't been untoward in her displays of devotion since their kiss. If it could even be called such. More and more Uchiha Uzumaki, Naruto found himself surrounded by beautiful women with no idea what to do with them. Oh, he knew what he could do, but his chivalry held that urge firmly in check. Somewhat. Kinda. Sort of, oh, who the hell was he kidding? He'd wanted to screw Pakura silly for at least an hour how, and it didn't help that she kept brushing up against him. Ahaha, maybe that would be for the best. Very well. But when the older Kunoichi tried to claim the scissors, Karura clutched them to her chest. Was I really that bad? One look from the poor Chunin made Naruto think he'd just killed her puppy or something. Gah! Not the puppy eyes no jutsu, the bane of man's existence everywhere. Did all women know that technique? Not even he could last more than 5 seconds under that stare. Purpose he was simply too chivalrous, because he folded like wet tissue paper. Let her do it. Naruto almost groaned, pitying the way his poor head was going to look after this. Karura's smile made up for that, if only a fraction. Gods, what was he going to go with her? Tsunade shook her head to that effect, completely unaware of the conflict roiling within the young man's skull. You big baby. You can fling fireballs until you're out of breath, but when she tries to cut your hair. Not my fault, alright? I never liked getting my hair cut. Besides, I'm ticklish. Not a lie, his neck had always been very sensitive. Sakura had enjoyed tormenting him there during their brief relationship. Ouch. There it was again, that dull ache reminding him of the one woman he'd failed to save. The only woman. He might have moved on in this day and age, but a part of her would always be with him. A hand on his shoulder, urging his feet onward, reminding him why he was doing this. Never again, he would tell himself whenever he saw someone in need, be they kunoichi or shinobi, someone whose life he would save from the misfortune that had befallen them in this time. Never, ever again. He knew he couldn't save everyone, but he'd be damned if he didn't try to save someone. So that's why he's never cut it? Orochimaru mused. Kid, Jiraiya grumbled at that one, I don't whether to be jealous or just pity you. Leave him be. Jiraiya, the paler of the pair, was quick to admonish his comrade for the slip. I, for one, see the advantage of having 2 foreign kunoichi under our roof. It will strengthen ties with the village. Naruto would have shook his head in amazement had he not been writhing in discomfort. Orochimaru backing him up? Was the world coming to an end? Still though, that was one way to think of it. If said kunoichi hadn't already fallen head over heels for him. A tick mark appeared over the blonde's forehead. Ticklish, eh? Oh. Karura-chan, she began sweetly. Naruto froze, instantly on guard whenever she used that tone of voice. Hi, can I borrow those for a second? The Uchiha bristled the moment she handed them over, Sharingan flaring. Oi. Don't you dare. Wah, afraid off a little snip? Tsunade edged closer, clearly enjoying his discomfort. Naruto's gaze snapped to Pakura and Karura, seeking aid. But the 2 kunoichi were smiling, silently bemused that their savior was so terrified by the prospect of the scissor-wielding woman. Jiraiya and Orochimaru weren't of any help either. Both men seemed content to observe his mad scramble to safety, skittering backward like a drunken crab in a desperate attempt to escape the blonde. I'm warning you. See him now, I'm not gonna hurt you, much. Gah. Let me go, woman. Enjoy the haircut, Gaki. Jiraiya snickered. Naruto yelped as Tsunade tightened her hold of him and mercilessly descended with the scissors. Nu. One haphazard haircut later. Are you still sulking about that? Come on kid, are you really going to give me the silent treatment? Ah, leave him be. Jiraiya muttered, quietly poking at the fire with a stick. He'll open up when he's good and ready. Unfortunately Tsunade seemed to think good and ready meant good and now, because she refused to let the matter drop. If there was one thing she loathed above all else it was being ignored. And the Uchiha was doing just that, stubbornly resisting all attempts to coax him out of his self-inflicted depression. Not that he could be blamed of course, after the horrendous haircut she'd given him. Come on, damn it. Talk to me. Let me be. Naruto's voice resounded in kind, spoken as though from a great distance. You hacked a huge chunk out of it. Crazy woman. What was that? You did mess up his hair pretty badly. Orochimaru pointed out drolly. But, I'm never giving you scissors again. Karura shook her head in mock disbelief. To think someone could be so poor at cutting hair. That's not. Should have let me do it, added Pakura. Poor Tsunade, she recoiled as though she'd been stung. Whyre you ganging up on me? Naruto folded both arms across his chest and refused to answer the laughter that followed that statement. And even if he had deigned to speak, he probably wouldn't have been able to make himself heard over the howling winds anyways. A storm had swept up out nowhere from the wastes, battering them with great gales and even greater gouts of sands. With night fast approaching and temperatures plummeting, their little group had been forced to seek shelter in the first. It would have been slow going indeed if they hadn't found this cave. Pakura had been the one to point it out, the Jonin's skill the sole reason they weren't out in the cold at this very moment. It was also the reason why Naruto had gone to the back of said cave, to be alone. He wasn't at all fond of what Tsunade had done to his hair. He'd get over it eventually, but, For now, he wanted nothing to do with scissors or tsunade. He wanted to sulk, and not even Karura could jostle him out of it. He'd walked as far as his legs would carry him, and here he sat, until her voice finally stopped pestering him. Gurgle. The former blonde blanched as his gut grumbled in protest. It wanted food, damn it. Even then, he willed himself not to move, waiting until he was certain the others had fallen asleep. His stomach growled again at this, rumbling in angry betrayal. He couldn't very well last the night without some sort of sustenance now, could he? With that in mind, he started to rise, intent on filching. That was when his foot caught on something, sending him stumbling into a wall. Fucking ouch. What in the world? Frowning, he bent to inspect it. Black eyes bulged. CCC corpse. For it was indeed just that, a mummified man. His skin stretched taut over dead bones, eyes long once withered and gone, his face frozen in his last moments. Whatever had killed him, it must have been agonizing to produce an expression like that. But what was this? Just leave the fucker be and get some food. His darker half grumbled. I'm fucking starving here, man. But Naruto was intrigued. The dead man bore a hishate of Kumogakure, his emaciated body suggesting he'd been here or a good long while. A few decades, at least, if this withered husk was any indication. More or less of a precaution, he chose to frisk the man, see if he had any supplies on him. One had to be practical during war, after all. He'd been expecting kunai. Shuriken. Year-old supplies gone bad. What he got was a large, onyx-colored roll of parchment bound to the man's back. Naruto studied the scroll for a long moment, quietly marveling at what he had found. It was indeed a large scroll, almost as large as the toad summoning scroll Jiraiya had once shown him. That, or some kind of scroll meant to store items. Surely this couldn't be such a thing, could it? No, this looked more like, aha. Breaking the seal that bound it, his suspicions were confirmed. A summoning contract. But not just any mere contract. This was contract by which he could summon a beast as legendary as it was mythical. Dragons. He felt his fingers tremble at the thought, and fought the urge to put it back. He wasn't aware such a pact had existed, and indeed if it had most likely been lost in this cavern to the ages. No one had stumbled upon an old corpse in this time, no one had thought to search through his belongings. No one knew of this. No one, except him. Holy shit. Yami was practically bouncing with glee inside his head. This is great. No, this is beyond great. Oi. Do you have any idea what we could do with this? We'll have the village kissing our feet. Naruto said nothing to that idea, instead resolving himself to inspect the scroll more closely. If something is too good to be true, it often is. But despite his reservation and an exhaustive inspection, this scroll was every bit as legitimate as it seemed. Detailed within this worn parchment were a series of signatures, their names too worn to even partially decipher. This scroll wasn't just old. It was ancient. Whomever this man had been, he must have been of a rare breed indeed. The things this man must have seen. Stop dawdling and sign it. God, you don't have to shout. Nipping a thumb, he carefully wrote his name in blood. Uchiha Naruto. He have expected the scroll to reject him outright for using a fail name, but it accepted him without complaint, his signature appearing at the end of that long and lengthy list. His thumb healed almost immediately. It seemed such a small wound wasn't beyond the Kyuubi's impaired ability reserved to heal. Despite his own curiosity, however, trying to summon such a beast in this enclosed space was nothing short of foolish. He'd wait until later to attempt such a feat. Closing it, he opened a storage scroll and sealed it away. Wouldn't do to have his friends learn of his new discovery before he'd master it now, would it? Whomever this man was, whomever he had been, he clearly didn't have a use for it anymore. That didn't make him feel any less of a grave robber, although Kumo and IWA might be enemies of Konoha in this war, but they'd also been their allies in the last. And here he was, picking a corpse apart. So much for nobility. What VE you got there? Jesus Moda dash. Naruto nearly started out of his skin as Pakura's voice snaked into his ear. She seemed materialized from the gloom like a ghost. One moment she wasn't there and the next she was, cradling a swirling sphere of pale fire in the palm of her hand. Despite himself, the Uchiha actually gulped. Damn thing was downright eerie. Her pale skin seemed to shimmer in the dim light, her hazel eyes dancing with the crimson color of her flames. The silence seemed to stretch unto eternity between the two of them, an awkward tension broken only by the sound of their breathing. Finally, someone broke it. Scorch release, the kunoichi explained at his questioning glare, ruefully indicating the crimson orb with a jerk of the head. Just call me a glorified human flashlight. She fell silent after that one, pointedly eyeing the spot beside him in an unspoken inquiry. Can I sit? Her gaze seemed to ask. Reluctantly Naruto slid back, acquiescing to her quiet question. She settled in neatly beside him, her shoulder brushing his. For a heartbeat they remained like that, nuzzling in silence. The others are sound asleep, Naruto asked at last. Why aren't you? Pakura snorted, it was a very unladly-like sound. Your friend, Jiraiya? She arched a delicate eyebrow, teasingly. He snores. Loudly. Ah. Naruto remembered that from his training days with Erosenin, it was enough to make him snicker. Glad to see you finally came out of your shell? Indeed, her last two remarks had surprised him. She was being a great deal more informal with him. He liked that. Didn't want people treating him like royalty because of his name. More than anything, he wanted to be treated as a regular shinobi, albeit an extraordinarily powerful one. One who now has the legendary dragon contract. Yami popped into existence on his shoulder. Oh, the havoc we will wreak with that. Naruto quietly quashed the little devil and returned his attention to Pakura. So? Why the sudden change of heart? I've done some thinking, she shrugged. When my Kazekage told me I was to go with you, I thought of it as a curse, at first. You calling me ugly, sweetheart? He quirked an eyebrow. No. Pakura shot to her feet as though she'd been burned. 1,000 pardons, Naruto Dano. Relax, I was just joking. He took her wrist and tugged her back down. Lighten up? You're making fun of me, she accused, but she used the orb in her hand to light the torch nonetheless. It burned softly at their feet, providing a touch of warmth and light as her scorching fireball faded. Maybe. But you need to loosen up a little bit? And how do you suggest I do that? She challenged. Well, you might want to let your hair down once in a while and be sociable, you know? You and Tsunade are getting along swimmingly, but you haven't said so much as 2 words to Jiraiya or Orochimaru. One is a pervert, the other frightens me, she returned in a tone that hinted there would be no arguing on that, and any attempt to do so on his part would be prove futile. Can you move closer a bit? I'm cold. Naruto complied nevertheless, leaning into her until he could feel her even through his jacket. This close he could smell her, the faint scent of a desert lilac, rare and beautiful. Yet so understandably fragile. Without thinking, a hand rose and reached out to touch her hair, fingers stroking through the jaden locks, lingering at their sunset-colored tips. What? Pakura flushed. Is there something on my face? Do you like girls with long hair? That question caught him off guard. Long hair, huh? Naruto thought on that one a moment, mentally flicking through the girls he knew who possessed such luscious locks. Hinata. Karen. Mei. He wasn't really opposed to long or short, in any case. Eventually, he shrugged. I don't dislike them. Pakura said nothing, for the longest time, twirling a strand through her fingers. Suddenly, her gaze slid to his. Would you like it if I grew mine out? I like you for who you are. Naruto frowned, not seeing the point to such a question. Even if you are a bit stiffoof. He grunted as she shoved an elbow into his stomach. That hurt, Tibeo. So you can feel pain after all? A demure smile pulled at her lips. And here I was beginning to think you were invulnerable, unless scissors are involved, she chuckled softly. Naruto uttered a series of oaths so foul it made her cheeks burn before culminating in a single sentence. Shinobi don't give good haircuts. Next time, ask me to cut it, Pakura suggested. I'm no expert, but my aunt taught me a few things. Naruto bristled, thinking immediately of Tsunade's hack job, but nodded nonetheless. It wasn't as though Pakura could screw it up beyond what had already been done. I'll do that, then. At her miserable expression, he swiftly switched gears. So, you have family back home? An aunt and an uncle actually, yes. The kunoichi warmed to the change of topic immediately, her eyes brightening with a spark of life. They're civilians, though. She's been a stylist all her life, and he, an accountant. I know it sounds silly, but they probably think me a hero for giving myself to Konoha as I have. Damn Kazekage, Naruto muttered beneath his breath. Treating his own shinobi like pawns on a chessboard. I should have killed him. I told you not to say such things, she fixed him with an intense stare. Besides, I would rather be. And here she did gulp, betrothed to you and have my freedom than remain a tool in Suna. You've been wonderful to me so far. Yes, I suppose that's true. Do you have any family, though? In your village? A sorrowed knot twisted at Naruto's gut. No direct family, anyway. So you were alone before that? I had someone. Oh, her face fell. What's she like? She died, a long time ago. Ah. Naruto, I'm sorry. Pakura. Onyx met Hazel, both turned aside, unsure of what to say. The air between them felt charged, as if they were both waiting for something to happen, though Naruto was sure it was just a product of his own overactive imagination. He tried to concentrate on small talk, but it felt as if something more than just words were passing between them. And when Pakura's hand suddenly lifted to cradle the juncture of his neck and shoulder, he jumped so badly their conversation came to a grinding halt, sparks skittering as he realized Pakura was touching him and looking at him with warmth and concern. "You're injured," she murmured softly. Naruto blinked, reminded of the explosion of back in Sunagakure. A shard of debris had smacked him in the face. Filled with adrenaline, he'd thought nothing of it at the time, but the mere mention of it was enough to evoke a dull ache. One that began to fade as a familiar green glow engulfed Pakura's hand. "You know how to heal," it was not a question. "One learns many skills in Suna," came her even reply. "I'm no medic, but I can ease the pain." Ease the pain. Was she talking about his injury, or the burden he'd been bearing ever since Hiro had died? The knowledge that Gaara and his siblings no longer existed was a painful burden to bear. He'd never once considered that his presence in the past might obliterate the future of his friends. He couldn't care less what had happened to Sasuke, or the fact that he'd essentially done the same by wiping his former ally from existence the moment he'd taken Mikoto. This was different. There was nothing to prevent him and Pakura from. "Do you want me to ease it?" He had the distinct impression she wasn't talking about the bruise anymore. Anyone with half a brain cell could see the dual meaning of those words. Their eyes met again, this time neither looked away. "Please." Perhaps it was the stress. Maybe it was the unspoken tension between the two of them. It might have even been the physical movement of her hand, now cradling his face. Whatever the case, he suddenly found his lips on hers, his hand cupping her cheek and guiding her mouth to his. If his kiss with Mikoto had sparked a flame, this one ignited a raging inferno. Pakura melted into the lock of those lips with a soft sigh as though she'd been waiting for him all along. Perhaps she had. He hadn't had enough time to take stock off their kiss back in Suna. There had been so much on his mind, too much danger to even register little more than a touching of their lips. Not this time. They were soft and moist and oh so very warm, pressing against his with a tender insistence he simply couldn't bring himself to deny. It felt freeing. Wonderful. All his worries and fears fell away at once, pushed to the back of his mind by the mouth of the Suna Kunoichi pressing against him. He hadn't a care in the world. Pakura was of a similar mind. At first his was so slow and tender that it made her want to melt into a puddle on the cavern floor. Without warning, it became hard and hungry, making her very toes curl and her clothes threaten to fall off altogether. His hand splayed through her tightly bound hair and gently pulled the needle free, loosing the verdant green tresses messily from captivity as the other tightened on the underside of her thigh, tugging her leg up a fraction to cradle his hips. She moved with him, straddling her weight against his, knocking him to the floor, her lips never leaving his for an instant. He shifted against her, hissing in pain as his back struck the unyielding stone. "Pakura," he rasped against her mouth. His voice alone was enough to evoke a soft, cracked moan in the back of her throat. She wanted him. Needed him. Here was a man who didn't see her as a tool or a pawn, a piece on a chessboard to be moved forward or back or sacrificed when the need saw fit. He saw her as Kunoichi. As a woman. She heard in the way he called her name, felt it as he stroked the back of her neck, saw it, in those burning black orbs, tasted it, as her tongue tangled with his. It was everywhere around them, saturating the air, or perhaps that was her bloodline warming the cold stone on their backs. There was no plea to stop as his hand traced her cheek, then her neck, no demand or anger there in those words. Unbidden, she felt a spool of warmth trickle between her legs. Oh God! He was making her wet. His hand continued on its direct path down to her sternum, where it met resistance from the zipper of her dark flak vest. He began to push it down, unintentionally sending tiny needles of desires prickling at her body in swift succession. Tiny gasps fled from her mouth. "Don't stop, don't stop." Pakura was in utter bliss. Her breasts were tight and aching, demanding to be touched. Her skin felt as though the flames of her scorch release danced beneath it, virtually beyond her control, writhing and arching encouragement to the finger pushing her zipper down. She could barely control herself, it took every fiber of her being not to just tear the damn thing off and take him now. Every second he delayed was torment, every instant in which his lips were not upon hers, agony. Clearly this was less than normal. Naruto seemed to realize this the moment he'd pushed the zipper far enough to expose the valley between her breasts. He paused, considering. For an awful instant she feared he was going to back away. Pakura was left on the ground, panting from residual want and an unfulfilled aching. In a way she was relieved that he'd stopped, but the damage had already been done. If he backed off now her heart would be in pieces. She'd only just begun to trust him, and if he were to betray that trust now, the swift tug of his wrist savagely disabused her of such a notion. Ever so slowly he pulled his hand the rest of the way down, gently tugging it free with a flick of a wrist. His hand took up residence upon one breast as though he owned the damn thing, kneading the flesh softly beneath his fingers. He chose that moment to take her nipple between his teeth, and nip. Not gently. As fate would have it, the fraying leash Pakura had kept on her self-control chose that moment to snap. "Stop teasing me, goddammit." Not content with their new position, she grabbed him by his flak jacket and pulled him towards the floor, his hands tugging at her clothes as they went. Naruto muttered some earth jutsu beneath his breaths as they fell, simultaneously raising a wall of hardened rock to keep any unwanted eyes at bay and softening the cavern floor into a loamy bed of soil in the same instant. She saw his eyes in the dim torchlight, Sharingan dancing as she tore at his clothing and he hers. His hands were equally as explorative as they struggled to eradicate all barriers between them. He pulled the remnants of her jacket/blouse over her head and pushed her gently onto the bed, admiring the look of her naked torso in the dim light afforded by their torch. He took off his own shirt, smirking softly, as her eyes danced over his chest. He leaned down and pulled her pants away, revealing a pair of briefs. He chuckled softly as he saw them, their dampness. "Wow! I thought you'd be wearing a thong." "Horrible," she whispered, not meaning a word of it. "You're hoary age." Her words ended in a sharp gasp as he bent to remove them with his teeth, sharpened scissors defiantly plucking her last article of clothing and tossing aside. Pakura had just enough time to wonder at that mischievous glint in his eyes before he lowered his mouth past her waist, down to the thatch of dark curls just above her. Naruto. She realized too late what he was about to do, and she was powerless to prevent it. She'd never had that done to her before. The sudden lash of pleasure was utterly unbearable and her body snapped rigid with tension, unable to decide whether to push closer or pull away. Helpless little mules escaped her mouth and her hands tugged at his hair so hard it was a wonder he didn't complain. Razor blades of pleasure tore at her heart and cut her to pieces before she could bother to protest. Pakura knew not how long his tongue stabbed and swirled at that sensitive bundle of nerves, only that when he finally ceased his ministrations, she could barely bring herself to move. "That's not fair," she gasped out. Those dark eyes surveyed her with thinly veiled bemusement. "You're still wearing clothes, not fair." "Well, why didn't you just say so?" Naruto did just that, tossing his belt and trousers aside. The two shinobi were soon naked and Pakura straddling him, taking him in her hands as she slowly lowered herself into her lover. Pakura was by no means a virgin, but even she'd hesitated a moment before taking him in, and when she did, she wasn't disappointed, his length stretching her muscles just shy of their breaking point. A few quick thrusts began to push her closer and closer to that edge, then further, further until... That was all it took for the haze to fall over Pakura and she came with a small cry, collapsing against him. There was a silence between the two shinobi then, broken only by their short gaps of breath. Finally Pakura turned her head to look up at Naruto, disheveled hair tickling at the nape of his neck. She laid a soft kiss upon his chin and snuggled down against him, completely content. Whole. Satisfied. Relieved. It was as if she'd been missing a piece of herself and had finally found in him, here within this mysterious Uchiha. That was... wow. Naruto finished with a gasp, cradling her against him. Sex with Mikoto had been amazing, but Pakura was a very close second. There had been a graceful savagery to their lovemaking, not slow and drawn out, but frantic, as though the two of them couldn't bear to do without the other. "You really should let me cut your hair," she murmured, brushing a hand through the ebony locks. "Even after what Tsunade-sama did, it just keeps growing." "Wah, you bang me once and think that gives you the right to start snipping?" Naruto laughed, the words completely without rancor. "I'd like that, actually. But not too short, all right?" Pakura's only reply was to nuzzle up against him. "Whatever you say, husband." Naruto was suddenly intensely grateful that her eyes were closed, because Pakura missed the flaming flush that stole over her face. Granted, the idea of being betrothed to her didn't seem so far-fetched now, but being called husband by such a drop-dead gorgeous woman, well, he'd never expected such a thing. "You do know we aren't married yet, right?" She simply purred like a contented kitten, somehow the sound endeared her to him even more. "As long as you will it, I am yours." Neither would speak of what happened on that stormy night, although some would wonder. Why oh why were the two cuddled together the next morning? It was something of a small blessing when they finally reached the gates with most of Naruto's hair and his mind still intact. His neck felt far less strained now, the spiky ebony curtain of his hair now merely shoulder length instead of the jagged curtain that had covered his back for most of the journey. It felt good to be able to turn his head and not get sideswiped by his own hair. Pakura really had done a wonderful job on it. Now he did not so much resemble the madman from whom he was supposed to descend as he did look similar. Still, even with the haircut, sometimes he half expected to find Madara's face staring back at him. For all intensive purposes it nearly was, with only a few minor differences. Sking softly to himself, he turned his gaze from the evening heavens back to the earth. Wouldn't do to go around smacking into trees now, would it? Now that they'd disembarked from Manda, and with the village only a stone's throw away, he almost found himself longing for the easy ride the King of Serpents had offered. Changing the future was hard work, damn it. But the prizes, man. Think of the prizes. One more crack out of you and I'm putting you on mute. Oh, I won't mind being quiet, considering you're about to get some. That's it. Come here. Yami retreated, slithering away with a snicker before he could pin him down. His darker half was utterly incorrigible, uncaring of the bonds of morality that had once bound them. And that was troublesome. Naruto-sama. He turned his head as Karura sidled up beside him, her violet eyes peering through the gloom to meet his with an eerie certainty. He remembered her remark that she was a censor type, but the way she looked at him told the Uchiha she'd known exactly what he was up to, lagging behind at the tail end of the group. Even Pakura was ahead of them, reluctantly making small talk with Jiraiya at the latter's behest. That was good for her. She needed to learn that the Konoha shinobi weren't her enemy. Not by any stretch. She needed to learn that this wasn't a death sentence, that there were others upon which she could rely besides him. Pakura might be special to him now, but she needed to learn to interact with others. Karura, on the other hand, seemed more curious than afraid of her new home, judging by the inquisitive look in his eyes. You need something? She faltered for a moment before pinioning him with a stare so intense he almost started. Yes. What's Konoha like? It was exactly what he needed. Why, I'm glad you asked. For all the bad memories he'd had here, there were even more good ones. Now, some might tell you Konoha's a great village, rich with history, but the truth is, with that he launched into a grand tale of the village, both past and present. Parts of which were exaggerated, of course, for the sake of the story, telling her of all the sights and sounds, the best places to train, greatest eateries. Ichiraku still stood at the top of that list quite proudly, gladly answering the occasional question offered, giving his own unbiased opinion of several clans, some of which would have started a war had they heard his words, the story finally culminating just as they reached the sentries at the gate. And that's why you never piss off an Aburame? By the end, Karura was positively glowing with amusement. Her frown was nowhere to be seen. If anything, she seemed to have forgotten it entirely in her urge not to laugh. Needless to say, Naruto noticed. What's so funny? It's nothing. The Chunin shook her head, the motion sending her short tresses twirling as they ground to a halt outside the village and awaited admittance. I just never imagined the Uchiha were like this. Powerful and arrogant, yes. But kind, too. Like you've actually made me feel a little bit better about leaving my home. Naruto felt something twist inside of him. Did you leave any family back home? If you mean parents, no. They died a long time ago. I've been living on my own ever since. Had a distant cousin, but we never really talked. I'll admit, I was kinda interested in Hiro-kun, but after what happened, her expression tightened only ever so slightly. I don't think my love life is about to take off anytime soon. Sorry. Damn, she'd reminded him again. Temari. Kankuro. Gaara. By letting Hiro die, he'd effectively killed the Suinba siblings before they were born. Yet another trio to tack onto the ever-growing list of dead. Worse, he almost couldn't bring himself to care. What did that make him? A monster for changing things, or a villain for simply shrugging off the loos of life? Would it be worth it in the end? Would he change their past, only to sacrifice his own future, his very soul in the process? Not even the Shinigami himself knew the answer to that. No, don't be, he turned, frowning as Karura spoke up again. I'm glad you saved me and everything, it's just, this, she gestured to the gates, it's all so sudden and unexpected. I feel like I'm going to wake up at any moment and find out that I've been dreaming. Good or bad dream. For what it's worth, I didn't mean to take you out of your village like that. I'm actually glad you did. What? Her admittance rocked him to the core. She was grateful? Who was grateful to leave behind everything they'd ever known? I had no friends in Suna. Frankly, it was a miracle I made Chunin. My only skill is a talent I was born with. She touched a hand to the small gourd she kept bound at her waist. The ability to manipulate sand, for what it was worth. I'm not even sure if it's a bloodline. She swirled her hand for emphasis, uncorking the tiny container and calling forth the grains. Naruto watched, awestruck as they swirled around her fingers, obeying all her whims and actions. Your Kage is a kind man, right? Karura's voice fell, reduced to little more than a dry whisper. Perhaps he'll find some use for me once they let us in. Naruto felt something stir in him at the sight of that sand. Her words reminded him much of Gaara, before he'd become Kazekage. It hurt. Without thinking, he rounded on her. Don't talk like that. His own actions, the snappishness of his tone startled the both of them, his hand locking round her wrist in a vice, causing the sand to fall away from her fingers. You are not a tool. His words got a backwards glance from Pakura and a small sigh from Tsunade. You are a kunoichi, and a splendid one at that. You are a person. You have meaning. Purpose. Don't ever let anyone tell you otherwise. See, that's what I mean. Despite the painful grasp, Karura made no effort to shake herself free. If anything, she seemed to value the contact. You treat me like I have value. Worth. The others, your clan, are they like you? One hand traced his, her small fingers drawing soft circles in his rough hand. Because if they are? Oh, no, he answered, mesmerized by the motion. I'm a special case. So you're just my knight in shining armor, That got a shy smile out of her. Thank you, Naruto-san. I appreciate the sentiment. Well, you're welcome, Naruto answered, releasing her hand, suddenly unsure. What the hell was that? For a moment there, he had almost. Oh, that's right. His head swung around as Karura piped up once more. I wanted to give this to you. She dipped a hand into a pouch at her side and emerged with an alabaster-colored scroll, one she pushed into his waiting hands. Naruto accepted it, frowning. A scroll? Not just any scroll. She admonished. What you have there is a summoning contract for scorpions. Suddenly the worn scroll looked like platinum in Naruto's hand. Wisely, he chose not to mention the contract he had found back in the cave. If he accepted this. But why give this to me? Wouldn't you have more use for it? It was my mother's contract? Karura faltered briefly at his confusion. She passed it on to me in her will. Don't get me wrong, I tried to summon them a few times, but they never did accept me. So, I wanted you to have it. Her hands wrung nervously together above her stomach. For everything you've done? In that instant, Naruto couldn't put his emotions into words, his mouth failed him utterly. It wasn't just the gift, rather, it was the fact that Karura seemed all too willing to part with it. It was clearly a painful reminder of her past, one she didn't want to be burdened with. So she'd given it to him. Humbled, he tucked it into his pouch. Many thanks, my lady. So if you're a knight, I guess that makes me a damsel in distress, then. She continued with a flushed face. I mean, you did save my life after all, and now this. You keep praising me, and yet I've done nothing but feel sorry for myself these last 2 days. But, hearing those words, I almost want you to praise me more, she finished in a tiny plaintive voice that made him want to sweep her into his arms and kiss all those worries away until she was WHOA. Naruto clamped one hand over his mouth and feigned a cough, while in reality he just barely stifled a sudden trickle of blood from his nose. Where had that come from? Naruto-san. It's nothing, he muttered, looking away. Hurt flickered across Karura's visage for the span of 2 beats, but it may as well have been an eternity for all it seared into his brain. Mentally, he smacked himself silly for the slip. Gaara's mom, Gaara's mom. Gaara's mom. Gaara's. MOM. Sasuke's mother was one thing, considering he'd never liked the prick and found Mikoto to be marvelously attractive. But this was Gaara's mother. There was nothing to stop him from taking advantage of these feelings she had for him. Worse, a small part of him wanted to. But he respected Gaara as a friend and a dear one at that, and this felt like a betrayal of his very existence. Yet on another level, would this bring the Suna siblings back into the world? Temari and Kankuro certainly. Perhaps even Gaara. No. The temptation was great. Too great. It was enough to make him sigh, leaving him painfully aware that while Karura might have no idea what he was really like, Naruto did. She might think him a hero, a bloody savior and such. But he wasn't. Not by any stretch. What kind of knight let his Demesel die? This one had. It didn't matter if he walked differently, talked differently, had new face, a new body, even an entire new skill set. Despite all these new trappings at his core, he was still the same person. Still Uzumaki Naruto. Still a failure. I just look different. A stray glance in a nearby puddle reminded him just how different this face really was. It still had the general shape of his visage, but that was it. No whiskers, pale skin. Dark eyes still, the hair only slightly shorter for Karura's valiant efforts to cut it, those dark bangs certainly belonging to Uchiha Madara. And now he had the Mangekyo Sharingan, which may or may not be eternal. Lovely. Thank God he still had his own voice, or he might have gone star crazy by now. And if he did, Naruto Dano, Pakura was suddenly there, jerking him back to reality with a gentle tug on his sleeve. The gates? Huwa. Reining himself in, the Uchiha turned just in time to notice that they were in fact swinging open, the welcome landscape of Konohagakure stretching out beyond for miles in either direction. Evidently the sentries had seen fit to allow them passage back into the village, no questions asked. Sometimes it really was good to be known. It was even better to push forward, to stride into those empty streets and remain unaccosted. A few short days ago felt so much longer now. He'd been maliciously manhandled by ANBU when he'd come through here with Kushina. Now they snapped off sharp salutes to him, evidently word of his success preceded them. Home sweet home. Jiraiya sighed, spreading his arms as though to welcome a long-lost friend. Man, has it really only been 3 weeks? Feels like we just left. Orochimaru murmured, but he too seemed grateful to be home. "Guh, I need a shower," Tsunade muttered, lifting an arm and sniffing. "I've got sand in all the wrong places, Nawaki's gonna give me hell." "Forget your kid brother. Let's have a drink." Naruto laughed at that, the familiar feeling of a mission well done momentarily driving away the darkness from his mind. For a moment he felt utterly at ease, completely relaxed in the presence of the soon-to-be Sannin alongside Pakura and Karura. There was a slight awkwardness between those two, but nothing that couldn't be ironed out. Now, all he had to do was keep himself under control until he could sort out the tangle knot he called his heart and decided what his next move would be. Then the Umbu closed in. Names: an ox-faced Umbu, presumably their captain, immediately asked of Pakura and Karura. Pakura, formerly of the sand. Karura, also formerly of the sand. Very good. The Umbu captain nodded, his masked visage reflecting nothing, not even the pretense of satisfaction. "We have already been informed of the terms of the treaty. Until space can be made available, you will share quarters with Uchiha Naruto. Is this acceptable?" Pakura blinked. Karura squeaked. The reactions of Tsunade and her teammates were less tame. "Why the hell is he that lucky?" "Kukukuku. You knew about this?" "I didn't know shit." Naruto snapped, Sharingan flaring in aggravation as he turned himself back to the Umbu. "Look, there's no need for that." The reply was curt as it was careless. "The law is clear, Uchiha Naruto. Newly instated shinobi must be kept under surveillance at all times until their probationary period is ended. There can be no exceptions." There was a silence between the two men, one in which Naruto was very tempted to fry the rule-abiding shinobi with a well-placed Amaterasu. At last he sighed, Sharingan fading to black once more. "I suppose that applies to me as well?" There was a murmur of confusion through the ranks, glances were exchanged and words whispered. "You weren't informed, sir?" the captain asked. "Sir? Hokage-sama named you a jonin as of yesterday. The ceremony is to be tomorrow." Another salute. "I for one, look forward to working with you, sir." There was something about that man's tone that genuinely struck him as off. It was far too respectful for a man who, by all rights, outranked him. Bordering on outright deference, even. Only one clan had shown him such blind obedience. "You're an Uchiha?" It was not a question. There was a moment of silence. Then, "Yes, sir." He didn't drop the salute. "My son, Obito, just started in the academy. I speak to him of you often, and I take it you weren't told." Naruto nearly choked on his own spit. He was speaking to Obishio's father. A man he had never met, the very same Uchiha who had fathered the most heinous villain in all of history. Willing himself not to react, he continued to maintain his facade of Yukihesque indifference. "Something else the old man elected not to mention? He had assigned my squad to watch you at all times while you were within the village, sir. On what grounds?" Naruto was surprised by that one. He didn't think Sarutobi cared that much for his well-being. "On the grounds that he fears you might, lose your temper and burn someone, sir?" Half the group Naruto included sweatered at that lone remark. "Figures. And is that edict still in effect?" "No, sir. As a jonin of Konoha, you do not require Umbu supervision. But should you ever need assistance, you have but to ask for Uchiha Kageyama." Dark brows furrowed in surprise. So the old monkey had been serious after all. There were so many resources laid out before him as a jonin. He almost didn't know what to do with them. But the news that Obito's dad was essentially in service to him, that was something to be remembered. "Many thanks for your discretion. I believe the Hokage failed to mention this to me. Is there anything else of which I should be made aware? Any other ceremonies, or task of monumental importance that I need to tend to, Before the sun rises, if you please?" After a pause, the ox-masked Umbu continued, much to Naruto's consternation. "Uchiha Mikoto has also requested your presence at your earliest convenience. It's nearly midnight." She was most insistent, "Sir?" He wasn't about to go into detail on that, not with company. "I'll speak with her tomorrow then. I trust you can be discreet." "Yes, sir. You won't even notice we're here." "I certainly hope not. I intend to get some sleep." When he turned, the man and his squad were gone. Holy shit. He wasn't kidding. What did I say about speaking? Dunno. Something about flaying me with my own spine if open my mouth a guy. I walked right into that, didn't I? Yes. A muscle jumped in Naruto's jaw. Yes you did. And the spine goes snail-wop. Ow wow wow. Okay. I'll be quiet. If you're uncomfortable, the girls can room with me until they find a place of their own, Tsunade suggested, mistaking his pleased grimace for one of actual regret. Oh, now that I like the sound wham. One dented head later and Jiraiya was sorely regretting those words. I didn't mean it like that, ya damn perv. I'll take him to the hospital. Orochimaru sighed, grabbing the now insensate shinobi by the scruff of his collar. Thankfully they're open all hours. Please do. Naruto blinked as he watched the pair depart, genuinely touched by Tsunade's earlier non-violent gesture. It would be so easy to pawn the girls off on her for a few nights, wouldn't it? But no, he couldn't allow himself to be skittish just because Kurura might or might not have feelings for him. He simply didn't have that liberty. Pakura now that was another matter entirely, at least she knew to rein herself in. You sure about this? She asked, drawing him aside. Yeah. Naruto shrugged, what else could he do? It wasn't as though he could just turn Pakura and Kurura away because he didn't feel like dealing with them. It's my fault that they're here in the first place. On a level, I feel responsible for them. A man needs to own up sometimes, you know? Well, shit. He almost jumped when she laughed at him. Keep that attitude up and I'll end up fallin' for you too. See you in the morning, kid. Naruto grunted as she slugged him the shoulder ow, before departing with the others, muttering something about taking a long, cold shower. Try as he might, he couldn't bring himself to shove the last of those words away. Please tell me she was kidding? Right? Right. Oh, now you've got nothing? No point stating the obvious here, partner. What the writer wants, happens. Don't go breaking the fourth wall on me. I'm in control of my own destiny here. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. Out. Well, that solved one problem. Sorta. Hopefully. Now he was just left with two. One of whom he had no idea what to do with. Unbidden, he risked a glance at Kurura to whom he hadn't said a word since nearly dying of a nosebleed. She didn't deserve the cold shoulder, not after all she'd been through. So, I guess you're getting the grand tour, he huffed. Right this way, then. Naruto-san. Damn, did she have to say his name like that? Stop it. He hissed at his brain, but it wasn't listening, his heart refusing to obey. He needed anything to distract him before he did something he'd regret. Oi, Uchiha. There. Naruto jerked away from Kurura and flung himself around, swinging his head in the direction of the voice and all the while quietly thanking Kami for timely intervention. There was a roughness in the voice that reminded him of Kiba, and, yet, not. This scent, too. It was familiar. His nose never lied. In the end, his suspicions were all but confirmed when he saw the clan markings on her face, the hound that stood proudly beside her. A slow blink was all it took for his mind to process this. Yup. She was an Inuzuka, all right. But who? There was no way that could be Hana, and the only other Inuzuka female he knew who had this scent was Tsum. He almost balked, grateful to see a familiar face on one hand but on the other, just wanting to get the hell away. He didn't trust himself right now. Anger and sorrow and desire were all knotted up inside of him, and the urge to lash and hurt or take someone was rapidly becoming too much of a burden to bear. I know the Umbu just gave you the runaround and you're probably, so I'll make this quick. She jerked a thumb over her shoulder. Your girl wants ta see ya. Now. Behind him, Pakura bristled. Kurura was less subtle about it. Girl, she whispered. Naruto felt the beginnings of a very Uchiha-like scowl forming on his face. And you're telling me this why? 'Cause I owe the old girl a favor, alright? Tsum snort. Nothing special about it. Naruto wasn't buying it. And I was kinda curious to see the man everyone's been calling the Black Death, she sniffed, eyeing him up and down. You don't look all that impressive, really. Beside her, Kuramaru barked an affirmative. Black Death. That was news to Naruto. He wasn't aware his actions in Suna had garnered him a moniker of that caliber. Was IWA to blame for that one? Or was this yet another scheme of the Kazekage? He would not put it past the man to exaggerate his efforts in Suna for his own gain. Still, the Black Death? It did have a nice ring to it. Konoha already had a white fang after all. Given a couple of years, it would have the Sannin, and a yellow flash soon thereafter. Not to mention the bloody Hanabaro. Now that brought a smile to his face. Yeah, the Black Death didn't sound so bad after all. Well, you've seen me, he grunted. Now, shoo. I want to get some shut-eye. She moved to block him. Why don't you make me tough guy? The huskiness of her tone proved more than enough to set his already frayed nerves on edge. She was testing him. In that instant a small smile stole over his features. Aggression had always been a part of the Inuzuka lifestyle. In all likelihood Tsum was just playing with him, trying to see whether he was as good as the rumors claimed or if it was all just exaggeration. If she kept pushing on his buttons like this, she'd learn there was no exaggeration to his skills whatsoever. But this Tsum wasn't the one who had been tempered by experience. She saw a challenge. Woman, he growled, a bit of Uchiha slipping into his tone, I do not have the patience for this. If anything, that seemed to rile her even more. Then do something about it. Girls. Naruto's grin wasn't entirely forced this time. Why don't you pull up a seat? A blink of the eye was all it took to create a shadow clone. I'm about to show you how Konoha shinobi do battle. It would be good to get some of this thrice damnable anger out of his system anyway, purge the veins and get the blood pumping, you know? Anything was better than the tension arching his spine. Oh, Kaki, Tsum grunted, dropping into a crouch. So, you really want to do this? Right here? Right now? Naruto frowned, his gaze ghosting over the streets. Perhaps this wasn't the best place. Is there a training ground nearby? Tsum's grin could have made the devil himself weep. As a matter of fact. So, why is Naruto-san doing this? Karura asked, indigo eyes regarding the scene laid out before them with nervous trepidation. Because he feels that he must? But aren't they allies? It's just a friendly spar, Karura. Spars in Suna were never friendly. No, they weren't. Pakura stifled a small sigh as she watched her would-be husband face off against the Inuzuka in the rather aptly named Training Ground 13. Karura may have been in the dark in regards to the latter's anger, but the answer was blatantly obvious to an experienced kunoichi such as her herself. She knew Naruto was feeling guilty. Not just for failing to save that young man back in Suna, but for the situation that had wrested the two of them out of their village in the first place. He was incredibly kind in that regard, but sometimes, that empathy could be a weakness. When one cared too much, they were affected by things that should not be on their minds, thoughts that would otherwise not bother them in the slightest. The Uchiha was clearly suffering because of it. She'd have to talk to him about that, but for now, she contented herself to watch him vent his aggression the only way he knew how. By fighting. Getsuga. Fang over Fang. Naruto didn't even need the Sharingan, he'd seen the attack so many times from Kiba it was almost child's play to dodge. They always liked to lead from the front, preferring head-on attacks to the discreet tactics of the more stealthy shinobi. Tsum didn't disappoint. Her and Kuramaru's first rotation drilled harmlessly past him and through the grounds, the original and the clone seeing through her frontal attack and simply sidestepping to that effect, each taking up a flanking position on either side of the field. It was Kiba's own refusal to change his tactics that had gotten him killed during the war. By the look of it, he'd inherited that from his mon. Her attacks and those of her partner were wild yet unfocused, shearing only a straight line forward, easy to dodge and even easier to counter. That was a weakness. Honestly, it was amazing she'd lived long enough to have kids. Naive, he reprimanded, leaping to meet her in mid-spin, boot shooting out to catch her flank, the offending sandal rudely slamming her into the dirt. Your technique is powerful, but you lack freedom of movement. Thanks for the tip. To his surprise, Tsum instantly adjusted, caromming off the earth and into a nearby tree to attack at another angle. Were it not for his superior speed, she might have actually grazed him. As it were, Kuramaru shredded the clone he'd created only a few moments ago, sending its memories roaring back into his mind. Interesting. Apparently the doppelganger wasn't fast enough to dodge. Interesting to note. He'd always wondered why his shadow clone's bunchins were slower than him. Now he understood. Just because he had been expecting that attack didn't mean his clone was. It was child's play to create another one, but he would remember just how quickly the last one had been dispelled. Very interesting, indeed. Whatever you say, Mr. Observant. You're just enjoying the chance to kick some ass and blow off some steam. Your words, not mine. Oof. Got you. Sanuva dash. The air rushed out of Naruto's lungs in a surprised grunt as Tsum scored her first clean hit of the match, blunting her claws just enough to knock the wind out of him rather than leave his innards falling out of his grasp. He staggered back 2 steps, shocked, not that she'd actually been able to hit him, but that it actually hurt. So long had he become so accustomed to having Kurama blunt the pain from injuries, mend his wounds, that he'd almost forgotten what it felt like to be deprived of that resistance. And damn it, it hurt. Heh. Tsum thumbed her nose. Looks like you're not so tough after all. Some Uchiha you are the fuck? Her words ended in a strangled yelp as Naruto's hand grabbed a fistful of her hair and made her face intimate with the earth in a way no self-respecting kunoichi desired. She was up again almost instantly, writhing out of his grasp, but the way he was looking at her made her heart skip a beat. That wasn't the look of a man feeling sorry for himself. Those were the eyes of someone who was terribly angry, horribly furious, and about to kick ass. Her ass, to be precise. Oh, balls. Maybe I shouldn't have hit him so hard. Naruto was of a similar mind, sweeping her aside with ease when she tried another rotating fang, effortlessly redirecting her and her partner into a tree. Still no Sharingan. Only eyes of hardened charcoal regarded her, smoldering darkly in the moonlight. Something in those eyes made her heart skip a beat. They reminded her of an alpha, and a very small part of her quailed in submission. But Tsum was nothing if not stubborn, and she refused to go down with a fight. She yielded to no one. Let's go, Kuramaru. Getsuga. The Uchiha didn't bother to move as they tore toward him, he simply raised a hand and cracked his knuckles. Pain. One moment Tsum hurtled forward, the next, her back greeted one of 3 logs that had been here for as long as she could remember. That didn't bother her. What bothered he was, those logs were on the side of the yard. He'd launched her with a single punch. The Uchiha's other hand was occupied with Kuramaru, his offensive hand clutching the dog's throat in a firm grip, ignoring the hound's admirable attempt to snap at the wrist. His expression downright terrified her now, as if something awful had awoken inside of him, an evil so horrifying she couldn't help but flinch aside in fear for herself and her ally. "Kuro, take him!" Snorting, he flung her partner at her, their bodies colliding painfully. Both shinobi and hound were up again in an instant, but the opponent they faced was not the same as then before, his devil-may-care attitude having returned with a vengeance thanks to their beating. Fuck it. He didn't care anymore. About Karura, Pakura, or even this damned woman who was messing with him. No one hit him like that and questioned his manhood. There was no point in questioning his every action when all it earned him was pain. No more feeling sorry for himself. Mourning over what he could have done was like trying to stop the rain from falling. It simply didn't get him anywhere, did nothing but waste time and hurt himself in the end. Time to accept their consequences and come what may. For starters, Tsum was going down, and she was going down the only way he knew how. Hard. As Tsum whistled past him again, he subtly reached down and tagged her on the back with a palm. Hiration. A small seal spread no larger than the edge of his thumb spread from his fingers and etched itself into the back of her flak jacket, as blurred by. Surely it wouldn't hurt to use the technique now, would it? He hadn't been able to use it back in Suna, both having not marked anything, and fear of someone seeing an Uchiha use it wouldn't do for him to be stealing his father's title now, would it? But here in the safety of the village, it was the perfect tool for smacking some sense into a stubborn Inuzuka. How ironic, he had that very woman to thank for knocking some sense into him. "All right, that's enough for one night," he declared, twirling away. "I don't feel like playing with you anymore." "What do you mean?" Tsum barked out, frowning as her clawed hand came within inches off his face. "We're just getting started." "No, we're just wrapping up." He feinted a strike at her stomach, palming a smoke bomb in the same instant and lobbing it at the older Inuzuka. Tsum's palm rose to intercept it immediately, exactly what he'd planned, and in that instant both the original flung a kunai, the deadly dagger striking the caught bomb before she could think to dispose of it. Fum! Into the smoke he and his clone blurred forwards, faster than the naked eye could comprehend. Pakura thought she beheld a black flash in that instant, a flicker of motion so rapid she almost didn't recognize it. Kuramaru's yelp was the only thing they heard within the plume of dust and debris, followed by a very female cry of pain. "Hey!" When the smoke finally cleared, both Karura and Pakura were baffled to find Tsum pinned by Naruto, her canine partner likewise locked in a full Nelson by a clone. True to his word, the Uchiha had beaten the Inuzuka at her own game, trapping her in a very compromising position to her great dismay. Pakura hissed a quiet curse under her breath. Not only had Naruto knocked Tsum to the ground, but he'd straddled her, trapping both arms above her head with his hands, his body leaning over hers earth jutsu. She was a prisoner in his grasp, and everyone, even Tsum herself, knew that it was over. "Give up?" Naruto grunted as his prey began to struggle. "You've lost." "Tch?" Tsum snorted, defiant to the last, her hazel eyes boring furiously into his. "You think I'm afraid of a little foreplay? I think you're afraid of more than that." His voice was rough in her ears. When had his teeth been so damnably sharp, body pinning hers with its weight? Or perhaps it's just my imagination? A small gasp pushed itself through her teeth as he leaned forward and nipped her neck with his teeth, unintentionally biting down on the one soft spot between jaw and ear that almost every female Inuzuka possessed. Just like that, Tsum turned to putty in his hands, her back arching with a soft mewl of pleasured surprise, a pleasant wave of warmth filling her face. The harder she fought, the faster she lost herself to it. Karura clamped a hand over her own face, all but steaming from embarrassment. "Naruto-san." Pakura was more shell-shocked than anything. Was Naruto really like this, or was this just an act? "Give up," Naruto purred silkily, his words smooth as honey in Tsum's ear. "Or I make it painful. You bastard." Every word was a struggle to her now as she fought to resist the alpha towering over her. "Like a lit nip would do me in. How about this then?" Naruto twisted his leg in her, bringing a knee lower to rest against a particularly sensitive bundle of nerves. Tsum whimpered. He'd do it too. Without a second thought. Whomever he'd been before their battle, he wasn't that man now. He had accepted something, embraced a part of himself that he hadn't before. He was an alpha now, a leader born and bred, and she realized too late she'd been a fool to challenge him. Ow. Okay. I give. Smart move. He rolled off her, leaving her body brimming with unfulfilled want and wanton need. Part of her wanted to pounce him then and there, but somehow, she managed to rein herself in. Barely. Well, shit, she grumbled. Guess the rumors weren't exaggerated for all. You kicked my ass. Told you I would. He could have been a great deal more polite about it, but now? Now he was simply too tired to care. He just wanted to get back to his apartment and fall into bed. If memory served, he was going to have a long day tomorrow. Cammy, being a jonin, was already proving to be more trouble than it was worth. And, what the hell was it with all these females? It was almost enough to make a guy down boy. There it was again. He was losing himself. He needed to get out of here, find someplace safe, somewhere quiet before he screwed someone silly. What the hell? Tsum coughed into the ground. What are you doing? Going to bed. Naruto gave a jaw-popping yawn as he rubbed the back of his neck. It's my win, just like I said it would be. If you want another spar, you can always try me tomorrow. No 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 no. Don't do it, partner. She scares me. Good. With that, he strutted away from the prone Inuzuka, returning his attention to the girls. Alright ladies, I think we're going to call it a night before anything else screws with my sleep schedule, he said, and simply scooped Karura up in one arm and his Pakura in the other before hurling the three of them into the village with a single chakra-enhanced bound. Everyone's shout of surprise was oddly satisfying. Within seconds they were down the way around a corner and all but out of sight. And he did just that, leaving a very confused Tsum to blink at their retreating backs. The Inuzuka shivered. Damn it, he didn't even use his Sharingan. Is he that good? Kuramaru whined plaintively, pawing at his snout. Tsum licked her lips. Now that's my kind of man. Kuramaru deadpanned. What? I don't have to go after him right now. I can wait. Her partner barked a negative. I'm very patient. Miles into the village, Naruto shivered as he unlocked the door. He had the succinct feeling he'd just opened the Pandora's box of the Inuzuka clan. Ah, well. Nothing he couldn't handle. It wasn't as though she could tie him down and rape him, right? Sarutobi would never allow that to happen, right? Right? Okay, now in case you forgot, I said she scares me. Me. That's saying something. Hush. Here we are, he said, flicking on the lights and ushering them inside just as the rain began to fall outside, the clouds finally unleashing their summer bounty upon the village. Home sweet home. Unlocking the door, he swung it open and ushered the duo inside. A low rumble of thunder greeted their ears as he flicked on the lights, hopefully that wasn't ominous at all. His home, if it could be called such, was relatively out of their way, housed on an open patch of land that had never been claimed for some odd reason. It's small, Karura remarked, stepping inside. I rather like it, Pakura replied, sidling up to him. He almost jumped when she kissed him on the cheek. He wasn't used to such untoward displays of affection. In that case, so do I. Karura was swift to reverse her stance, and before Naruto could stop her, she claimed the other cheek in a nervous kiss. Lucky bastard. Yami was beside himself with envy. Why do you get all the girls but I don't get any Luvuv? Shut up. I mean, if you're gonna have this many bitches, the least you'll need is a bigger house. Hate to admit it, but you've got a point there. On that much, they agreed. His apartment was relatively Spartan in style. He really didn't have anything in the way of personal belongings. It had been a gift from the Hokage. Remember Chapter 3 their folks, and in the short time that he'd had the property simply hadn't occurred to him that he might want to spruce it up, or even move in with Mikoto and the other Uchiha. Although he was now a part of their clan, he simply couldn't bring himself to associate with them on a day-to-day basis. Not yet. Mikoto was about the only one he could stand, and that was saying something. This is where you want to live, though? Karura glanced around, inspecting the pale blue walls for dust. Don't look so starstruck, her senior admonished. Did you expect something grandiose? I don't know. Hey, it's only temporary. Despite himself, Naruto blanched. There was a bedroom, kitchen, den, and toilet. That about summed it up. He'd have to expand the place soon, add a second floor, maybe a guest room or two. There was so much he could improve upon, it was almost mind-boggling. True to their nature, his Sharingan took the idea and ran with it. Oh, he could put a training yard out by the porch, tack on addition there, maybe even add a hot tub if he knocked down that wall. There was plenty of room to work with if he just set himself to the task. Odd. Naruto paused, his scarlet sight falling upon an oddity in his quarters. Alarm bells went off in his head almost immediately. The bedroom door was open a crack. Pakura and Karura didn't seem to notice it, they seemed to be focused on the small kitchen in the hall. Without thinking, he left them there. Another rumble of thunder reverberated through the small home, punctuated by a sharp crack of lightning from just beyond. Frowning, he reached for the handle, twisted it open. A hand snapped out, dragging him down into the darkness of his room. What the dash? Surprise? He was just about to fend them off when a familiar, silken voice crooned in his ear, soft lips nibbling at his neck. His body surrendered up almost before he realized it, shoulders slumping as she took control, pushing him back onto the bed as though he weighed no more than a feather. Before he could rise, she was suddenly there, straddling him, curves melding neatly with his hips, arms draping round his neck, pulling him into the most soul-searing kiss of his lifetime, one that left him aching for more. Mikoto. She kissed him again, her breasts mashing up against his cheese and evoking a brand new sort of ache. I missed you. Missed you too. The words tore themselves out of his throat, because they were true. He had missed her. His body had burned for every moment that they were apart. To be reunited with her out of the blue, when least expected it, was nothing short of pure bliss. Without thinking, his arms spread themselves across her bare back, wanton abandon, devouring her, her skin, the distance between them, everything. Mikoto. She'd been waiting for him, here. In his room. Naked. That last bit explained a great deal in his mind. Too late, his pleasure-addled brain realized the chain of events about to occur. He'd left Pakura and Karura back in the hallway, and if they were decent shinobi, no doubt they would be bursting into his room any second. Wham! Less than a second later, the door flung itself open and the lights flicked on, exposing the baffled faces of said kunoichi. Naruto. Mikoto paused in her ministrations, dark eyes regarding the newcomers contemplatively, as one would when choosing furniture. Who are these two? The clan heiress frowned tamely. Their reactions were anything but. Why is she kissing you? Who is she, Naruto-san? Naruto swallowed. Fear. True fear. The very same that made you pale, that seemed to extinguish your very essence. Scare, fright, dread, panic, heart pounding out of your chest, you begin to falter, it's hard to think clearly, hard to react in time, let alone swiftly. A split second. All of that, for a seasoned warrior, only lasts a split second, even when faced with the imminent threat of fate extending its baneful shadow over all he holds dear. So it was that Uchiha Naruto took a very deep breath to compose himself, realizing this moment had been long in coming. He'd already had his hands full with the prospect of preventing Madara's ascendance, now this? The very idea of balancing a love life with more than one woman was daunting, but in the same vein, he wasn't willing to relinquish the bonds he'd created. Mikoto understood him in a way that Pakura never would, and Pakura empathized with him on the burden of being little more than a pawn in the plans of another, something someone of privilege, someone like Mikoto, could never hope to understand. And Kurukami, bless her young heart, was doing her best to cling to her sense of self just as he had done when he'd been starting out on his road to a ninja. Mikoto, I'd like you to meet Pakura and Karura. They're going to be living with me for the time being. To her credit, Mikoto didn't explode. She simply rose and started to dress herself, tugging on the robe she'd worn to his apartment, cinching it shut with a savage motion. Ah, fuck. Yami muttered. Where are you going? Naruto asked. Home. Her voice was positively frigid, her face the emotionless mask he'd first seen at Ichiraku all those weeks before. It's obvious you no longer have any interest in me. Everything hurt. But she wouldn't show her tears, she was an Uchiha, and she was too proud to cry in the presence of strangers. She longed to lash out and break something, but her rigid self-control would not allow even that. So she started towards the door, determined not to cry. Only to start as his hand closed around her wrist. Let go of me, she whispered. I can't do that. Anger flashed in those charcoal orbs when he didn't flinch. Could he see how he'd hurt her? She nearly spat at him when he spoke again. Sit down? His gaze hardened. Mikoto, I said sit down? Is that all you have to say? She couldn't quite suppress a sob, no longer able to keep the tears from falling across her features. No. You ass. Two-timing bastard. I said. Sit down. That voice, those Sharingan, allowed no room for any argument whatsoever. It was like trying to argue with Kami. The Uchiha heiress found herself inexplicably obeying before she knew what was happening. No one is leaving this room until I fucking say so. One look at the Mangekyo Sharingan all but trumped any argument the kunoichi could hope to form. To challenge him, to look into those eyes overlong, meant certain doom. Oddly enough, neither of the Suna shinobi had uttered so much as a word. They simply stood there, shocked yes, but not questioning him as she had done. As if they understood something she did not. What was it? What was she missing here? I care for you, the words were soft. Genuine. But I care for them, too. I'm not throwing you away, but I'm not discarding them, either. His hands held hers tightly, caging them, preventing any momentary lapse of judgment on her part. She didn't understand. What was he saying? What did he mean by that? So, what are you saying? I'm saying that I need you here with me. He dared to release one hand, reach up to cup her cheek. Mikoto let him, quietly marveling at the tenderness of his actions and words as he continued. I care about you. I'd sell my very soul to keep you here with me. Hell, I think I might even be falling for ya. Color flooded her cheeks in a rush, the back of her neck burning as those words hit home. What the hell? Surely he wasn't trying to say that he Lola. But I need them here with me, too. His gaze slipped to Pakura and Karura, and there was such love in those black orbs that she almost startled. They're precious to me. And no matter how much I might care for you, I can't just throw them away for your sake, to make you happy. I didn't want this. Didn't ask for it. But it's how I feel. If you really want nothing to do with me anymore, then feel free to walk on out that door. I will not stop you, I swear on my Nindo. But if any part of you cherishes what we have, take it. That's all I ask. I really don't want to lose you. Baka. A single sob of a word. The blink of an eye. Then Mikoto crashed into him, knocking him backwards onto the bed and showering him with kisses. She'd made her decision. Take it or leave it. Mikoto took it. Only 3 weeks since their little tryst in the training grounds, and already she couldn't bear the thought of being living without him. There was more than a certain charm about him, more than the fact that he treated her like a normal person. It was somewhat stupid and selfish of her to want him all to herself, but that didn't change the fact that she cared. She wanted him by her side. And if she had to share him with others, no matter how many, it was a price she was willing to pay. Well, that actually worked. Pakura murmured. Told you. Naruto replied cheekily. Although I wasn't expecting it to be this soon. You're not opposed to this either? Mikoto was in disbelief. The Suna Kunoichi shook her head, bangs tossing from side to side. I swore myself to Naruto Dano the day I left Suna. There's no other path for me. Besides, I knew from the beginning that his bonds were precious to him. I've no intention of challenging that which he holds dear. It is my honor to meet you, sister. Mikoto balked. And you? Her gaze fell upon Karura. Well, Naruto-san is the reason I'm here in the first, so. Her head jerked down in a clumsy bow. Pleased to meet you as well, Mikoto-sama. Great. Naruto sighed, wriggling out from under the Uchiha heiress in an impossible movement. Now that's settled, I'd really like to get some rest. Hold it. Hi. Mikoto's Sharingan flared. I haven't seen you for 3 weeks. She licked her lips. Did you really think I'm letting you get away that easily? Ahahaha, can't this wait until morning? He gulped as Pakura moved to pin his right arm, and Karura his left. Traitors, the both of them. Mikoto smiled far too sweetly. Now, lay down. Naruto's sweat dropped as she pushed him back onto the bed, all the strength sapping from his spine as the 3 girls closed in on him. Balls. He wouldn't be getting any sleep tonight. Meanwhile, deep within the bowels of the hospital bed, a bandaged body twitched. Stirred, awakening from the coma for the first time in nearly a month. He was alive. Impossibly, his body still drew breath. A lone eye blearily held onto the ceiling, staring at the white plaster with murderous intent, as though he could somehow bore through the walls of his prison to find the man responsible for his wounds. His right arm may have been severed, his left eye all but destroyed by the blaze, but the eye that remained carried incredible power. Power that only he knew of, awakened by what he'd thought had been his death. The Mangekyo Sharingan. His pride had been shattered. His body broken. His woman stolen. But he still had his life. STLL had his eye. And he swore with every fiber in his being that he would make Madara's descendant pay. He did not know how, did not now when, only that he would. He would make him pay. See him suffer before he died. His very being was consumed with this desire. As his career had been taken from him, so too would he take everything out of his fellow man, Makihim W. Ho! An unfamiliar voice cooed. You survived after all? HNNRGH. Bandaged though he might be, the man strained, his lone eye balefully turning to regard he who dared to trespass upon his brooding. The figure he saw was one of pure white, nothing more. Their body was warped and strange, horribly deformed to gaze upon. It leaned down, smiling at him. Do you want revenge? The man in white grinned. Do you want to hurt the one who did this to you? The burned man nodded fervently. Good, the creature cooed. You'll be a useful pawn. Mouth muffled by bandages, Uchiha Fugaku growled a name, low and deep in his throat. He would work with this strange creature, and the man who controlled it. He would make his oppressor suffer. Uchiha, Naruto? 12 hours later. And that's why I'm so tired? Naruto relayed to Sarutobi the next morning, utterly unaware of the nemesis he'd created. Longest night of my goddamn life. One had only to look at him to know he spoke the truth. His eyes were dark and hooded, deep bags a silent testament to last night's conquest. He'd never come so close to a heart attack thanks to Mikoto, and he'd nearly had another after convincing her to accept Pakura and Karura in the first place. He'd attended the ceremony for his new rank earlier in the day with stoic indifference, but before he'd had a chance to make his escape he'd been nabbed once more. Yet again he found himself in the Hokage's office, and when the latter had asked why he looked so tired, it had all spilled out. So, I take it they decided not to kill you. Worse. They decided to share. I don't see the problem, there. Hiruzen replied, a knowing smile tugging at his lips. You make it sound as though you had a wonderful time last night. Wonderful. Naruto shrieked. Don't you get it? I spent all night screwing 3 girls silly. Oh, sure, it was great for the first hour or 3 but it didn't stop. There was no sleep involved. None. None at all. Do you have any idea how tired I am? No. Of course you don't. Because what you do doesn't involve missions or kunoichi or anything dangerous, just piles and piles of paperwork. And I swear to God if you were watching me again last night, I'm gonna take that crystal ball of yours and shove it so far up your ass you'll be crapping crystal for the rest of your goddamn life. There was a silence, broken only by Naruto's labored breathing. Do you feel better now? Sarutobi asked pleasantly. The Uchiha gasped out a breath. Actually yeah, I kinda do. Good. Impossibly, the old monkey smiled. To answer your question, no, I wasn't watching you. Though I feel your outburst is warranted. I may have placed my trust in you but I've also laid a great burden upon your shoulders in the process, and for that, I apologize. You may be new to the Villag, but I say without a doubt that your loyalty is unquestionable. An enemy shinobi would have jumped at the chance to destabilize relations between us and Suna. Thanks to you, I won't have to send Tsukumo on that mission to the border after all. Mission? Naruto blinked, vaguely recalling how Hatake Tsukumo had perished, for failing to complete a mission. Did I just do what I think I did? Without trying? Yes. Still, something bothered him. Sarutobi wasn't one to apologize unless he was tossing you out of the frying pan and into the fire. Naruto smelled an assignment coming. And you're doing this because? Because I'm sending you on your next mission, the Sandaime replied, his expression serious as the grave. I've already trusted 3 of my students with this, they departed just this morning. Recent intelligence has suggested however, that reinforcements are required. Naruto's heart skipped a beat. Where? The land of rain? Called it. Shut up. Aim. Naruto's excitement was well concealed, although his deadpan at the very thought of being flung into an active war zone was not. I just get back from Suna, get promoted, and the first thing you do is send me to AIM. I wish it were otherwise, but you have proven yourself too capable. Hiruzen replied, steepling his fingers. Your actions in Suna garnered a great deal of attention after all. He made no mention of Pakura and Karura. It was an unspoken fact that Naruto had made a coup by securing the 2 kunoichi for Konoha, regardless of what some might think. I've also taken your idea of investigating Kiri into consideration, but AIM is clearly the greater threat at present. If you'd like, I could earmark it for you upon your return. The idea of recruiting other clans to the village in this time of crisis is simply too good to pass up. Yes. He wanted to shout and skip, but he kept himself composed. So what's the mission? A rank, as matter of fact. And, Naruto pressed. Sarutobi continued. Hanzo's been making trouble along the border for too long now, and needs to be dealt with. Kill him if you can, drive him off if you can't. As I said before, I've already sent Jiraiya-kun and the others on ahead. If your team hurries you should be able to catch up with them. Besides, he continued at the latter's groan, these 3 are quite capable, as I'm sure you'll see. They'll become Chunin in no time. Naruto's only response was to pinch the brow of his nose. Let me guess, I have no say in this whatsoever? It would have been terribly easy to outright defy the old man, but that only served his pride. And pride wouldn't get him anywhere, not in this time. There would be time to argue the issue later. So for now he quietly demurred and accepted his fate. This time. But if the old man kept sending him off on suicidal missions like this he might have to take offense, or his own life would be forfeit. None at all. Now see for yourself. As if on cue, a soft knock sounded on the door. Ah, there they are now. Come in. 2 youths entered, closing the door behind them. I would like you to meet your team. Naruto's brow furrowed as he beheld the 2 youths assembled before him by Sarutobi. He'd fought and railed against this from the moment he'd set foot back in Konoha, but in the end cooler heads had prevailed. So here he was in the old man's office, silently rueing his new rank as Jonin. He recognized a young Nawaki Senju almost immediately. The face was a dead giveaway. So was the necklace. Supposedly cursed according to Shizune. He'd have to find a way to make him part with it, or barring that, make certain that the lad didn't get himself killed. The other boy, he didn't know. He had silver hair like Kakashi but there was no way it was his sensei. Kakashi was still a kid in the academy if he recalled correctly. It wasn't until Sarutobi identified him as Ibiki Marino that he actually got a rise out of Naruto. Oh, this was rich. The man had scared the crap out of him when he was a kid but now the tables were turned. Speaking of tables, where was the 3rd student? He counted a pair of boys, not the 3 whelps the Hokage had promised him. Sarutobi seemed to realize it as well. "Where is Uzumaki Kushina?" he asked. Naruto's head snapped around so quick it might have flown clear off his neck. Somewhere in the back of his mind, his darker half cackled. Naruto only had one word for them both. No. Yes. Hiruzen answered immediately, ignoring the killing intent that flooded the room. "She hasn't had a sensei since her last one died in action a year ago. As she seems quite attached to you, I deemed it fitting. She's too old." Chapter 8, The Black Death. "I've got a bad feeling about this, Tebane." That thought was echoed only by the hammering of Kushina's own heart as Naruto led the 3 of them into the training grounds, the organ all but leaping into her throat with each step she took. What was this bell test of which he spoke? What did it have to do with teamwork? She dissected his words countless times, pulling them apart and tugging them back together to ascertain whatever hidden meaning they might entail, but to no avail. She just couldn't figure it out. Now, Kushina wasn't stupid. She might be a bit of a tomboy at times, but she prided herself on being the smartest in her class. She knew Naruto had dragged them out here for a reason, just as there had to be some explanation for the lone bell tied at his waist. What purpose did it serve? The last Uzumaki was almost certain she'd find out, in the next few minutes. Naruto wasn't malevolent. Whatever he was plotting, it had to be for their own good. She trusted him implicitly. After all he'd gone through to keep her safe, there was no way he'd harm her, right? All right, then. Even so, her heart skipped a beat as he bade each take a seat and then did so himself. She'd never be able to tell behind the impassive facade he wore, but Naruto was actually enjoying this. His eyes crinkled ever so slightly as he placed a hand on his chin and leaned dead forward, contemplating them as though they were mere pieces of meat, not potential genin for whom he was responsible. He deliberately eyes them over. Seeing them squirm reminded him so much of himself when he was younger. Kakashi-sensei had honestly scared him a little when they'd first met. "Ah, the bell test?" Yami drawled, popping up on his shoulder in a faint plume of smoke. "Damn, it's just so nostalgic, you know? And you only brought 1 bell. You're really gonna make the kids sweat, huh, partner?" Indeed, Naruto had no intention of going easy on these 3. Shinobi who broke the rules were scum. Shinobi who abandoned their friends were worse than scum. If they were the former, willing to break any rule and work together, he'd accept them with open arms. If they abandoned one another and each strove to claim the bell for his or herself, then he wouldn't take them as his students. Ah, now he could really see what Kakashi had been thinking with this little test. No wonder he'd never taught any none before. Introductions? Time to see if these scummy students like him, or not. Ha! The trio blinked, baffled by this weird word. Dark eyes surveyed them. "I said, introductions. Introduce yourselves. Make it snappy now. You, with the silver hair?" His gaze slid to Ibiki. "You're first. Likes, dislikes? That sort of thing." "My name is Ibiki Marino," the boy replied, his voice surprisingly soft for the man who would one day become the bane of the Leaf's worst enemies. But there was a cold fire in his eyes, one that warned against taking this yacht lightly. "I love Konoha. I hate her enemies. My dream is to join the torture and interrogation unit and weed out all threats against the village, like my father before me." Quite the little sadist, ain't he? At least now we know where he gets it from. Some things never change, I suppose. Hi, that's a noble goal. You'll go far with an attitude like that. The faintest of smiles touched the youth's face. "Thank you, sensei. We'll see about that." Next. Naruto willed himself to remain dispassionate as his gaze turned to Nawaki. "What's your story, kid?" He knew very little about the boy beyond the fact that he'd died young. Tsunade had spoken about him once when he'd asked, yet the pain in her hazel eyes had prevented him from prying too deeply. Now was his chance to learn more about her elusive sibling and quite possibly save his life down the road. "I'm Senju Nawaki," he enthused brightly, adjusting his headband with a hand. "I like my sister, I hate vegetables, and my dream is to become Hokage, just like my grandfather, Hashirama." Anywhere else, and Naruto would have praised the boy for his dream. But this was war, and in war, fools often fell first. Naivete would only get the boy killed faster. He didn't like it, but sometimes you had to bring out the whip. He could hope that it would sink into the boy someday. Assuming he lived that long. Anyway, time for the rod. "You're going to be Hokage?" The Uchiha immediately scoffed, effortlessly dipping back into that arrogant persona he wore so well in the presence of his adversaries. "And pray tell, what makes you think you can reach that level? By riding on the coattails of your grandfather? There are dozens of shinobi more qualified to lead than you, and they've earned their strength. I'll bet my ridiculous pension that you don't have a single jutsu to your name outside those taught in the academy." "I do so," Nawaki shrieked, bolting to his feet. "As a matter of fact, just yesterday, Nawaki, Ibiki murmured, the quiet steel in his words causing the other boy to flinch. A shinobi does not give away his secrets unnecessarily. What the hell, man? Ibiki is right, Naruto grunted, a rare frown wiping away his trademark grin. As a shinobi, we must maintain calm and detached when facing an enemy. Allowing someone to rile you only ensures your own demise. I'll expect better from you in the future, but you're not my enemy. That's not the point. Geez, I can't believe my sister likes you. Naruto nearly choked on his own spit. Tsunade? I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. Refusing to react in even the slightest manner, he turned his attention to the last but certainly not least and sole female of his squad. And now we come to you, Kushina? Despite the misconceptions formed by the two boys, Kushina squeaked when Naruto's gazes fell upon her. For once in her young life her feelings were more of a crutch than an actual strength, she simply couldn't bear the thought of look at him and being cut down like Nawaki had. Despite his promise to be stern, Naruto couldn't help but take pity on her. Take your time, he soothed. It's just a simple question. Right. At his words, a touch of color returned to her pale visage, alongside a touch of her old bluster. My name's Uzumaki Kushina. I like orange, Mikoto-chan and ramen, especially the kind they serve back at Ichiraku's. My first dream is to become the first female Hokage so everyone will respect me. She was grinning now, all of her fears forgotten as she poured out her life's goals. Then start a Byakugan family. And my second dream is? Naruto prodded gently. Her eyes flickered to him and her face flared brighter than her hair. She daren't continue. That's a secret, Tebane. Ha! Her teammate males tilted their heads aside, wondering what had just come over her. Naruto sighed. Poor girl. She really was taking this hard. She looked so serious that he felt a sudden impulse to reach over, sweep his fingers through her hair, and tell her that everything was going to be okay. Feeling his gaze on her, she turned and caught his eye. The two of them shared a slight smile then, and for a moment they weren't master and student, just two shinobi. Allies. Friends. Perhaps even, Oi, sensei. Nawaki frowned, shattering the moment. How come you're being so nice to Kushina? Naruto's gaze snapped to him, Sharingan flaring. This girl has suffered through more in her short life than you can ever hope to understand. More importantly, she is your teammate. You will show her the respect she deserves. Do we have an understanding? His killer intent could have flattened Gamabunta. Hi, but I'll become Hokage first. Wham! His head struck the ground in record time. Evidently Kushina wasn't above bopping an ally when she got pissed. Like hell you will, Tebane. It'll be me who becomes the next Hokage. No, it'll be me. Me. The redhead instantly accepts his challenge, jolting to her feet and glaring bloody red daggers at him. With the Kyuubi inside her, it wasn't far off. Me, you stupid habanero. Nawaki spat back. I'll be the one to lead the village. Me. Kushina's subsequent shout nearly deafened the entire village, putting a swift end to that argument and left everyone's ears ringing. Idiots, Ibiki muttered. Hi kiddies, let's settle down. Naruto cajoled, pushing them back into their seats. Neither of you will become Hokage if you don't pass this test. That got their attention. What? Naruto's eyes curled into a smile, the act eerily similar to one of Kakashi's infamous eye grins. Damn, but it felt good to be the sensei this time around. Here's your first mission, he began jovially, hoisting up the trinket he'd procured for just this very occasion. You three have exactly 6 hours to get this bell from me. Whoever does, becomes my student. Those who fail, will be stripped of their hishiate and sent back to the academy forthwith. Part of him longed to laugh when he saw their ashen faces, but he held himself together. What kind of test is that? Nawaki demanded, aghast. I'm a very busy man. Naruto replied, lying as effortlessly as one would draw breath. I only have time to train one of you. But, the third said. I don't care what that old monkey said. I was told I would have a team. Whether that team exists of me and one, or none, is entirely up to you. That's no fair. We're not fresh genin, you know. I've had this hishiate for nearly a year now. With a front war raging on, you might as well be. Naruto replied, the scorn in his voice very real at Nawaki's outburst. I'm not taking any of you anywhere unless I know you have the skills to stack up against AIM shinobi on their home turf. Frankly, I'm not ever certain what the Sandaime is thinking. Maybe the old coot's finally gone senile or something. He gave a half-hearted shrug, uncaring for their disbelief at his subtle defiance. You'll be going on an A-rank mission. This is an S-class. Satisfy my expectations and you won't have anything to worry about. Questions? Problems? Concerns? If you have any of those, feel free to turn around and go home. Unsurprisingly, there weren't any more outbursts after that. Still smiling, he continued. To even the odds I won't be using my Sharingan, or shadow clones. But that's the only concession I'll make. Ninjutsu, Genjutsu, and Taijutsu, everything else will be fair game. I'll even accept seals, if any of you know of them. Kushina, I'll also allow you to use that if you can control it. Remember, there's 3 of you, and only 1 of me. Come at me with intent to kill, and someone just might get a bell. When do we start? Now. Naruto grinned and placed a thumb into his mouth, biting down hard on the digit. Kushina was already throwing herself forward in an attempt to stop his palm from touching the ground, recognizing it at once as a summoning jutsu. She thought she caught a flash of approval in her sensei's eyes, then he was all but was gone in a plume of smoke. Her kunai struck something sharp and unyielding, a split second before she found her arm locked in an inescapable vice. For all her strength she found herself powerless, unable to move her trapped limb even an inch. Arararara, what is this? A large, red scorpion unfolded itself before the baffled kunoichi, its crimson carapace glinting dully in the afternoon light. Her arm lay trapped in one of its pincers. Any other kunoichi would have quailed at the sight of that bug being so close to them, but not Kushina. Though the creature was easily twice her size and thrice as heavy, she didn't falter. Not even a little bit. That is, until it spoke. You called, Naruto-sama? A distinctly feminine voice issued from its mouthparts. Sorry, Benekase-chan. Naruto apologized, but would you mind playing with her for a bit? Not at all, the insect hissed, drawing the girl closer. You promised me some amusement last night, but I didn't think it would be so soon. Kushina yelped, not liking the look in those eyes, not one bit. Let me go, Tebane. I said. Suryu no Jutsu. Water Dragon Jutsu. A mighty deluge of draconic water battered Benekase from the side and suddenly Kushina's arm was wrenched free, allowing her to whirl away. She caught sight of Ibiki out of the corner of her eye, the silver-haired lad heaving a deep breath as he felt the side effects of chakra drain. So focused was she on her teammate, that she missed Naruto's slight smile. That's the way. Thanks, she gasped out, sopping wet, but in one piece thanks to his efforts. It's nothing, her teammate replied, readying himself as Benekase turned towards him. I hope you have a plan though, because I won't be able to do that again for a while. Oh ho ho, the scorpion tittered softly, shaking herself dry with a shiver. There's a little fight in you, boy. I like that. Perhaps I'll play with you instead. Don't forget about me. Benekase didn't even bother to turn, she simply swatted Nawaki out of the air with her tail, arresting his aerial assault before it could even truly begin, knocking the breath from his very lungs. The boy cried out as the sheer power flung him into the lake at the edge of the training field where he promptly sank like a stone. He did not emerge from those watery depths. Unworthy, she snorted, refusing to even look at where he was still sinking. Shinobi do not advertise their presence. You would have had a better chance if you remained silent. Ouch. Naruto permitted himself the smallest of cringes as a few bubbles trickled to the surface. I forgot how powerful scorpions are, ma, at least she didn't sting him. Nawaki. For the first time since the exercise had begun, distress crossed Ibiki's visage. Hold on. I'll. Benekase was suddenly there, blocking him with her pincers. Did you forget about me? TCH. Both boy and bug spun away in a bizarre waltz, pincers and kunai striking in fast and furious tandem, neither able to land so much as a telling blow on the other. Kushina was suddenly left alone with her sensei, one teammate fighting for his life against a killer scorpion, the other drowning in the bottom of a lake. Naruto turned to face her and she quailed inside at the look in his eye, suddenly aware just how truly beyond her he really was. It was like comparing a green genin to a Kage. Of course the monkey would get slaughtered. But Kushina was nothing if not stubborn, and she wasn't about to let the chance slip by. I will get that bell from you, she swore, steeling herself. Foolish girl, the Kyuubi's voice berated her from beyond the seal. You clearly don't understand the purpose of this exercise. Shut up, she refused to listen to the fox, too often had it tried to trick her in the past. It would stay right where it was, in the seal. I invite you to try. Naruto beckoned, crooking his fingers at her. Come. She did, lunging at him with all her might. Stronger than her though he surely was she had a few surprises in store for him. The month they'd been apart had not been wasted, she'd more than a few tricks up her sleeve now, tricks she planned to utilize to devastating effect. You asked for it, Tebane. Come on now, a frontal assault? He deepened as she hurtled toward him, intent on clobbering the daylights out that smug smile. You know that won't work? Imagine his surprise when her speed suddenly tripled, her beautiful body Kami, stop thinking like that, vanishing in a sudden swirl of dust. Naruto blinked in bemusement. True to his word, he hadn't activated either of his eyes, so what came next was completely unexpected. The first punch came at Naruto sideways, spinning his upper body around with the force of the impact and driving him back a half step before he fully recovered his equilibrium. Somewhere under his feet, the earth seemed to shiver and quake, threatening to give way. He spat out a tooth and wiped away the blood. It regrew almost instantly. The benefits of Kyuubi's chakra, but that did nothing to check his own amusement at being clobbered by the redhead. Ho! He blinked, thumbing a thin line of red away from his face. I wasn't expecting that. This might be interesting after all. He didn't even bother to turn as Kushina whispered into existence behind him, didn't flinch as she barreled through his guard once more to strike him solidly in the back of the head. Poof! Kushina swore virulently as the Uchiha popped into a log, vanishing in an effortless replacement. He hadn't even used the seals. Scarce had she thought this than a large hand closed around her wrists and bent them around her back in an effortless motions. Strong notes of a familiar body pressed up behind her, causing her face to flare. She flared chakra to her limbs once more, in an effort to throw him off, and nothing. Even with her newfound strength, she found she couldn't bring herself to budge him. Not even an inch. What the heck? Forcing, the Uchiha murmured from where he held her, bemused by her jutsu. You channel chakra into your bones to speed your strikes and strengthen your blows. Not bad. Similar to Tsunade's technique but less refined. Still, impressive. The Uzumaki clan is knowledge in such things after all, seals and whatnot. Would I be correct in assuming you have a seal here? His gaze ghosted over her a bicep, and here, once more Kushina burned a great glorious red beneath his gaze, more so as his eyes lingered on her thigh just a touch longer than was necessary. Wait, seals, he murmured, awed. Fascinating. One for each limb. You really have improved, Kushina-chan. In more ways than one. Was that lat bit just imagined on her part? She hoped it wasn't. Sensei. Kushina struggled in his grasp but to no avail, he just pulled her closer. This close she could feel his breath on the back of her neck, the latter burning in heat. He was stronger than her and on some level, a small part of her almost wished he'd press even closer. She swiftly admonished herself with a shake of the head. You can think like that later. After you've got the bell. With no other recourse left to her, Kushina did the only thing she could. She released them all at once, jumping up off the ground in the same instant to ram her head into his chin. The Uchiha grunted in surprise when she made contact, both at the sudden speed and force behind the blow, his mouth snapping shut with an audible click, more than enough force to bloody his tongue in mid-speak. Red spurted between his lips. Let it never be said that his mother didn't have a hard head pain exploding in the back of his mind, momentarily distracting him. He'd been hurt again. Kushina had actually managed to inflict all but 2 wounds in a matter of minutes on him. Granted, he hadn't been giving it all he'd had, but still. Abruptly he released Kushina. She stumbled away from him almost as an afterthought. The bell. Her fingers had just brushed it when she realized Naruto was making no effort to stop her. Immediately, she suspected a trap of some sort, but no, he was just standing there, one hand clamped firmly over his mouth. She blinked up at him, her hand still closing around the bell almost of its own will, until she saw the blood. At once, she'd put 2 and 2 together, lunging up with a gasp when she realized what she'd done. Her hand, refusing to relinquish its hold around the bell, yanked it off the string without a second thought. Sensei. Oddly enough, her first thought was not of passing, but for him. Are you alright? You're bleeding. Naruto gawped at her in mute disbelief. She stared down at the bell, realizing what she'd done. Ridiculous. He gasped out with his damaged tongue, staring at her in disbelief. Who the hell does that in combat? He touched a chakra-infused hand to his bloody mouth, rapidly regenerating the wounds she'd given his poor tongue. Letting your guard down like that. If I'd been an enemy, you would be dead. But you're not my enemy. Kushina. Ibiki whirled away from Benikei's and spat, expelling a geyser of water with enough force to hurl his opponent back into the forest and cancel the summoning. Whatever you do, don't let go of that bell. I've figured out the purpose of this test. He wants us to work. Too late, Naruto's heel snapped outwards and sent the kunoichi flying. Kushina barely managed to block in time, the 16-year-old nimbly folding her arms over her stomach not a moment before the Uchiha sandal shoved her off and into her comrade. You were warned that I wouldn't make any more concessions? Naruto pointed out, placing a thumb between his teeth once more. But since you seem so eager, I'll show you something special. Behold. The miracle of shadow clones. He may have gotten no sleep last night thanks to his girls, but those 12 hours hadn't been wasted by the clones either. The doppelgangers he'd created beforehand had been hard at work with the 2 summon contracts they'd been gifted, and their results did not disappoint. Smiling serenely, Naruto placed his still bloodied hand to the ground for a second and final time. No simple scorpion came forth this time. It was something larger. Angrier. And far more lethal. Kuchios no Jutsu. The roar of a dragon shook Konoha to her very bones. Mikoto cocked an ear as that terrible howl reverberated through the village. Anyone else would have been stricken their very bones with fear. But not the Uchiha heiress, being one of the few privy to his hugely acquired summons, the others currently sprawled out in bed beside her. Kami, what a night that had been. Honestly, when he does something, he really does go overboard. Kushina had rarely felt fear before. It was almost ironic, she had one of the most powerful Biju alive sealed into her stomach and yet she'd hardly ever experienced true terror. Oh, she'd felt a very small fear before when she'd been kidnapped, but that had all but vanished when Naruto-sensei came to save her. Since then she'd worked hard to become stronger and in the progress she'd made during the last month she thought there was nothing she could not face. That is until now. Until this very moment in which Naruto laid a hand upon the ground and called forth hell. Terror. Her knees knocked together as a massive tail split the earth in twine, his black, pointed tip swaying with malice and menace. Her soul quivered as the bone-shattering snarl of a legendary creature rent the air apart like tissue paper, its cruel claws tearing great gouges out of the earth. Bahamut. Naruto barked, arms folded, standing tall and proud upon the beast's head. He may not be the king of dragons, but he'll do for this demonstration. Well, shit. Ibiki muttered beside her. That's not fair at all. The creature that rose out of that smoke was nothing short of massive, its gilded wings wider than the trees, bleak scales blotting out the sun itself. Large didn't even begin to define it, the summons towered over her, over the field, black eyes surveying the entire grounds with but a glance. A puff of smoke spurted between its nostrils as it exhaled, teeth the size of small buildings gnashing together in slight annoyance at being summoned so suddenly and out of the blue. What do you want, boy? Its voice shook the very heavens, a lone eye rolling up to peer at the human standing upon its crest. We agreed you would not summon me unless you had a worthy foe for me to face. See that girl down there? He pointed at Kushina. She's the host of the Kyubi no Yoko. Worthy enough for you. Interesting, the dragon rumbled, fangs pulling back in a rictus of a grin. It has indeed been an age since I last fought with the old fox. But I sense she has no control over it. Besides, even were we to fight, our battle would all but destroy your village. Perhaps I would be interested when she has better control over it. That's not very nice, Tebane. Nevertheless, you are still weak. Bahamut huffed, indignant. And I have no interest in weak opponents. We will meet again when you are a stronger, Uzumaki. I pray for your sake that you are able to entertain me when the time comes. Until then, farewell. He vanished in a resounding plume of smoke, leaving Naruto to alight neatly on the ground. Man, dragons real are hard to control, he said, almost drolly. Now do you see? If he hadn't already eaten, the two of you would have been snacks. You two got lucky. Very lucky. In the future, you'll be fighting enemies who won't hesitate to make mincemeat of you or worse. His gaze slid to Kushina. Kidnap you and use your bodies for their own nefarious purposes. Her subsequent shiver said that he'd drilled the point into her. Now since someone decided to mess up my little exercise, we're going to switch things up a bit. Slowly, almost languidly, he took an arm from his pocket. Kushina collapsed onto her hands and knees, painfully aware that she'd been saved by the dragon's pride. Had Naruto actually sick said beast on them, they wouldn't have stood a chance. But now what was he up to inside that head of his? Was he going to summon something else? She started, suddenly realizing that despite all odds, she hadn't let go of the bell since she'd claimed it. None of this made sense. Unless, he was trying to mislead them? But I thought you said only one of us could pass? She held up the trinket that was the bell, and for a split second, a flicker of approval crossed the blonde's visage. He took a single step backward, bringing himself nigh up against one of the many trees leading into the forest. Her eyes snapped to him immediately. Clever girl. She picked right up on that. So you finally going to fight us? Ibiki challenged, his confidence finally on the rise. In a sense, Naruto drew a line in the earth with his foot. Your new mission is to make me move over this line. Into the forest works, too. Huh. That'll be easy. Kushina slid forward into a taijutsu stance, confident she could surprise him yet again. After all, she'd already made him move once. Don't think I'll make the same mistake twice, Naruto. Hey, she swore, drawing a kunai of her own. No fair. Aren't you going to at least try and fight seriously? She immediately regretted those words as the Mangekyo Sharingan flared. I suppose I could attempt it. Wait a second. Or a dash. Naruto's only response was to bite his thumb again. What emerged this time? No scorpion or dragon. Something far more simple. It had been a gift from the Shinigami some time ago, and he just hadn't gotten around to using it, not seeing a time or a need. But these kids were beginning to get on his nerves. Two of them had already ascertained the purpose of his little test, and what's more, they'd ruined his fun. So, really, it was only natural that they repaid him, no? Brandishing it, he reveled in the slight gasp that went up from Ibiki. That fan? Ah. Naruto smiled benignly, lofting the large weapon as though it were no more than a feather's weight. You recognize this, Ibiki-kun? That's right. It belonged to my ancestor, Uchiha Madara. Which means. Still smiling, he swept it forwards. You know what it can do. But he could brain the boy with the deadly weapon. The forest erupted into movement. Earlier, Nawaki had spent a good 5 minutes pondering his next move at the bottom of the lake, tucked away in a bubble of air. It wasn't all that draining to maintain, especially when one considered he needed only cover his head and replenish the oxygen every few seconds. He knew fair well his teammates were fighting and losing up above, and despite all his eagerness, he was loath to join them. So, here he had sat, trying to figure out just how he was going to beat Sensei and get that thrice-damned bell. Admittedly, those options were limited. Naruto had hit dangerously close to the mark when he claimed the boy had no jutsu to call his own. Close, but not quite. He did have one technique that he'd been saving for a special occasion. It wasn't all that fast, but it was powerful, and draining. A single use could leave him almost entirely exhausted, but if it worked, Sensei wouldn't be in any position to fend him off. Not to mention he was one of only 2 shinobi who had the potential to do it. Darn it, he'd really wanted to surprise everyone, too. Steeling himself, he extended his senses, reaching out to every tree in the grounds. He felt their life force like a warm ray of sunshine, even here at the bottom of the lake. Still further he stretched his senses, even going so far as to pop a soldier pill and cease breathing within his tiny bubble of air. He had to concentrate, he would need every fiber of his focus if this were to work. The slightest break in concentration could prove disastrous. Brow steepling in concentration, he clasped his fingers together. Mokuton, Mokuton. Naruto whirled as the trees of the field came alive before his very eyes, roots rapidly erupting beneath his feet, snarling around his right arm before he'd even a chance to react. Would release? What the hell? He felt the roots tugging down on his arm with incredible strength, and it actually required some of his own to resist. The timing couldn't have been worse. No sooner was he bound, than Kushina and Ibiki chose that moment to gang up on him, not individually as one might expect, but in tandem. Nawaki, you marvelous bastard. Aren't I awesome? Naruto didn't see the boy emerge from the tree line, didn't even realize the genin had stepped straight off a tree itself. He was too busy trying not to laugh out of the irony of it all. Kushina looked like she was about to bounce out of sheer glee. Wait a sec, what was that emerging from her back? Oi! The latter completely baffled him with the emergence of her chakra chains, something he had never seen or known to have existed. Those deadly barbs were as fleet as they were agile, holding his free hand fast, her golden tethers binding the limb back before he could act, and that was before Ibiki summoned forth those wires from God knew where, effectively binding him in place against the 3 with a violent tug. Naruto almost smiled at the audacity of such an attack. He'd been pinned once before in his youth with this very move. He had a feeling he knew what was coming next. Yami was less tact when faced with the sudden reversal. Cheeky little. For a very long moment, Naruto simply smiled within his powerful prison of chains and wood and wires. He'd known all along that Tsunade and Nawaki were the grandchildren of the first Hokage. Hell, everyone knew that. But never, had he either read to dream the boy to awaken his blood in the midst of a battle, or had he achieved this power even before then. Regardless, it was a milestone. Not nearly enough to hold him for more than a few seconds, but still, for a genin to unlock his bloodline. And despite his expectations, his kids had managed to bind him. God, it was almost enough to make him proud. Goryuka no Jutsu. Those thoughts fell apart as Ibiki opened his mouth and exhaled, expelling a familiar dragon of flame. Naruto blanched. It was much larger than the one Sasuke had spat at him. Oi, isn't that a little excessive? Holding back or not, that could really hurt him. His armed arm bristled, muscles bulging as he used his full strength to tear it free. He flung it up before his face dash. Bakram. The ensuing explosion was nothing short of spectacular, blinding his genin to the chaos they'd inadvertently wrought. When the smoke finally cleared, they could see the Uchiha was utterly unharmed, having tore himself free from Nawaki's bonds and raised the war fan before his face to shield himself from the blow. Wait. How was that possible? Madara's or not, the fan was made of paper and metal. There was just no way it could have withstood Ibiki's inferno. That wasn't bad. Naruto grunted, levering himself up once more. But even with your teamwork, you still couldn't make me move. Now it's my turn. Naruto closed his eyes and dug deep within himself, opening all his chakra points and releasing them as one. The result was as violent as it was immediate, a simple flex of muscles and his unnatural bonds quite brilliantly shattered, spraying energy in either direction. Battered by its abrupt release, the kids never saw him raise his warfan until it was too late. Uchiha reflection. Scarce had he spoke than the wicked weapon flared a fiery red and true to its name, released the absorbed firestorm, hurling the contained inferno back to greet them the three teens within all its fury. Kushina had just enough time to gasp before the explosion hit, before Naruto realized he had inadvertently returned the technique with its full power still lacking true control over the fan, thereby flinging a very dangerous and extremely powerful jutsu at his students without thinking. Shit. He started forward into the smoke with an angry hiss, peering with his Sharingan, idly fearing the worst as it began to clear. Hey, a rough voice greeted him. That hurt, Tebane. The Uchiha froze. Kurama's slitted irises stared back at him from within Kushina's visage, her lips pulled in a wide feral grin. A single hand had been flung forwards to guard against the returning attack, and it had done so quite spectacularly in her own right, shielding her teammates on either side. Naruto braced himself for an attack, but he needn't have bothered. Even as he looked on, Kushina actually laughed, her now crimson orbs dancing brightly. She pointed at the line. Sure enough, his foot had crossed it, his sandaled toes well over the barrier he'd created. You lose, sensei. There was a silence as those words sank in. A crackle of thunder split the air. Well, shit, he murmured, scratching the back of his head. They'd gotten him. Fair and square. You guys? Pass. That lone word met with a flurry of movement from his team. Kushina screamed at the top of her lungs, Nawaki was left mutter unintelligible words, Ibiki blew a smoke ring and passed out. What? Just like that? The Uchiha painted a soft smile across his face. You already know the answer. Teamwork. Kushina's voice was surprisingly hoarse when she finally found it. You wanted us to work together, Tebane. Give the lovely lady a prize. Really, he shouldn't have been surprised by what came next. I want ramen. So it was that Naruto found his hard-earned payment from his first mission spiraling into the bottomless pit that was Kushina's stomach. Ibiki and Nawaki had each enjoyed a single bowl and he himself a few more, but the redhead was well past her sixth and still going. Well, at least he didn't have to wonder where he'd gotten his fixation from. Still, how could one 16-year-old girl eat that much? In the time it had taken him to try and think even that much, she'd already moved on to her aigtha, make that her ninth. Gah, does all that ramen go straight to her chest or something? It'd certainly explain the breasts. Yosha. You're finally starting to see things my way, partner. I'm not even gonna argue that. Quite the eater, isn't she? Someone said from off to the side. You can say that again, Naruto muttered, turning his head toward the voice, an easy smile leaping to his face without thinking. She really is one hell of a dash. Then he saw who had spoken. Every fiber in his body froze, black eyes threatening to try and bulge clear out of his head if he didn't so something to control them. Kakashi-sensei? No. Wait. This wasn't Kakashi. Now that he looked, Naruto was able to calm himself. Yes, the resemblance was there, but upon closer inspection, this fellow was certainly not him. For starters, there was no mask, the jaw was square, both eyes were black, and his white hair was bound back in a ponytail oddly reminiscent of the one Jiraiya wore. Furthermore, he bore a white sleeve on the right, and a tanto strapped to his back, likely the cause of a certain epithet which escaped the former blonde at the moment. Kakashi had none of those things. No, this man was undoubtedly Hatake Tsukumo. Part of him wanted to dance at meeting the Kakashi's father, but he stubbornly suppressed it. He couldn't be prone to such flights of fancy anymore. Not if he intended to save the future. Rolling his shoulders, he willed himself to relax. Be at ease. Calm. Cool. Confident. Steeling himself, he looked the man dead in the eye. I don't believe we've met, Naruto said, slapping on his best poker face. Another thing this body was good for, and extending a hand. I'm Uchiha Naruto. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Tsukumo didn't shake. I've heard of you, was all he would say. Frowning, Naruto lowered his hand. Fine. He was going to be like that, then. So, what brings you here? I just thought I'd stop to congratulate Kushina on her new team, Tsukumo said with a smile, as a feeling of death hovered in the air between the two of them. That, and I wanted to meet the man who saved me the hassle of going down to the border. A little birdie told me he'd been promoted and would be leading a team into Amigakure later this evening. Surprise, surprise, my little girl, just so happens to be on it. Naruto did not flinch at the slight, but inwardly, he quailed. Guh. The man was treating him like he was asking Tsukumo for Kushina's hand, or something. Gathering his courage, Naruto willed himself to look the older man square in the eye, refusing to flinch. She has nothing to fear from me. Ah. Then he paused, considering the man's words about the rain. I won't let any harm come to her, either. A few seats down, Kushina pricked up, ears twitching. Yes, so I've been told. She seems quite fond of you. Sakumo's smile didn't slacken in the slightest, but there was just a note of tension in his voice. Obviously he didn't trust him. Just so you know, she's the closest thing I have to a daughter, not discounting my son. Now, I've seen how you've made your way around this village, you've got the eye of almost every kunoichi on you. Probably even betted a few. So from one man to another, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and warn you before you go and do anything stupid like that with Kushina. Hi. Naruto felt himself frown, not liking where this was going. Not at all. I'm afraid I don't follow you. Then allow me to spell it out for you. When next he spoke his eyes were like glacial ice, cold, callous, promising a world of pain. You break her heart, and I break you. Ha! Naruto blanched at the man. You heard me, Uchiha. Once again that aura of dread appeared around him, the very air thick with malicious intent as the area around the whitehead seemed to darken as if there was a small solar eclipse happening just around Sakumo and nowhere else. Then it happened. Even Naruto could not suppress a small shudder when it appeared, a Hanya mask, the kind used in Japanese no theater to represent a jealous demon or serpent. It crawled out from behind the man's deceptively slight frame, a mask of hatred that seemed to pierce your very soul. The fact that he had a pleasant smile on his face just made the look that much more creepy. You would do well to take good care of her. Understood. Yikes. This man made Orochimaru look tame. Ahahaha, I'll remember that. Good. The whitehead smiled and just like that, the aura of menace was gone. See that you do, and we won't have any problems? He slapped a hefty Raya note down onto the countertop. Here. That ought to pay for whatever she eats. It'd be such a shame if you weren't able to make your rent this month. Sakumo. The man never got to finish that sentence as a furious Kushina thrust herself between them, her eyes ablaze, every strand of her lustrous hair standing on end. Despite the ire not being directed at him, Naruto cringed off to the side out of pure awe. She'd really earned the title of Bloody Habanero. Sakumo on the other hand, didn't bat so much an eyelash when faced with the woman's wrath. He stood tall and stern beneath the crashing waves of her anger, an immutable rock for her fury to break upon. I told you not to threaten him, she admonished, berating the larger man with a finger. You're going to scare him off. Someone has to keep an eye on your chastity, the man replied, utterly unfazed. You're only 16, Kushina. That's too young to restart your clan. A tick mark formed on the Uzumaki's forehead. I mean, that's not of your business, Tebane. Would you be willing to share him, then? You what? The fire in the redhead's eyes sputtered and died as though he'd dropped a bucket of water on her head. For a heartbeat, just a heartbeat, Naruto felt her gaze swivel to him, those violet orbs brimming with more questions than he was willing to answer. Ibiki and Nawaki were making a point not to look at him, doing their best to stay out of it as Kushina pinned him with her gaze. In hindsight, although the sinister silence seemed to stretch unto eternity, it lasted all of an instant. Why the hell would I care about that? Naruto facepalmed so hard he fractured the counter. Sakumo blinked, thunderstruck. At last, both men seemed to recover their composure. Well, it's your decision. Sakumo smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes, not as he turned his gaze upon Naruto. But remember what I said, Uchiha. The ex-blonde watched Kakashi's father depart with relief, quietly shivering at his passage. Scary. So, Mikoto got to you first, didn't she? It was not a question. She knew. Someone she'd managed to figure it out, just from Sakumo's simple hint. He'd underestimated her. I was wondering why she was so cheery, what with Fugaku being in a coma, but damn, that's sneaky. I'll have to get her back for that. Among others, the words slipped out before he could think to stop them. Yet he felt nothing but relief. Sakumo had been right in that regard. He needed to be honest with her. The last thing he wanted to do was take her heart and shatter it into 1,000 pieces. Oh, others? He sighed, regretting it already. Yeah, it's kind of a long story. Tell me. Oi, it's my life we're talking about here. He fixed her with his best Uchiha glower. I don't see why I'm inclined to tell you, and Kushina didn't falter, not in the slightest. Stay away, arriere. Although she might not be his mother in this day and age, Naruto's resolve was no match for the determined Uzumaki. Within minutes, she knew of Pakura and Karura, and while he went to great pangs to exempt what he believed would be too much for her to bear, he had the sinking suspicion the young Uzumaki knew exactly what had transpired between him and the three kunoichi. There was no anger from her. No tears. No shouts or swears or even screams on her part. Just silence. She simply sat there and just stared at him, her violet eyes boring holes into his forehead. It was like being faced with a completely different person. Naruto didn't think he could handle something like that. Look, I'm sorry if I upset you or anything, he said at last, shattering the impasse between them. But I'm not exactly the poster boy for good behavior around these parts. You should find someone nice, someone like that Minato kid. I mean, he's your age and all. Sorry. Looking, he never did get to finish that sentence. I said, sorry. Abruptly, Kushina dropped out of her seat, red hair twirling from the motion. Her lips were suddenly brushing his cheek, her words softer than satin. But you're not getting rid of me that easy, sensei. A shiver of surprise shot down his spine. If I've got competition, then I'll just have to try harder. Naruto jerked back, baffled. Where the hell had that come from? What? Kushina flushed, her earlier boldness vanishing with a stray autumn breeze. I am not saying it again, Databane. Besides, her face crinkled in a confused frown, why would I be interested in Minato? He's been acting weird, lately. Pretty sure he has a crush on you. Really? She blinked, baffled by his words. I've hardly spoken so much as 2 words to him, and even when I do, he's always shooing me away so he can train or something. Why would I be interested in someone like that? Naruto opened up his mouth to protest otherwise, and snapped it shut. It made sense now. Because Minato hadn't been the one to save Kushina, she'd never noticed him. Oh no, her radar was fixated firmly upon him, the Uchiha who'd not only rescued and mentored her, but was now her teacher. Minato was little more than a speck in her heart now. Scoor. The father is officially out of the way. Now, move in for the kill. Kushina. Look, can we not talk about this now? She pleaded, flushing under his penetrating gaze. I mean what I said, but, she suddenly squirmed, hands writhing like snakes in her lap. It's embarrassing, Tebane. I mean, why you're my sensei now, and you probably think I'm all weird for liking you when you've got everyone interested in you. You're right. Naruto was suddenly aware that half the restaurant seemed to be staring at the two of them. Let's just enjoy our ramen. Oh, thank Kami. She promptly returned to stuffing her face with ramen before he could press her for details. Naruto, relieved for the change of subject, focused on his own meal. This was it then. He was doomed. He'd laid out each and every cards for her, given her every chance to fold, to turn back, and she hadn't. She was still here. Being troublesome. Making things difficult. Did he mention troublesome? Ibiki and Nawaki were wise enough to keep their mouths shut, stay silent, and enjoy their free meal. Good thing, too. Naruto was in the mood to inflict 1,000 years of pain on someone, even his students. Well, that'd be a first, a hoarse voice chuckled at him. This time, Naruto turned his head slowly, not wanting to be caught by surprise. But it was a young Tuchi he laid eyes on. No surprise there. Hadn't been born yet. Still reeling from Tsukumo's imp-led threats, he didn't have much stomach for nostalgia. The man's next words made it even less so. You're the first man Tsukumo hasn't scared away, he said. I've never seen her stick up for anyone like that before. She must really like you. He does this kind of thing often? But of course, the man chuckled. Kushina-chan is our favorite customer. Tsukumo's always treating her to ramen. I'm honestly surprised the Hokage didn't make him her new teacher after Karo died. Naruto shot a withering glare at the man's retreating back, suddenly understanding just why Tsukumo had tried to scare the crap out of him. Still, who was this Karo fellow? Had he been Kushina's old sensei? Sarutobi had suggested that Kushina was once already part of a team, but he'd mentioned no names. So many questions. He stole a glance at his student, suddenly feeling intensely protective. I won't let anything happen to her. Yami pounced before he could take the words back. Well said. And if anything should happen between you two, all's fair in love and war, right? Why do I put up with you again? Because if you got rid of me, you'd have no one left to argue with. Point taken. Naruto shook his head in mild exasperations, ignoring the chuckle of the older man as he raised his gaze to the roof of his favored establishment. It really was nostalgic, treating his students to ramen like this. Even if one of them was his mother, a fact he seemed to find himself forgetting more and more often as of late. It was becoming something of a problem. His mom though she might someday be, it was becoming increasingly difficult to reconcile this young woman with a woman he barely even knew. As much as it might gall him to admit it, he was attracted to her. He was a young man after all, and she a young woman. It certainly did not help that his heart was already tangled up with 3 women. He cared about them. And now he was starting to care about her. Why? That was the only thing he could ask himself. Why now? And why her? It was not Kushina's fault, and he didn't blame the girl, well, not completely. Had Kushina never arrived, he would have never started feeling this way. But it wasn't like she had intended for this to happen, it wasn't like Kushina even knew what was really happening. That still didn't change his question. Why? It was almost as if A loud crash, punctuated by a very female shriek, ended that thought before it could bloom. "WWY, are you always SSS staring at my CHCH chest? Here we go again," Kushina muttered around a mouthful of ramen. The blonde's head whipped around hard enough to give his neck whiplash. His ears pricked up, his head turning towards the voice. It hadn't been Kushina, she was far too absorbed in her ramen to notice his wandering eye. No, that voice hadn't been hers. Still, it was oddly familiar, it almost sounded like, but that was impossible. Intrigued, he trained his attention the two voices. Almost unbidden, Naruto found his attention drawn off Kushina and into the spectacle. Someone female was shouting, stuttering yes, but still clearly incensed by her comrade's actions. "Hoshi-sama, I did not mean then stop staring, Hayashi. I was merely using my Byakugan to ensure that you weren't under any duress. You were staring." Smack. A resounding gasp put an end to those words in the same instant that Naruto dislodged himself from his stool, sandaled feet touching the ground in the same instant that his body came careening through the blinds to put an end to the conflict. He barely heard Kushina's muffled cry of "Sensei, don't," at his back, but too late, his body was already in motion, his fingers wrapping firmly around the young man's wrist before he could so much as bat an eyelash, wrenching his arm up and out of harm's way. "I think you should leave the lady alone, friend," he rumbled, Mangekyo flaring for emphasis. "Don't you?" Subsequent silence was deafening. "Yeah, pretty sure you just made the kid piss his pants." "All right," he admitted to himself, "maybe we should have used more tact." "We? What's this we business, partner?" Imagine his surprise when he found himself face to face with a young Hyuga Hayashi. Impossible not to recognize that damned face bickering with a young woman who could have been Hinata's biological twin, were it but for two things: the short bob of her ebony knot dark blue hair and a pale, crescent-shaped scar taking up residence on her right cheek. The injury looked fairly recent to his eyes, it had the look of a wound that had only recently been tended to, possibly yesterday even. She stared at him in surprise, her mouth opened in a small round O of confusion, not expecting a stranger to come to her aid. Pardon me," she tripped over the word, "but who are you?" "Ah, Gomen. Sorry about this." Naruto gently relaxed the iron vise that his grip, allowing Hayashi to wrench his arm free not a moment afterward. "The name's Naruto. I'm still rather new to the village and well, I couldn't help but overhear your little squabble." Sharingan eyes swiveled upon Hayashi with an almost frigid disparity, causing the younger man to flinch. "This guy bothering you?" He was just leaving, actually. Hinata's mother, he was damned certain this was her, smiled sweetly, stammering ever so slightly. "Isn't that right, Hayashi?" "Hoshihime, I must insist." Hayashi leveled an angry glare at Naruto. "This, Uchiha, he cannot be trusted." Noted. Those lavender eyes were like chips of diamond, harsh and unflinching. "You are dismissed, Hayashi." "As you wish." Shamefaced by her curt dismissal, the young man whirled and stalked away down the street. Naruto fought the urge to stick out his tongue at the shinobi's retreating back. What an asshole. He might have mellowed out in more recent years, but a young Hayashi was still every bit of the prick he remembered from his youth. Still, Hoshi has surprised him with her sternness. Where had that stuttering girl gone? The moment he had stepped in, she seemed more confident, more, everything. Hot damn. Yami whistled wolfishly. Like mother like daughter. She's got a spine of steel when she wants to. Naruto resolutely ignored the wily words his darker Hulk was whispering. "You gonna be alright?" he asked of her. "Why yes," the young woman bowed, her head inclining in a jerky bob. Thank you for your assistance in this matter, Uchiha-sama." We're both Konoha shinobi here." He raised a hand to scratch at the back of his head, slightly flustered by the formality. "Just call me Naruto." "You're that one, aren't you?" "Pardon. The Black Death. That seems to be my moniker of late, yes?" Gomen. "It's just, you're taller than I thought you would be. Handsome, too." "Ha!" Hoshi squeaked, her face flaring a fire engine red. I need to go." "Good luck, Hoshi-san." Kushina enthused shortly at her retreating comrade, then returned to her feast. Naruto let her go and reluctantly returned to the stand himself, claiming a stole beside his student. "So was that?" "Oh, her." The redhead blinked. "That's Hoshi. She's about a year older than me, daughter of some main branch Hyuga. Some says she's next in line. You know, to take over. Right up there with Hayashi team. Not very confident though, so she probably won't be the successor. It's sad, Databane." An almost racine note entered her voice, those violet eyes hardening, just a fraction before she continued devouring her food. "We used to play together when we were little. She's a good person, we used to play together when we were lit. Still is. I'd hate to see her get branded with that god-awful seal." Naruto quietly gawped. "But she looks just like?" Shaking himself, he returned his attention to Kushina. Why would they do that? You said so yourself, she's from the main branch. The redhead fixed him with a pointed look. You really don't know much about this village, do ya? Naruto shook his head. Hoshi told me, once. Her family doesn't like the way she does things. Too forward-thinking. If she became the clan head, they probably wouldn't put that thing on her. But if she doesn't? She sucked down a mouthful of noodles, gulped, and frowned, losing herself in the broth. That's how the village is nowadays. If you're different they either bully you or find some way to silence you. Hey. Those words ended in a tiny cry of flustered surprise as he reached down and tousled her hair, inadvertently pushing her hishie down over her eyes. Give me a list of names, and I'll pay them a visit for you. I won't let anyone badmouth a student of mine. She smiled then, and it was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. You're nice, sensei. Maybe, but you've definitely got me beat when it comes to ramen. He. Kushina surprised him with a very sinister chuckle. That's right, Tebane. No one can beat me. Beating. Naruto suddenly thought back to the mark on Hoshi's cheek and the way she'd held her arm to her chest. Those wounds, had they been inflicted by Juken? If so then that would mean. Ah Christ, I better not regret this. Ah, I just remembered something, he lied. I need to purchase more kunai before we leave. Suit yourself. Kushina laughed, snatching his bowl up. More for me. God, she ate like she hadn't been fed in days or something. Another item Naruto resolved to rectify. Ramen was all well and good, but she needed to balance out her diet. Actually, he continued, sitting back down, I think I'll wait. Okay, she blinked at him, confused. Subtly swapping himself with a shadow clone, and with his team none the wiser, Naruto followed after the Hyuga. He wasn't quite sure what had caused him to do it. It might have been her frightening resemblance to Hinata, or because he just felt sorry for the poor girl. Nobody deserved to get ogled like that. Nobody deserved that god-awful seal. She wasn't all that hard to find, she stuck out in her kimono like a sore thumb. Even so, he almost slammed right into her back when she spun around. Naruto-san, she stammered out, her cheeks dusted the lightest shade of pink. Is there something else you wanted? Actually, Naruto kindly returned the bow. There was something. How did you get those wounds? Hoshi went pale and subconsciously tucked her injured arm closer to herself. I have no idea what you're talking about. I think you do. And no, I don't. Naruto frowned, eyes crinkling at the edges in quiet contemplation. Once, he would have accepted her words. But after the world of brutality he'd lived through in the Fourth Shinobi War, he wasn't about to let something like that slide. Without thinking he reached out and took her arm. Hoshi whimpered in pain, cringing aside as he rolled up her sleeve. That was when he saw the bruises. Whomever had done this hadn't struck to inflict pain on their opponent. They'd been trying to torment her, blocking the chakra points just so to inflict the maximum amount of hurt as the Juken wore off. His Sharingan detected subtle traces of Hayashi's chakras tied down in her coils where she'd been struck. One look at her body language told him the Hyuga was in active discomfort just by walking. This was vicious. Did he do this to you? His voice was hard to find in that instant and she colored, her pale cheeks flushing a rosy red. No, Naruto thought to himself. No more denials. I don't like liars, Hoshi-san. The poor Hyuga wilted beneath his gaze. Hayashi was just expressing concern over my injuries. Her tone told him she very much doubted that was the case. Naruto had seen the look in his eye. He'd been ogling her, fawning over her like a piece of meat. If he had been the one to inflict these wounds and then the Gaul ask about them, he would. Do what? Yami challenged him. What are you going to do to a member of the Hyuga clan? Beat him? Kill him? Without suffering repercussions? Even I'm not that foolish. Shut up. Holy shit, you're actually pissed about this, aren't you? I don't believe it. I mean, you always did have a soft spot for the Hyuga, but damn ow. I'm about to get a whole lot angrier if you don't cork it. Naruto couldn't help himself. He was reminded of a certain Hyuga during the Chunin preliminaries, the beating she had suffered at the hands of her cousin. The only difference here was that argument was between two members of the main household, and it smacked of brutality. He didn't like it. Not one bit. Tsuking softly, he began to open her tenketsu with his own chakra in a slow series of pokes, ignoring her quiet cries of surprise as he effortlessly reversed the damage that had been done her. Itai. She yelped when a particularly painful point reopened, her cry drawing attention from passerby. Finishing up with her tenketsu, he healed the fractures in her arms, as well mending them with medicinal chakra in such swift succession that Tsunade herself would have been hard-pressed to match him. He deliberately left a trace of his own energy to linger there in a warning. Something like that would be readily seen by anyone possessing the Byakugan. None would understand it, save for Hayashi. Benign or not, he would know what Naruto had done the moment laid eyes on Hoshi. Hopefully he wouldn't understand the silent threat. Hurt her one more time and you'll never be able to use Juken again. How did you do that? Hoshi blinked, eyeing the now flawless skin of her limb. The bruises, they were gone. As though they'd never been. You learn a lot of things when you're on your own, he replied, a low growl snaking between his teeth as Hayashi's brutality flickered through his mind. Still, this is unacceptable. He's part of your clan. Family shouldn't do this to each other. I've half a mind. No. Don't. I appreciate all you've done for me. Hoshi gushed, performing another perfunctory bow. Really? I do. We barely know each other. She risked another glance at her arm, and you didn't have to do that, but you did, for which I thank you. Besides, at Naruto's ire, she hastily continued. You're being groomed to be the Uchiha's heir, aren't you? There it was again, that damnable rumor that he was going to take over the Uchiha clan, now more fact than fiction. And for once, he couldn't bring himself to deny it. I don't want you to sully your reputation on my behalf. But, if I can take up just another moment of your time. Without thinking, his hand closed around hers. Looking back, he wasn't sure what spurred the action. Perhaps it was pity. Perhaps he knew what it was like to be bullied and have no one care. Whatever the case, he did not fail to notice her fierce flush the moment his rugged hands met her soft palms. I've all the time in the world. She was silent for a very long time after that. When she finally spoke, her voice was the most naked whisper. What do you think I should do? Taking a deep breath, the Uzumaki in disguise calmed himself. He needed to be rational here. No matter how much he wished to push past her and storm into the Hyuga compound, then kick Hayashi's ass from one end of Konoha to the other. Rational, right? Calm. Well, the way I see it, it's your heart. You have to make the decision for yourself. Naruto frowned, thumbing his chin, drawing upon the lazy yet effective wisdom of an old friend. Besides, guys like that tend to swing one way or another. Either he's bothering you because he really likes you and he's sorry for what he did, which I seriously doubt, or he's just a pervert that you need to smack down before he gets the wrong idea. And if he's hurting you out of pure spite, you can't ignore that. She nodded, faltering on the last word. Are you like that as well, Uchiha-kun? It took him all of 3 seconds to realize the kun in there, then, and that she'd spoken of the former tense, not the latter. Oh dear Kami. Naruto jolted. Who? Me? Oh, no. No. He swiftly flung up his hands, old memories of Sakura and Tsunade rushing to the fore. I try to look at the eyes first, you know? Get to know someone first, maybe take them out on a date or two before I even think of staring. I've been clobbered way too many times when I was little to gawp at someone's chest now. It's rude, you know? She stared at him for a long moment after that, contemplating. The smile when it came, brightened her visage so much like her namesake. Father was wrong about you. He was? Naruto cocked his head aside, confused at the less than honorable mention. He'd never met Hinata's grandfather in his lifetime. There was virtually nothing for him to fall back on, let alone draw into this little conversation he'd accidentally con who was Hoshi's father? What was he like? Technically being her father made him both Hinata's and Hanabi's grandfather, yet knowing that did absolutely nothing to aid him in their situation. In the end, he settled for a shrug. Well, I suppose I should be flattered. She nodded. He said you were just like the others. But you're not. You're kinder than your clansmen. Yeah, I'm Mr. Congeniality. That got a slight smile again. I have enjoyed this talk, she said at last, stealing a glance over her shoulder to the Hyuga compound, looking a sore sight better than she'd been when they'd first met. Perhaps we could do it again, sometime? She hid her healed arm behind her back shyly, a silent reminder of the kindness he had done her. He was reminded so much of Hinata in that instant back, for she'd taken that knife and brrr. Shaking himself of that dreadful image, the Uchiha once more painted a soft smile on his face to address the possible heiress. Sure. We'll make a date of it when I get back from my mission. He'd meant it as a joke, but the way her eyes lit up. Why yes, she stuttered out. I would like that, very much. You're off to Rain, aren't you? Then, here, at his hesitant nod, she reached around her neck and unbound the necklace she'd been wearing. At least, he'd thought of it as a necklace. It wasn't until she removed it that he recognized the yin-yang symbol reminiscent of the Hyuga clan, bound in a small leather token as it were. A charm? Naruto blinked as she pushed it into his hands. Not an instant later, its leather cord pooling neatly into palm. F for good luck. Another bow, another smile that made his heart skip a beat. Take care, Naruto-kun. Naruto felt his throat run dry as he watched her retreat into the safety of the Hyuga compound. Did I just encourage Hinata's mom? Oh, snap. Groaning, the Uchiha performed an about-face and started back the way he'd come, Yami leaving him to stew in his own bleak thoughts. Something was definitely at work here. What in the 9 circles of hell was going on? He seemed to be befriending, or outright betting the mothers of his generation. Or having them crush on him, in Kushina's case. First her and Mikoto, then Karura, Pakura, now he'd just befriended Hinata's mom on top of it. Honestly, if it weren't for Pakura, he'd think there was some kind of pattern at work here. Maybe there was. He didn't know. Truly he cared for these girls, each of them, so why did he feel so damned guilty about the possibility of fathering most of his old friends? Maybe you should stop looking a gift horse in the mouth and just run with it, partner. Trust me, you'd be a lot happier that way. You might be right, he thought to himself. Fuck it. I'm not even going to bother worrying about this shit anymore. What happens, happens. He was growing weary of burdening himself with the what-ifs of this time, a problem he didn't need when he already had the fate of a world riding on his shoulders. Now that's more like it. Welcome to the dark side, my son. Yeah, well don't get used to me agreeing with you, jackass. He was just about to substitute himself with the clone he'd left back at Ichiraku when a hand closed upon his shoulder. Why the long face, man? Naruto's gaping mouth snapped shut with an audible click, a muscle jumping in his jaw. You know, I've had just about enough of being picked at today, Databeo. Whoa there, no need to get snappy. The reborn Uchiha spun around, intent on biting the intruder's head off right and proper when he found himself face to face with none other than a young Shikaku Nara. Him, and a striking raven-haired woman at his elbow. Now, Naruto recognized the man's face almost immediately, though slightly less grizzled and lacking the trademark scar. He remembered the ponytail and lazy demeanor were like a kunai to the face, impossible to miss and easy to recognize, especially in Jonin uniform. God, he kept running into familiar faces today. The woman on the other hand, the man's girlfriend, perhaps, now she was a mystery. Naruto felt as though he should know her somehow, but all he got from her was lingering sense of nostalgia. Bah! Whomever she was. Troublesome. The woman's smile showed teeth, a voice varying from saccharine to poisonous, emerged from those full lips. Those girls from the sand village were right. You really are kind. Hardworking, too. Nothing like Shikaku, over here. Her smile seemed a touch more deadly as she turned her gaze upon him. You haven't taken a mission in like what, a week now? Hey, it's not my fault, the Nara gave a jaw-popping yawn. The Hokage's got me earmarked for some black op in Kiri once the fuss in AIM dies down. Something about pulling some clans to the village. Naruto's right ear twitched at that remark, onyx eyes shining with a rare intrigue. Now this was news. He'd already assumed that he would have to take matters with Kiri into his own hands, but the old monkey was actually giving it enough thought to assemble a team? And Shikaku was going to be on it? Wait, you're going to be on that mission, too? What, you actually know about that? Shikaku blinked, his perennial smile vanishing in an eye blink. Who told you? I was the one to suggest it. Kiri hasn't taken any action against us, yes, and with their Mizukage losing his mind, I thought now was as good a time as any to get some of their people to safety. Not to mention bring in a slew of powerful bloodline wielders in case things go south later in the war. But he didn't tell Shikaku that. No one needed to know that Naruto was angling to get the Yuki and Kagaya clans on their side. And possibly a certain strawberry blonde if she was around in this day and era. Bad. Bad Naruto. He had enough problems as it was without worrying about Mei Terumi. Wherever she was, he was certain she could take care of herself. Maybe. Hopefully. Well shit, the Nara frowned, dragging him back to reality. The Sandaime did mention that an Uchiha would be leading the task force. Congratulations, I guess? Naruto felt the back of his neck color at the man's unexpected praise. Gee thanks, oomph. Someone snorted in the back of his head. How very like the weak, to bow before the whims of the strong. Naruto froze, then relaxed. Very funny, asshole. Hey, that wasn't me. Yami piped up. What the fuck? Look, I've got Shikaku right in front of me here, I don't have time for your antics. I swear, I didn't do it. It was someone else. Hey. What? You sure we're not sharing this body with something else? Great. That's the last thing I need. Shaking off his dread, he came to just in time to watch Shikaku getting berated by his as of yet unnamed woman. Is exactly what I'm talking about, she was saying. You need to take these things more seriously. That's why you need me on this. What the hell, he grouched. If Naruto wanted you on his mission he would have said so, troublesome woman. Well, I don't have any objections. See? Why can't you be more reasonable like him? Ouch, Shikaku muttered, though he seemed to take the insult with a grain of salt. To Naruto, it looked like he had gotten so used to his girlfriend making comments like this that he had gotten to the point where he simply shrugged the heavy words off. Such harsh words, Yoshi, he whined. Do you really hate me that much, Yoshino? What was that, dear? Oh what did I say this time? Shikaku's voice rose, his mask finally breaking as she took hold of his ear and yanked. Come on, Yoshino. That's not fair. Naruto. Help me out here. And you think I have a strange relationship? Naruto mumbled as he watched the byplay between the two. It was quite apparent that they had a long history together, even so they seemed to bicker like an old married couple despite the fact that they were way too young to even be engaged. The Uchiha sweat dropped, even he had seen that verbal gaffe there. Sorry, you kinda walked into that one man. Traitor. Well, good luck to you. Yoshino smiled, tugging her teammate along against his will. Keep those kids alive, alright? I'm almost looking forward to that mission of yours now. Something in that stare of hers made a tiny part of him cower. She wouldn't take no for an answer. And he'd thought Sakuma was scary. Yes, ma'am. Naruto wouldn't realize it until he returned, but Yoshino Nara, the woman who would one day give birth to Shikamaru, had just flirted with him. Dear Kami. Yosha. Nawaki crowed, thrusting a fist into the air as they strode out of the gates and into the wide open world. This is it. My big debut. Look out world, here I come. Baka. Kushina snapped, tapping the brunette on the head. Save the exuberance for later. Naruto deadpanned, the expression oddly offset by Ibiki's quiet sigh. Some things never changed. They delayed long enough, departing at sunset rather than in afternoon, as their mandate dictated. But, he felt the rewards were worth it. For once, he now knew that his team weren't ranked genin rather mid to low chunin by their skill sets, possessed some semblance of teamwork, and could actually manage to work together when the need arose. It wasn't at all, but the group that set out from those gates was a sore sight better than the untested genin he'd first been saddled with. Besides, for what he had planned, leaving in the evening as ideal. Now, the land of rain is a dangerous place, he began, garnering their attention with a glance. I won't lie to you, many of the shinobi there are cold-blooded killers. They won't hesitate to end you if you give them the slightest opportunity. Thankfully, that's why I'm around. If we're able to meet up with Jiraiya and his group, we should be able to manage against Hanzo. The three of you will provide provisional support as needed, but do not, and I repeat do not, engage Hanzo under any circumstance. He will waste you. Understand? Have you ever been there, sensei? No, I haven't, but if the third put you three under me, he must have some idea of what he's doing, hopefully. Wait, so we have to walk all the way there? Nawaki whined. Who said anything about walking? Naruto replied, nipping the edge of his thumb and bringing it down upon the road. Kuchios no Jutsu. The dragons that arose out of the flames were smaller than Bahamut, but only marginally so. THS first was a great green giant, its scales glinted brightly upon its slim form in the setting sun, golden eyes surveying the four of them with eyed curiosity instead of the dispassionate hunger with which the Prince of Dragons had regarded them before. But unlike the great black behemoth, this particular dragon inclined its head the moment it laid eyes upon Naruto, snout touching a portion of the road with a muffled snort. When it spoke, Kushina was startled to realize that it wasn't an it at all, it was a she. The second, a white lizard, was slimmer in appearance, his glacial wings all but dripping with condensation, its body more skeletal in comparison to its larger cousin. You called, Naruto Dano? Yo. Naruto grinned, patting her once on the head. Mind giving us a ride, Shiro-kun, Midori-chan? I would be honored to carry you and your clutch upon my back into battle. HRMPH, the second huffed. I suppose I can do as such. Clutch. Nawaki tilted his head, confused as the Uchiha ushered Kushina onto its back. What's that? Ah, it's the way dragons refer to their family. Ibiki piped up before the latter could answer. What? Everything knows that. Behind him, Kushina flushed. Family, eep. Those words ended in a startled squeak as Midori's wings beat the air and roared upwards, soaring into the air with a gracefulness that belied her bulk. She cried out and held tight to Naruto, wrapping her arms as well as the rest of her firmly against him, eliciting a flush from Uchiha and Uzumaki both. He could feel a certain something pressing into his back that he did not want to think about right now, time for a distraction. One he had only to look down to achieve. Look. Kushina complied, what she saw there took her breath away. It was marvelous. The ground was simply gone, all that lay below them was miles of cloudy sky, the stars stretching for miles overhead. Serenity itself. There were no words that could possibly describe this moment for her, because her heart was utterly taken in this moment. It wasn't just a childhood crush, she realized. She was falling in love with him. Assuming she hadn't already. Everything he'd done, everything he said only drew her in despite her best efforts to resist his charms. She couldn't help it. He'd been so kind to her, from the moment they'd first met a month before, to now, and he didn't push her away like so many others. There was a gentleness in those charcoal eyes that made her feel safe. Warm. A slight flush rose to her cheeks. Naruto? The Uchiha sputtered as she edged up against him and, lacking the courage to risk anything more with Nawaki and Ibiki so close, delivered a swift peck to the back of his neck. The effect was as immediate as it was quite pleasant. Naruto nearly jumped up into the air, his cheeks coloring in surprise as he twisted to face her. Kushina, he admonished lightly. Gotcha. The young Uzumaki darted forwards in a rare moment of boldness and wriggled into his lap. Naruto froze, his body turning to stone beneath her. Perhaps he knew what was about to happen. Perhaps not, because in the next instant, before he could even form a coherent thought, Kushina's mouth caged his in a chaste lip locking. It was a fleeting kiss, all things considered, little more than a brushing of the lips, but she'd done it. Her first kiss. She knew it was incredibly stupid of her to even dare such a thing now that he was her sensei, but it wasn't fair. She'd liked him long before Sarutobi had assigned her to him. In hindsight, that made his reaction all the more sweet. What the heck, Databeo? I'm not sorry, Databane. She stuck out her tongue with a giggle, worming around him and burying her head into his back when he tried to reach around and grab her. Eventually, he just gave up on it. You're not angry, are you? She asked at last, the words muffled into the fabric of his jacket. With me? No, his voice was oddly thick, rough even. I could never be angry with you. She could see that his knuckles were white, knotted together around Midori's scales. So, how do you feel? About? What do you think? I'm not sure how to feel. Kushina balked, but then she caught the corner of his mouth curling upward. He was smiling. Teasing her. Irate, she pecked him on the neck again. Naruto hissed. Stop that. Not until you look at me, MMPH. His lips closed on hers hungrily. When had he turned around, nearly knocking her clear out of the saddle, one hand cradling her hips, the other locking her face firmly in place. The kisses were hot and frantic and angry, and it took her breath away. It was over all too soon, his body jerking away from hers with a suddenness that left her mind spinning. Satisfied? Satisfied? How could she be satisfied after a scorching kiss like that? So, just to reiterate, you don't hate me, right? She couldn't bear the thought of it. That much is clear. A soft sigh greeted her affections, but he made no move to pull away from her. A small part of her wished she could just stay like this forever, the two of them up here, Nawaki and Ibiki, little more than a distant memory on their own mount. Had she paid better attention, she might have noticed him touching a hand to his lips, almost in disbelief. Wonderment. If I kissed you again, what you do? Still she daren't raise her head. Things, he relented at last, his dark gaze finally meeting her violet orbs again. Many, many things. Some of which would involve screwing your brains out. What? Despite that being the answer she wanted to hear, her face still colored at the way he'd sighed it. Sensei. You wanted honesty, didn't ya? He fell silent after that, and it was clear that they would discuss it no more this evening. How long can she stay like this? She wondered aloud, changing the subject. Wah! Naruto blinked, jerking his hand away from his mouth, shamefaced. A few hours, at least. Wow, that's awesome. Kushina wriggled free to stroke the scales of their mount. You're the best, Midori-chan. Naruto blanched, both at the suffix knowing a dragon's pride and Kushina's nonchalant stroking of their airborne friend. Dragon scales could be quite sensitive. I wouldn't. Yes, that feels quite nice actually. Lower, if you please. Kushina grinned a megawatt smile, beaming as she stroked the summon scales. She likes me. Indeed, a pleasured purr snaked out of Midori's closed mouth, her tail thrashing pleasantly, as pleasant as such a beast could hope to be, her wings stretching time with the girl's firm scratching. You have a most willful student, Naruto Dano. Midori rumbled in soft bemusement. I can see why she intrigued Bahamut-sama. Ha! Kushina gasped. You mean I impressed that big brute? Indeed, little one. That settled it. She had to sign the dragon contract. Naruto could only pray that aim wasn't as bad as he feared. It was worse. The land of rain was a war zone. Not only had they not been able to make contact with Tsunade and the others, but they didn't even know where the trio was, where they had gone, or if they were even alive. Rumors abound that they had fought with Hanzo of the Salamander and perished, others said that they had conquered him and claimed aim for the leaf. Still others claimed that the Salamander had defeated them, bestowing upon the trio the title of Sannin for their courageous efforts. Naruto was inclined to believe the third, but none of that mattered now. Midori had been forced to land a ways back thanks to the conflict. Taking her into battle with so many jutsu flying simply wasn't an option. So here they were, in a land that seemed hellbent upon killing them. Bodies lay sprawled for miles on end, a handful of them aimed shinobi, but others bearing the battered Hishiate of the leaf. Ibiki remained unfazed. By comparison, Nawaki looked sick to his stomach. My sister. Will be fine. Naruto soothed, patting the boy's back. She's too stubborn to die in a place like this, I hope. Kushina gagged, quietly retching at the sight of so much death. Easy now, he soothed her, glancing at the water's edge. We're in enemy territory, but look out. That was all he heard before the fireball hit. Sensei! Naruto's body had been blackened beyond recognition, not from the flames, but rather his technique. He'd hardened every inch of his body with the earth release in the nick of time, his form coated in a black veneer of hardened soil even as they looked on it crumbled, revealing unharmed flesh beneath. Doton, Domo. The same could not be said of the 100 of AIM-9 that rose from the waters to meet him. He couldn't be bothered to remember their faces, their name was Legion for they were many. Too many to count. Greetings, Uchiha Naruto. One of them chuckled. We have been chosen by Hanzo-sama to entertain you this evening, purred another. If you would kindly die for us? Okay, cliché much, but... Naruto took one look at their numbers and hissed. This was too many for a simple patrol. They'd been waiting for him. An ambush, then. But how? How had they known he was coming unless... Run, he shouted, realizing what was about to happen. You can't handle this many. But... Run. Naruto daren't look to see if they obeyed his command or not, he was too busy fighting for his life. The first to step within range of his Sharingan found himself on the receiving end of a warfan to the face, and by then he'd no more time for thought. All the word was a blur of kunai and shuriken and fist and feet, he was at the center of the storm all, the eye of the hurricane. Sharingan tracked in impossible directions, he swung aside as kunai bearing an explosive note whistled past peeling it off and slapping it onto the nearest shinobi, a swift shove thrusting the living bomb into his fellows with a deafening bang, sending his assailants flying. In that instant, a bloodied palm slammed against the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu. Bahamut roared out of the subsequent smoke with a deafening snarl, his tail sweeping aside scores of enemy shinobi. One more the Prince of Dragons towered over the battlefield, striking fear into all he faced. An irate snarl burst forth from his throat, followed by a geyser of flame as he realized where he had been summoned. Again? I've got a small army for you this time. Naruto snapped back, ducking as a wall of wind threatened to tear his head from its shoulders. Shut up and be satisfied already. I pray that they are worthy. That was all the time he needed for the Mangekyo to activate. What followed was nothing short of a single-sided slaughter, Susanu's sinister swords and Bahamut's wrath making swift work of those who dared to come near them. Yet still they came, throwing their lives away. Jutsu were thrown left and right, blows exchanged, yet none came within arm's length of him. What was the point of this? Were they content to die without reaching him? He could just stand here, arms folded, and literally let the Susanoo end his enemies, all without breaking so much as a sweat. So why were they attacking him so blindly? What the hell's going on here? What's going on? Kushina didn't understand what was happening. Was she dead? Was she dying? She didn't understand. One moment they were scrambling to get as far away from Naruto's battle as possible. The next, something else happened. These shinobi were far beyond them, he'd said. Get away, he'd said. So they had, retreating to an acceptable distance from the fray whilst their sensei made short work of the army arrayed against him. It shouldn't have happened. They'd been on their guard. They'd been prepared, ready for an possibility of an ambush or even an attack. Damn it, they'd been ready. Nawaki's scream was their only warning. Watch it. Before she knew what was happening, the ground was just gone. Earth rose all around them, swallowing them up before they could shout, spitting them out, somewhere else. The sounds of Naruto's battle were but a distant thing, a backdrop to the horror unfolding before her very eyes. Something massive reared its head, a large snout poking out of the rainy soil. Then a body, and a tail, its oily skin sliding through the muck like an eel. But this was no eel. This was a salamander. Well, a muffled voice murmured from atop the beast's head. Konoha's sending teenagers to kill me now? How disappointing. Her heart leapt into her throat when she saw that face. That mask. Oh no. No. This wasn't supposed to happen. Naruto had told them under no circumstance were they to ever face this man, that they needed to run if he ever cornered them. Ibiki went down first, clutching at his bloodied throat before he could even utter so much as a word. An elbow slid effortlessly into Nawaki's gut even as he called upon the Mokuton, his bloodline writhing uselessly at his feet as his control was severed, his body unconscious before he even hit the floor. That left her. Kushina. Hanzo turned toward her with a terrifying slowness, his Kuzurigama still dripping blood. She couldn't fight him. A child had a better chance of fighting him. Anyone but her. Let me out, the fox rumbled. I can destroy this fool and you know it. Kushina gulped, crawling backwards like a drunken crab in search of water. But there was no escape and she didn't know any earth techniques that would allow her to sink into the terrain. "Let me out." "Sorry," he rumbled. "But I won't be sparing you. Someone wants you dead. Nothing personal. This is how the world works." In that instant, crippled with fear as she was, she had two options. Give in to the fear and lose her life, or give in to the beast inside her and live. Naruto had made her promise to never, ever rely upon the Kyuubi's power. But it was either that or die. "Let me out." Kushina gave in. "Go Dewa Amnit." Crimson chakra flooded her veins as the bijou cloak formed, three tails of pure hate sprouting from her back in an instant as she ceded restraint. Every fiber of her being stood on end, her canines gnashing together in silent agony as she struggled to keep the fourth tail from forming. Any further and she'd lose control completely. Even now, a small part of herself gloried in the release, the beast that the world feared so. Power. What glorious power. It was intoxicating this chakra, she didn't know why she'd ever been afraid. Stop. Stop, 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 stop. You stupid fox. She hissed at it, clawing at the ground with her nails. Stop messing with my head. I'm not giving in to you. And why not? The demon rumbled, bemused. Naruto was quite compliant when his life was in danger. What? Naruto's not a Jinchuriki. Ah, but that's where you're wrong, little girl. He was mine once upon a time, before this mess unfolded. Kushina yowled. Lying. You're lying. Am I now? Why don't you ask him? But first dash. Ho! Hanzo blinked, intrigued, utterly unaware of the conflict taking place within. So you are a Jinchuriki. Interesting. Are you going to lose yourself, I wonder? Oof. His words proved the weight to sever their argument, ending now in a muffled grunt as Kushina's fist crunched against his jaw, her clenched knuckles barreling into his face with enough force to create a hairline crack in his rebreather. Despite all her anger, she felt a trickle of pride. Genin or not, she'd actually managed to hurt him. Why was she falling? What had happened to her chakra? Why was everything so dark? What was going on? I'll give you credit for hitting me, Hanzo's voice murmured overhead, his scythe once more filling her vision. But I know a thing or two about Bijou and suppressing their chakra. Pity, though. You made me lose my last one. Kushina. Say. Get the hell away from her. The last thing she saw was a blur of black. Get the hell away from her. Oh. Hanzo paused, his kuzurigama coming just short of pricking Kushina's throat, stopped by a hand wrapped around his wrist. Uchiha Naruto, I presume? You're late. I was expecting more of a challenge from your students. Naruto bristled as he beheld them lying there on the ground, their bodies beaten and broken. No. A quiet hiss of breath escaped his throat as the deadly edge drew blood. Not like this. They couldn't be, they just couldn't. If they were dead. No. Are you going to stand there all day, or are you going to attack me? Hanzo challenged. They won't live much longer if they don't receive medical attention. Oh shit. Don't lose it, partner. Bah dump. Ah Christ. There he goes. That did it. He thought he had snapped before when he'd nearly failed to stop Kushina's kidnapping. He'd thought himself insane with anger when witnessed Tsunade's death in Wind Country. But this redefined anger. There was no red haze this time, no sensational of falling in the black, losing himself into the darkness. It was as simple as a flicking a switch. One moment he stood there, soaked in the blood of a small army. The fools who dared to stall him now slain. The next his mind simply ceased to be. He took in the prone, broken forms of his students of Kushina and the Mangekyo flared to life in his eyes. There. Standing in the rain. He lost himself. Naruto screamed. Susanoo roared into existence around him, black bone and cold chakra writhing its angry tendrils in either direction. Larger it grew, assuming human shape and form, then larger still, its many arms spreading outwards like an ancient Asura, 6 limbs, 6 swords slashing at the ground in a thrashing frenzy. So great was its fury that the leader of the rain was actually forced to leap backward, seeking shelter atop the head of his mighty salamander, lest he be torn apart by the many blades. One thought stood at the forefront of his mind as he gazed upon the hellish creature that had engulfed the Black Death. What kind of Sharingan is that? Golden eyes glared out at Hanzo, a rictus of angry teeth parting in ghastly grimace as its master exhaled. 5 words were spoken, then a series of sinister syllables that not only chilled Hanzo of the salamander to the bone, but left him quivering in very real fear for perhaps the first time in his career. I will fucking murder you. Ho! Big words for an upstart. The salamander crooked his fingers into a claw, beckoning anxiously. But I wonder, can you make it? Gyoke Mikaku. Naruto's shout emptied itself into the ground in a furious roar of fire, a sinister swathe of flame to accompany his bold statement. The very same technique that had nearly made a corpse out of Fugaku only earned the briefest of blinks from Hanzo. That flame? His hands flicked into the appropriate seals to meet him head-on, inwardly balking at the sheer mass of fire roaring forwards across the ground. Suetun, Sujinhiki. Ibius opened its mouth to aid its master and spat, expelling a jet of water to battle back the enveloping blaze. Too late he realized his mistake. The inferno had been little more than a distraction for his clones to get the brats to safety. An errant wind jutsu blew away the mist before Hanzo could hope to make use of it, and hell was revealed. Those damn eyes conveyed but two words unto his frightened mind. Black Death. Hanzo reared back, fearing the worst as Naruto started forwards at him. That was when the Susanoo began to shrink. Instead of growing larger as was often its wont, the massive creature of black chakra and Gon had the opposite effect, conforming itself to his every feature, forming a suit of ethereal armor over the already deadly Uchiha. But Uchiha or not, he was a mere man, and no man could hope to stand against Ibius' poison once exhaled. Of that much he was certain. No man, Uchiha or otherwise, could defeat him. None. Raitun, John. Naruto opened his mouth and Ibius vanished in a torrent of light. It all happened so fast. One moment, Hanzo was standing astride his might mount, the next, Ibius was gone, disintegrating out from under him as the terrible radiance slammed into the mighty beast. The poor salamander hadn't even had a chance to dispel itself. It was well and truly dead before it knew what had happened. Hanzo was lucky enough to leap away with his skin intact, his shoulder cloak smoldering away from his back as he flicked through the signs to counter. Futon, Daitapa. His wind jutsu never found its target, because Naruto and his blast were already long gone, the angry gale scouring yet another scar into the land of rain. The only warning Hanzo had was the crackle of the Uchiha's remergence, a flicker of black light Horatian snarling into existence behind him. Oh dear. What was that black flash just now? What? With a sudden whisper, Naruto appeared behind Hanzo, his power-swollen limbs engulfed in the black light of Amaterasu. He was extremely close to the leader of rain, a powerful leg bent back and ready to snap forward at his skull. Hanzo saw him and reached around with his Kusarigama, but he already knew he wasn't going to be fast enough. Any hope of him outmaneuvering the Black Death was non-existent the moment that man had decided to unleash his true might upon the world. Even so, Hanzo deserved some credit for trying. Doton. Naruto spun around quickly, slamming his heel into Hanzo's body. With a surprised grunt, the pale-skinned shinobi went flying down the battlefield, a trail of dark blood following his broken body through the falling rain and into the muddy ground of the plains. A snarl caught in his throat and he found that his legs refused to move, his body powerless as his limp form slammed against the asphalt once gravity took hold of him, his skin skidding across the earth as the momentum continued to drag him over the short terrain. At last fate took mercy on him. His feet were suddenly freed from the ground as his back skidded into the rain-soaked soil, a modicum of control returning to his body. He'd used the earth spear technique to harden his body at the last instant. It was the only thing that had saved his life. Even then, the Uchiha's roundhouse kick had fractured at least 3 ribs. Breathing hurt. It took a monumental effort just to stand. But stand Hanzo did, pulling himself woodenly to his feet despite the pain screaming in his side. Here was the man who had named the Sannin only hours before. A simple kick would not be enough to end him. Not bad, Uchiha, he murmured around his rebreather. You live up to your name. But you'll need more than cheap parlor tricks to beat me. The only responses he earned from the Uchiha was an inarticulate snarl of anger and loathing. Oh? Apparently the man cared more for his students than he'd thought. He'd have to ask that man about it. After he killed the Black Death, of course. One couldn't rush such things, and he was being paid a handsome sum of money to ensure that Konoha's upstarting shinobi met an untimely end. It was nothing personal, of course. Amigakure needed the money to function. He'd spared those other 3 purely on a whim, curious to see how the man would react. Thus far, he was not disappointed. Are you going to stand there all day, or are you going to attack me? Naruto raised his hand, made a clenching motion with a first and, well, a lot of things happened at once. The first realization Hanzo had that something was terribly, horribly wrong was when he was pulled, an invisible force violently yanking him forward off the ground, hauling back into the fray against his will. The next, was that his right arm was suddenly gone, torn free from its socket by an impossibly long black blade, the latter extending and contracting in response to the Uchiha's chakra. The third was that he was flying past him, his remaining arm snapping like a matchstick as said Uchiha clobbered him into the ground. This close, Hanzo could clearly see the man's face, the angry purple eyes that leered down at him. The fifth and final thing, the one that truly sealed Hanzo's fate, was the boy's eyes had changed yet again, his malevolent Mangekyo Sharingan now more akin to an eerie rippling violet, one that every S-rank shinobi worth their salt knew of and feared. A sight that put the fear of the six-path sage into Hanzo right fierce and made him quiver like a green genin. Rinnegan. Rumors of the legendary dojutsu had abounded since the dawn of the shinobi age, legends of the Rikudo Sennin's eyes existing somewhere in the world. And now they were here. Engaging him was the last thing Hanzo wanted. Now what he needed was to get the hell away from this madman that was attacking him. He was outmatched in every conceivable way. In the time it took him to think of a strategy, the Blackette only brutalized him even further still, extending a hand until his palm laid flat upon the prone man's back. 2 words were uttered, a single series of syllables that spelled doom for the leader of Amigakure. Shinra. Tensei. Ground. Earth and Hanzo became intimate in impossible ways, earth bursting before his form. Down he plunged, his body shooting through the soil like a human splinter only to emerge once more as the almighty push cleared a path through the horrible dent in the earth. A path by which the poor man continued to suffer. Yelling incoherently, the enraged Uchiha dragged Hanzo's face down onto his rising knee, before grabbing him two-handed by the arm and tossing him away overhead. The man's mind was left whirling, as was his field of vision. All the world was a rain-soaked blur, one he could no longer make sense of. What is happening? Naruto was suddenly there to greet him again, his boot slamming down on the man's chest with enough force to put an atom bomb to shame. Not that the latter had been invented, yet, but someday, the world would look back and tremble when they saw the size of the crater that single stomp had created. His heel pressed down against Hanzo's chest, pinning him to the ground, denying him any chances of escape. No words were spoken, no finally taunts uttered. He simply held Hanzo down with one foot, the man's chest caving underfoot. A single unspoken command was given. Susanoo. Naruto towered over him, that ghoulish skeleton flickered to life around him once more. It was larger now, larger than anything he had ever seen, its master ascending with, trapped within a lone jewel atop its head. And it was still growing, its ever-expanding foot all but grinding the terrain to a pulp beneath its heel. And still the man did not die. Hanzo opened his mouth to plead for his life. Too late, he realized there would be no mercy. Higher the black Susanoo towered, then higher still, its former piercing the weeping clouds themselves. It was massive, larger than a mountain, greater even than a Biju. It drew its blade in one fluid motion, and it was then that he knew his death had come. There would be no split-second intervention from a third part to save him, no moment of respite from his aggressor. Oddly enough, he didn't feel fear. It had been a good fight, all things considered. His employer would doubtlessly be furious to learn that Konoha's Black Death would only continue to grow from this encounter. It was a good fight. Closing his eyes, Hanzo of the Salamander consented himself to death's frigid embrace. His last thought was thus. Black Death. Then the black blade descended and he knew no more. Tired. He was so, goddamed, tired. Naruto had never been more exhausted in his life. Awakening the Rinnegan was one thing, but calling upon the perfect Susanoo, his body was taxed to its very limits. He barely had enough strength to create a trio of shadow clones to carry his student slumbering forms to safety. Even less, to check over them, tend their injuries, make certain they would survive. Never again, he avowed. Never again would he allow them to face such danger alone. They would learn from this experience, would live to see another day, another sunrise. Hanzo would not. Almost as an afterthought, Naruto approached the man's corpse. Hanzo's body was barely recognizable thanks to the Susanoo's pulverizing power, but enough of him remained that his scrolls were relatively intact in any case. He plucked the salamander contract from the shinobi's broken body, stowing in on his personage. It never hurt to pick your enemies clean. Speaking of which, he'd need proof of the man's death. Sword still in hand, he considering the man, appraising him. Then he slashed down, severing his head at the neck, decapitating him. Storing in. You killed him. He didn't even deign to turn. He'd sensed them on the fringes of the battle, but he'd been too consumed by bloodlust to notice. This close it was impossible not to recognize their chakra, what little they had as untrained children, yet his heart still skipped a beat nevertheless as he drew nearer. It was them. He'd been so focused on finishing Hanzo with all of his power that he hadn't even paused to consider the possibility that his perfect Susanoo, massive as it was, could attract unwanted attention. Yeah, I killed him. He spoke, rising from his crouch. What of it? And nothing. A girl's voice stammered out, stuttering in her fear. It's just, that thing was huge. It was, Naruto conceded, peering at the break he'd made in the clouds. This country needed something big to put an end to her tears. Indeed, for the first time in nearly a century, it was no longer raining. The sky was blue and clear overhead, the sun poking its head fearfully between the break almost for fear of being punished. Beautiful, hot, Naruto chuckled. You say that like you mean it, another voice challenged his words. I do. So, are those your students? Naruto's gaze drifted to Kushina, Ibiki, and Nawaki. Yes, he supplied quietly, still refusing to look at them. They'll be just fine. They're strong. For a long moment nothing was said. Finally, the girl spoke again. Who are you, mister? The name's Uchiha Naruto. He felt nearly 1,000 years old as he turned and laid eyes upon Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan when he saw their young faces. They were just as he'd imagined they would be. Those are some mighty fine eyes you got there, kid. Just like mine. To his credit, the redhead actually held up under his stare for a moment before his courage faltered and he ducked behind his companion, the latter eyeing him up and with an expression eerily akin to awe, or perhaps fear. But these three had nothing to fear. Not from him. Nagato. Yahiko. Konan. They were here. Naruto couldn't help it, he laughed. It was a soft, throaty sound. This changed everything. The strength left his legs then, he played it off by crouching down before them. You kids have names? He asked, benignly, despite already knowing. They supplied them. No parents, huh? Even hearing their tale for a second time, he still felt sorry for them. If it makes you feel any better, I never knew my folks, either. But you know ninjutsu, Yahiko pointed out. Yeah, because I worked my ass off to learn it, Databeo. Can you teach us? Now, that's a bit of a tall order there. Why do you want to learn ninjutsu? The boy immediately colored, but his bluster was swift to return. I wanted to make this land stop crying. That's already been done, Naruto pointed out. Then, because I don't want to lose anyone else. Naruto grinned. Good answer, kid. There was a silence after that, the three orphans unsure of what to say to this strange man. You hungry? He dug a hand into pouch, retrieving the rations he'd been saving for this very occasion. I've got these, whoa. They were all but snatched out of his hands by Yahiko and Konan, with Nagato only slightly more reluctant to take his offered share of the food. Heh, I'll take that as a yes. Why are your eyes like Nagato's? Konan quested as she ate, peering at him. Smart girl, leave it to her to put two and two together. They're the same, but you're not an Uzumaki, are you? Nope, but she is. Naruto pointed toward Kushina's slumbering form. Maybe she's your long-lost cousin or something? Nagato jerked as though he'd been hit by a lightning bolt. This young woman was related to him by blood? He flushed at the thought. Konan wasn't so easily satisfied. You didn't answer my question. Well, he and I are the same in a way. Naruto smiled softly. These eyes help me protect those precious to me. Isn't that right, Nagato? You have someone you want to protect, don't you? The boy nodded quietly, his eyes straying towards his friends once more. Ah, it really warmed the heart. So, are you going to teach us or not? Persistent kid, this Yahiko. Now, all in good time. Naruto soothed as they finished off his rations. I plan on heading back once these three have recovered and I've found my allies. Their faces fell. Hey! I wasn't finished, he barked out, causing them to start. So, kids. Still smiling, he extended a hand to the three orphans. How would you like to become shinobi? The words were barely out of his mouth before they shouted him down. Yes,